I am Louis XIV. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, A Farce. Bishop Barras was filled with anger and kicked the carriage door open. The loud noise startled the people who were making the noise, but when they saw the bishop's robe and stole on Barras' body, they immediately ran over with bright eyes, knelt beside him, and talked about something in a flurry. This surprised Barras, who didn't get a good rest last night and was woken up by the noise when he wanted to take a nap today. His head was throbbing and he could hardly hear what they were saying. Fortunately, there was someone who was good at observing people's expressions. He managed to get rid of those who came to ask the bishop to make the decision and cordially invited Barras to his manor to be a guest and rest. Barras barely maintained some dignity and caution, and returned to the carriage first, and then listened tiredly to the priest beside him reporting the identity of this person. It turned out that this person was the lord of this small town. He had a large area of land and people here. Today he was going to handle an extremely evil case. Barras didn't want to know whether someone lost a rooster or a lady was touched on the buttocks. He just wanted to have a good rest or continue his journey, but the baron begged him to give him the honor of entertaining a papal envoy. Barras had to agree. His caravan came to the baron's manor, where he was indeed received with great hospitality. Of course, a small town like Privet can't even compare with Marseilles, let alone Paris or Versailles. But when Barras got up sleepily the next day, his entourage happily told him that the roosters and potatoes here were very fresh. When it comes to potatoes, Barras is a little unhappy, because potatoes were also introduced to France by Louis XIV, and then became popular throughout Europe. The poor used it to fill their stomachs, and the nobles used it to create various ways of eating: boiled, steamed, stewed, roasted, cut into strips, fried, ground into paste, mixed, and fried into finger-length strips. The Roman priests would sniff when they mentioned Louis XIV, as if they smelled a pile of stinky dog shit, but they were merciless when they ate the potatoes he promoted. Barras didn't expect that a baron in a small town would be so rich. He meant that his breakfast had yellow curried potatoes stewed with rooster, a real big pot. Rooster was nothing, and potatoes were even less so, but such precious spices were problematic, and they were not only for him. Barras made up his mind that he would not sell himself for a pot of yellow curried potatoes and chicken. Although he ate it, he would not accept the other party's favor. However, the baron was not so stupid. After the king abolished the tax farmer system, he, as the Baron of Privet, felt much better. In the past, after the tax farmers bought the right to levy taxes from the king, they had to add 20, 30 or even 50% profit to satisfy their appetite. The baron did not have to pay taxes, but his subjects did. He was not the kind of extremely vicious guy. He was even a little weak. When the tax farmers were still there, he could only barely ensure that his castle would not leak and that he could have pork and wine on his table. As for other things, he did not care, whether it was the suffering of his subjects or anything else. Once the tax farmer system was abolished, he could happily collect the original rent or harvest from his subjects without any pressure. Thank God, at least when he rode in a carriage through the wilderness or rode into the woods to hunt, there would be no hungry and desperate savages who would hide him with sticks and stones because they could not pay taxes and lost their land, homes and loved ones. In the beginning, only the men who needed to work could eat. Later, there were fewer babies who were accidentally crushed to death by their mothers at night. After reading the newspaper, he asked the steward to run to Orleans and Paris to buy tobacco, tomato and pepper seeds. Although these things were not as reliable as wheat, they could make a lot of money. The tenants could now even drink beer luxuriously, put a few lace on their turbans and shirts, smoke a pipe like a lord, and wear leather boots. But God Almighty, Baron Pliva thought with a gloomy face, those cursed poor devils, they couldn't keep their heads down when they were hungry, and now that they are better off, they have fallen into the devil's trap and started to do unspeakable things. Bishop Barras thought that it was just a matter of losing a rooster or someone touching his buttocks, and the baron could solve it by beating each person with 10 sticks. The problem is that when Barras passed through Pliva, a big thing happened in his farm. 12 people were poisoned to death in a farmer's home. This number would scare even Baron Pliva, who had never been on the battlefield. Even during the most chaotic period of the Fronde, many people died of hunger and disease in his town and farm, but he didn't have to collect and bury them. He just felt that his territory was becoming more and more empty. But when the king took power, Thank God. Many of his subjects came back one after another, but the luckiest ones were those tenants who insisted on staying in the farm and did not flee. They persisted when others abandoned their land and fled, and before people came back, they rented a lot of land from the baron, and hired those who had no land to work for them, and their assets became abundant. The man Baron Privet knew, the gentleman who was poisoned, was a cowherd in the village before, and therefore had some savings. When others had no choice but to abandon their homes, he still loyally guarded the village and did not leave. The baron was so moved that he rewarded him with a gold louis. He pierced the gold louis and hung it around his neck, wearing it like a medal. Of course, when he asked for more land, the baron agreed. If he remembered correctly, the cowherd probably rented all the land of his relatives and friends. Some of these people came back, some did not. Anyway, after they came back, how they had to become slaves of the cowherds, and how they cursed the cowherds in anger, the baron was not interested in knowing. This case was not difficult to solve, with a stick, or if it didn't work, there was a branding iron, or a flowering pear. Although the king's regent would not believe in evidence obtained in this way, but this is still the countryside after all. The result was not surprising. The murderer was the only survivor, the 13th person. The deceased's little nephew, his father and brother died in Le Puy or Mende, and he returned to Privis alone. As a result, his uncle not only did not take care of him, but also treated him like a cow and horse. He was willing to bear it because his uncle promised to marry his daughter to him. Then give him a field and a house, so that they can settle down. Who knew that his uncle would marry his daughter to a soldier? Although this soldier did not serve Louis XIV, he boasted that the king's regent might select soldiers from their army to go to Orleans, Versailles or Paris. Everyone knew what this meant. His uncle did not hesitate. The young man did not hesitate. He got the poison and put it in the wedding bier, killing 12 people at once. If it was just like this, it would be very simple. Although Privet was small, there was also a square for execution. He could choose to be hanged or beheaded. Unfortunately, the king had abolished the cruel and lengthy execution methods, such as wheel torture and four-horse quartering, a long time ago. But the source of the poison given by the young man led to another troublesome matter. It was the work of 3 priests. They were secretly selling the so-called inheritance potion. The name was a bit difficult to pronounce, but it was rare that the priests did not lie. Of course, if you kill all the heirs before you, you can become the first heir, just like the young man did. If he had not been so reckless, all the money, livestock and fields accumulated by his uncle would be his. So the baron ordered his soldiers to arrest the 3 priests. He didn't want to have 3 of them in his territory. Hell, he might inherit or be inherited. He didn't want to have the honor of meeting God early just by drinking a glass of wine. The poison was effective immediately, and it wouldn't even leave you time for the last sacraments. When his soldiers ordered the priests to hand over the 3 priests, 2 of them had already run away, leaving only a guy named Lavigil. Then this guy took out a charter. A charter means that people who are lucky enough to get this kind of document, either issued by the church or signed by the bishop, have the privilege to do something that is originally forbidden or exempt from doing something that is originally required. Of course, the 3 priests were the former. He claimed that this succession potion was created to warn believers to stay away from greed and depravity. Yes, anyone who has a greedy heart will be sent to hell by this potion. Baron Pliva thought about it over and over all night, but he couldn't decide whether he should hand it over to the Bishop of Pliva or the Regent of Pliva. Nothing is easy when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church. He didn't know whether the charter was true or false. His sister in Marseilles wrote him a letter, telling him that the church envoy might pass through Pliva, so this matter might be a hot potato for Baron Pliva, but not for Bishop Barras. As soon as he heard it, he guessed that the charter came from the hand of the madman wearing the triple crown. He only needed to smell the so-called succession potion to know that it came from the wizard, that is, the group of poor people held in the hands of Clement X. When he heard the baron say that there were still 2 priests on the run, his expression became more dangerous. "It's fake," Barras said bluntly. He took the priest Lavigil from the baron and prepared to take him all the way to Paris. To Baron Privet's surprise, the papal envoy did not embarrass him for his presumption. He happily prepared a new carriage for the tolerant bishop, the latest carriage from Orleans. In addition to larger glass windows, more gorgeous interiors and a more solid and spacious carriage, its wheels are inflated rubber. In addition to the body becoming more stable, the horses can also pull the carriage with less effort. The speed of the carriage will be faster. This is a pleasant surprise. At least Barras can finally take a long and comfortable nap in the carriage. While Barras was still napping on the road, Louis was also spending his ordinary and busy day. He had returned to Versailles from Paris. He stayed in Paris to support his daughter and niece. Did you see that even the Duke of Orleans, who always liked freedom, stayed in the Louvre for 50 days? Fortunately, no one dared to try to offend the king. The 4 art academies headed by the Grand Princess, the Grand Duchess, the Dauphin and the Duke of Colonna greatly satisfied the curiosity of the provincials and the vanity of the Parisians. Even if the public exhibition was over, there were still a large number of painters, dancers, and musicians who stayed in Paris. On the one hand, they wanted to wait for an opportunity to rise to the top, and on the other hand, they also wanted to meet their most basic living needs because of Paris and the tourists who flocked to Paris. They could certainly return to their original city, but after seeing Versailles and Paris, how could they be willing to continue to stay in a remote and desolate place? There are beautiful scenery, nobles and opportunities everywhere here. Although few people can get what they want, who can guarantee that they will not be the next Rembrandt? When the Marquis de Louvois came to see the king, Louis XIV was taking a rare moment to admire the gift from the Dauphin, the night watch. Later, he heard from the unfortunate Dutch painter Rembrandt that this was not the original night watch. Although his employers were very dissatisfied with the night watch, they finally took the painting back at a discount. However, their attitude towards the painting was very different from that of the creator. Not only did they cut off the 4 sides of the painting in order to hang it on the designated wall, making the overall balance of the painting, but also because the room was lit and heated by peat fire, a thick layer of black ash accumulated on the painting. Rembrandt was very sad when he heard about this from his friend, so he repainted the night watch, which was a little smaller than the original, but more perfect, because this painting did not need to pursue the satisfaction of the employer, but only needed to achieve the goal of the creator. It was not surprising that the princess took a fancy to it at first sight, and even Louis could not put it down. When the Marquis de Louvois came in, Louis beckoned him to come over and admire the work with him. If someone was not familiar with His Majesty, he might feel uneasy. However, the Marquis de Louvois had been following the king since the Battle of Flanders, so how could he not know that this was the king's way of showing closeness? He hurriedly stepped forward, stood beside the king, and looked at the work carefully. Chapter 302 A Farce, 2. Rembrandt's Night Watch was completed more than 20 years ago. Captain Banningcock, the Dutch archer captain, occasionally saw Rembrandt's portrait of a businessman and his wife, which is the famous portrait of Anslo and his wife. He admired it very much and wanted to ask the painter to paint a portrait of himself and his team members. In the captain's imagination, he should see a huge portrait, in which he and his team members look proud, sitting around a round table in gorgeous clothes, with porcelain plates, silverware and rich food on the table. Everyone is energetic and elegant, of course, most painters at that time did so. But Rembrandt obviously had his own ideas. He placed this group portrait on a stage at night. After hearing an alarm, the archer captain and his team members went out together and took to the streets, surrounded by the people. In this portrait, not only the composition is uncharacteristic, but even the image and light are different from usual. In the center are only the captain and the adjutant, and a little blonde girl snuggling up to the captain. Only these 3 people are bathed in bright light, while the others are hidden in the dark background in the middle and back, perhaps only showing a face, or only a vague outline. Although this narrative method created a grand dramatic effect, it annoyed Captain Cock and his team members, because each of them gave Rembrandt 100 Dutch guilders. That is, they thought that everyone, not just the captain and the adjutant, should occupy the same position in the picture, with the same clear face and body, rather than a blurry mass. Even Captain Cock, who occupied the center, was unhappy because Rembrandt also added an unknown blonde girl to the main position of the picture. Of course, she was the finishing touch, but Captain Cock and his team members obviously did not have such appreciation. They just felt that their money was wasted and almost took Rembrandt to court. This incident greatly damaged Rembrandt's vitality and lost his previous good reputation. From then on, his life became difficult. Therefore, although in the hearts of the Dutch, King Louis XIV of France was a devilish figure, he still traveled a long distance to Paris at the age of 68, hoping to find an opportunity here. But to be honest, even in his dreams, Rembrandt never thought that a poor man like himself, who was not even qualified to enter the Royal Academy of Painting and Sculpture of France, he was not recommended, would be favored by the French crown prince and even introduced to the king. The Sun King, who made the Dutch hate and fear him, was unexpectedly amiable. He not only appreciated Rembrandt's use of color and light, but also invited Rembrandt to join his academy as a professor. Of course, he also gave him the title of court painter. Since Rembrandt was good at depicting group portraits like stage scenes, Rembrandt would take over Lebrun and record the king's banquets and parades, as well as the cultural landscapes of Versailles and Paris. But this is all in the future. The aesthetics of the Marquis de Louvois must be consistent with that of the king. He even commented on Mr. Rembrandt's new night watch appropriately and accurately. The Duke of Orleans beside him laughed undisguisedly while touching the handle of his cane. Even Louis couldn't help but pat the Marquis de Louvois on the shoulder. Even though he knew that the gentleman was complimenting him intentionally, His Majesty the King had to appreciate this deep friendship. Although it was probably because someone recently suggested that the Marquis de Louvois should not inherit his father's position as Minister of War, which made the former so worried. This suggestion may be selfish, but it is not entirely unreasonable, because if an important position is held by a family for too long, it is easy to breed all kinds of ambitions. The most impressive example is Pepin the Short, who ended the Merovingian dynasty. The reason why he was able to become king was because his grandfather, his father, and he himself were all palace ministers of the Merovingian dynasty. England also had such rebellions caused by powerful ministers and nobles, which made the kings vigilant and the ministers puzzled. Of course, the Marquis de Louvois was also very aware of this problem, so he has been more diligent recently. Louis suspected that if he thought the sun was square, then the Marquis de Louvois would immediately try to pass a law, at any time, anywhere, anyone, in any way to express that the sun is round is a blasphemy and crime against the king and France. Louis could only hope that the Marquis de Louvois' current state of stress was only temporary, so that he would not really have to find a new Minister of War. Louis did not intend to change his original idea. It was not that he was too arrogant, but he really did not think that there would be a second Pepin the Dwarf in his court. "You came to see me today," Louis asked as he sat back in his seat. "You shouldn't come to discuss Mr. Rembrandt with me, right?" The Marquis de Louvois hesitated for a moment. He could see that the king was in a good mood today. Since the glorious victory in Holland and Flanders, His Majesty the King has begun to focus on domestic affairs and people's livelihood, and perhaps art. Everyone can feel that His Majesty's tense heartstrings are slowly relaxing. This is a good thing, and it is also what many people have always hoped for. The king should accept the service of thousands of subjects and enjoy himself to the fullest. What's wrong with being like a Puritan? But if he put that matter in front of the king, at least the king would not be able to maintain his good mood today. "Go ahead." Louis noticed the other party's hesitation and asked him to sit down. "If it is something I must know it." "Yes, Your Majesty," said the Marquis de Louvois, and then he saw the Duke of Orleans stretched out his hand. "Wait, brother, do you want me to step aside?" Louis glanced at the Marquis de Louvois. The Duke of Orleans said that this could make an important minister like the Marquis de Louvois hesitate again and again. He must be a key person. He can discuss the evening menu with the king, but sometimes he still has to know how to avoid taboos. "Who is it?" Louis asked simply. "The Duchess of Bouillon." The Marquis de Louvois took a deep breath, and the Duke of Luxembourg. Louis leaned back gently. "You can stay, Philippe." He called the Duke of Orleans' name. "Now you can tell us in detail." If Bishop Barras had arrived in Versailles, he would definitely find the scene in front of him quite familiar. The story also started with a minor character. A greedy woman murdered several people in order to obtain the inheritance of her father and husband. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Even if the deceased father and husband both have a title, a baronet and a knight can still attract some attention in a small town like Privet, but in Paris, they are afraid that they are not even qualified to meet the king. The matter was finally sent to the High Court because the priest who provided the inheritance potion for the woman took out the full power of attorney from the Duchess of Bouillon and the Duke of Luxembourg. That is, they worked for these two big men. They also said that most of the bribes and illegal gains they received from others were taken away by the Duchess of Bouillon and the Duke of Luxembourg, and they were just agents at most. Since Louis took power, the Paris High Court has become his second court. The judges did not dare to go further into this case. The Duke of Bouillon stood against the king in the First and Second Fronde rebellions. Even after the Prince of Condé fled to Spain, his wife and son were warmly welcomed by this group of people in Bordeaux. Although Louis XIV said that he would not hold a past against him, and even the Prince of Condé was sent by him to be the King of Poland, the Duchess of Bouillon has never been qualified to return to Versailles or Paris. No one knows what the King of France thinks. This case is undoubtedly a handle in Louis XIV's hands. With a slight push, he can make the Duchess of Bouillon fall into an abyss that cannot be saved, and even take back the Duke of Bouillon's fiefdom, because the charges in this case are blasphemy against the Holy Spirit and practicing witchcraft. Considering that the bottle of potion is really a masterpiece of a wizard. But the problem is that the other person referred to in this case is the Duke of Luxembourg, François-Henri de Montmorency-Bouteville. Although this man had made great achievements in Louis XIV's army, he was mediocre in the court. There was no other reason, just because he was the non-blood brother of Prince Condé and his closest friend. In the Second Fronde riot, he not only stood on the side of Prince Condé but also fled to Spain with Prince Condé after his defeat, and regarded himself as an enemy of Louis XIV. Louis has always been tolerant of those who have talents, and the Duke of Luxembourg is no exception. However, he always seemed to be unable to accept the fact that Prince Condé returned to Paris, returned to the young Louis XIV, and swore allegiance to him. Even though Prince Condé said that he could become the Duke of Luxembourg with the great help of His Majesty the King, he always maintained a relationship with Louis that could not be said to be distant or close. At least he would never take the initiative to meet the king without being summoned, which was in sharp contrast to General Vauban, who had recently returned to Versailles. This situation was of course noticed by those who cared. Neither the Duke of Luxembourg nor Louis XIV thought it was something unacceptable. The former did not know how to face the king, while the latter was willing to tolerate it. Even if the Duke of Luxembourg did not have any military talent, when the Prince of Condé left France for Poland, the Duke of Enghien and the Duke of Luxembourg were handed over to the king, so Louis should treat him well. However, the estrangement between the Duke of Luxembourg and the king gave some people an opportunity to sow discord. They did not intend to start with the Viscount of Turin, General Vauban or the Duchess of Montpensier, but the Duchess of Bouillon and the Duke of Luxembourg, if they were replaced by a narrow-minded king, might be eager to accept the evidence presented by the Marquis of Louvois and send their former enemies to hell in one fell swoop. Forget about the Duchess of Bouillon, Louis shook his head. Based on what my mother told me, she was a confused person, but how did they get the power of attorney for the Duke of Luxembourg? As a general and a duke, how could such an important document be obtained by someone with ulterior motives? Upon hearing this, the Marquis de Louvois immediately pressed his forehead and said, "Your Majesty, you probably can't imagine such an absurd thing." "My royal ladies, one is a witch and the other is a werewolf," Louis said without raising his head. "Do you think there is anything else I can't accept?" The Marquis de Louvois had hurt even more. It was only after Madame Lavalier took her son to Harlebel that he found out that this shy and gentle royal lady was actually a werewolf and the leader of a werewolf pack. Harlebel was a reward given to her by the king, not because she had served the king for so many years. No, wait, he meant, not just serving in bed. Well, he shouldn't care too much about a royal lady, but when he thought of Queen Teresa telling him these two incredible things with a smile, the Marquis de Louvois thought that maybe the position of Minister of Army was not that important. "You are right, Your Majesty," the Marquis de Louvois said, not knowing whether it was a compliment or a mockery. "Compared to your case, this is really not a big deal." He sorted out his thoughts. "Your Majesty, you know that the Duke of Luxembourg has a secretary named Bonnard." "Oh, I really don't know that," Louis said, and then he saw that the Marquis de Louvois finally couldn't help but glare at him. "Look at Your Majesty," the Duke of Orleans interrupted without losing the opportunity. "How lively, you should be happy." Then he was glared at. Fortunately the royal brothers just wanted to make the Marquis de Louvois less nervous. It was also a hint that His Majesty the King did not intend to take the opportunity to eliminate the remaining forces of the Prince of Condé. "This Mr. Bonnard," said the Marquis de Louvois, "was ordered to deliver an important commission to Bordeaux, so he carried the document from Luxembourg to Bordeaux, but he was unlucky and lost it. He was helpless and went to seek help from a priest." Louis was really surprised. "You mean, he lost the document, and he didn't look for the police or the judge, but went to a priest?" "That's what he did, a devout Christian," the Marquis de Louvois said with a subtle look. "He went to a priest, and the priest told him that if he wanted to get the document back, he had to recite 3 hymns in 3 different churches in 9 days, so he did it. The document was found." The Duke of Orleans asked excitedly. "How is it possible?" said the Marquis de Louvois. "He went to beg the Duchess of Bouillon, and the captain of the Duchess of Bouillon's guard helped him find it from a young girl, but she was unwilling to return the document." Chapter 303 A Farce, 3. "Does she want money?" said the Duke of Orleans. guessing the identity of the girl. "I don't know," Marcus Louvois said with mixed feelings, because he couldn't believe his eyes when he read the interrogation records. How did Mr. Bonnard leave such an important document with the lady? To put it simply, as Count d'Artagnan often encountered, he just happened to meet a messenger of Venus in the tavern. The girls in the tavern, whether she was a maid, the boss's sister or daughter, often did this. This was just a short love story if Mr. Bonnard hadn't forgotten a bag on her bed. It is also possible that the girl stole the documents, but it would have been easy to deal with. A commoner's daughter could be bribed with money, threatened with prison or torture. Not to mention Louvois or d'Artagnan, even Colbert would have hundreds of ways to make her hand over the documents obediently. But when things developed to this point, both the Duchess of Bouillon and Mr. Bonnard became stupid again. They actually went to find the priest again because they felt that they were able to find the documents because the priest prayed devoutly for them. "What's the name of that priest?" Upon hearing this, the Duke of Orleans couldn't help but ask, "Is it St. Francis or St. Peter?" "Don't mention that. The priest is called Lesage, and he has an assistant called Lavoisin. They arrived in Bordeaux not long ago, and with their eloquent tongues, they persuaded a lot of fools and women, and even attracted many powerful people." The Duchess of Bouillon also had mass in their church, the Marquis of Louvois said dryly. In short, the priest performed a lot of rituals for them and told them that he would curse the girl if she insisted on not returning the important document to them. "Is the Duke of Luxembourg being accused of witchcraft related to this?" Louis asked. Although in many cases, priests would also act as wizards, and mass might not necessarily be for blessing and thanksgiving, but once confirmed, it is basically conclusive evidence. "It's not that." Marquis de Louvois paused, because Bonhomme had just brought him a glass of wine. He bowed slightly to the king to express his gratitude, and drank the wine in one gulp. He was indeed thirsty. "If it is this, God, it is nothing, because the priest only cursed the girl to lose her love." This time, even Bonhomme couldn't help showing a slight surprise. This was really rare for Bonhomme. He was the closest person to the king besides the queen mother, the royal wives and the children. It can even be said that he knew some things that even the queen and the queen mother might not know, and he knew everything about the inner palace and the outer court. Except for the time when the king had to enter the other world alone after the assassination in Dunkirk, Bonhomme had never left the king's side. He had seen and heard more than 10,000 mortals, and had long practiced the ability to not stop even if the mountain collapsed in front of him. To put it more bluntly, he was a professional untrained, so, unless he encountered something really funny, others may not notice it, but Louis could feel that Bonhomme's action of taking back the cup for the Marquis de Louvois and his slow pace of walking out of the room were both a little too fast. He believed that his chamberlain must have run outside to laugh. The king and the Duke of Orleans could only laugh and sigh. The Duke of Orleans glanced at his brother and said, "I think I must apologize to you," he said. "I didn't understand why you needed so many schools at that time." The Marquis de Louvois nodded seriously. He was also thinking at that time, forget about boys, why should girls be admitted to school together? But when he thought that his future daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law might be another Duchess of Bouillon, he trembled with fear. This was an idiot who could completely bury the struggle of a surname for hundreds of years in one breath. "So, did the girl lose her love?" asked the Duke of Orleans. "I don't know whether she has lost her love or not," said the Marquis de Louvois woodenly, "but it is true that she has never lacked company in her bed." The Duchess of Bouillon and Bonnard, he continued, both felt deceived, so the priest, Lesage, said that this was because they had met a dangerous witch, a devil who tempted people to fall. He raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, so they took the girl out of the tavern, brought her to the church, and performed a black mass. Now even the Duke of Orleans began to frown. They killed the girl in the church, cut her into pieces and threw them into the river. But compared to spreading rumors, the priests seemed not very good at removing traces and dealing with corpses. They and the barrels containing the body parts were immediately caught by the patrol. Marquis de Louvois said, looking at the king. Louis knew what he meant. Ever since Louis took power, he had set out to change the situation in France that seemed unified but was actually divided. In terms of faith, he took the power to appoint bishops from the Roman Church. In terms of money, he abolished the tax farmer system. In terms of local power, all the soldiers who were injured or retired in the war were sent out by the king, and together with the king's regents, they took over the power and responsibility of local security. If it was just a goose lost or someone owed a debt, they would not care about such things, but if it involved human life, Whether it was suicide, homicide, or an accident, they would compile a list and submit it to Versailles. Especially in Bordeaux, because it was once the base camp of the opposition to the king, the regent was extremely cautious. He should have also figured out the king's intentions, so he detained all the people involved in this matter, except for the Duchess of Bouillon, who is under house arrest in her own castle. So how is the Duke of Luxembourg involved? Louis asked. Although they killed the girl, they still couldn't get the document, so under the instigation of the priest, Mr. Bonnard actually took advantage of the Duke of Luxembourg's trust in him and got a new commission. In addition to the positions and candidates agreed upon by the Duke of Luxembourg and the Duchess of Bouillon, there was a blank between the Duke's signature and the text, and there wrote a few lines on it. This is what you see, and it is also the so-called basis held by the two priests. Louis opened it and took a look. The handwriting is wrong, he said. It's not important whether it's right or not, said the Duke of Orleans. What they want is your attitude. The regent, the police, the judges of the High Court, as long as the king nodded, they would immediately push the Duchess of Bouillon and the Duke of Luxembourg to the trial. The best result for them would be imprisonment for life, and the evidence was irrefutable. Even Louis I of Poland could not say anything. The king could not only take back a dukedom, but also take the opportunity to embezzle Luxembourg. What about the Duke of Luxembourg? Asked the king. The warden of the Bastille had been the chief steward of the Bastille castle for 30 years, but in these 30 years, he had seen fewer dignitaries than he had seen in these few years. Louis XIV was a dictatorial king, and he was young, strong and decisive. The 150,000 standing army ensured that all his enemies were a tragedy, whether they were outside France or inside France. Especially after the king returned triumphantly from Holland and Flanders, the guests of the Bastille became more and more distinguished. Just over a year ago, even the Duke of York from England was a guest here, which made the warden very proud, especially when he heard that some people had compared the Bastille with the Tower of London, although he believed that one day, the Bastille would be more famous than the Tower of London. Just when he was considering whether to raise some small animals in the Bastille, the Tower of London had ravens. A guard ran in and said that a respectable nobleman came to visit him. The warden was surprised and quickly put on his hat and boots and hurried out to greet him. The visitor was in his prime, ugly, and plainly dressed, but when the warden glanced from the window, he saw that he was riding a warhorse worth 1,500 livres. His son was also the king's musketeer. He could estimate it at a glance. The gentleman saw the warden, stood straight, but took off his hat, which was simply adorned with a white feather, like any officer, instead of an exaggerated ostrich feather. He looked at the warden with a cold and stern look, as if he was ready to draw his rapier and give him a chill. When the warden saw the guards making way for him, he almost leaned against the wall. The warden looked at the gentleman. His face gave him a sense of familiarity. He tried to recall where he had seen this man before. He hoped it was not the wanted portrait. But then he remembered. "I'm François-Henri de Montmorency Bouteville," he said. "I'm here to apply for a room from you, sir." 45 years ago, there was also a François-Henri de Montmorency whose name appeared in the streets of Paris. Unfortunately, the reason was not a romantic affair or other trivial matters. People talked about him because after Cardinal, Prime Minister, Richelieu issued the law prohibiting one-on-one duels, he brazenly started a fight to the death with another gentleman, and it was right under the window of Cardinal Richelieu. This behavior, which can be called provocative, of course made Bishop Richelieu furious. He sentenced Count Bouteville to death without hesitation. It is said that the Count went to his death calmly, only worried that his beautiful beard would be cut off in advance because of the need for punishment. No, when his hood fell from his shoulders, his beard stayed on his neck. At that time, our Duke of Luxembourg was still a fetus in his mother's womb, only 6 months old. After he was born, his weak mother gave him to his aunt, the Princess of Condé, to raise. Therefore, the relationship between him and the Prince of Condé is incomparable to that of ordinary brothers and friends. He had to admit that he did want Prince Condé to ascend the throne rather than Louis XIV, but what made him feel even more complicated was that Condé might be another Louis XI, or even Louis IX, but he could never be Louis XIV. At least when it came to exercising the power of a monarch and bearing equal suffering, Condé's performance was far inferior to Louis XIV. Louis XIV seemed to always be able to see very far, very far, very far, places that even they could not imagine. For this, his eyes would not even fall on his feet, let alone the past. Condé said this to the Duke of Luxembourg before he became Louis I, but the Duke of Luxembourg only thought that although Louis XIV's eyes were always looking at a more distant place, would His Majesty kick a small stone away casually when he stepped on it? Now in front of the Sun King was such a small stone, which was full of the smell of conspiracy, but it was too beneficial to the king, the Duke of Luxembourg thought, even if the person who sent this gift had ulterior motives, what harm could it do to the king? He was like a whale with a torn hole, and the king's sharks were swimming around him. As long as the king nodded, they would pounce on him and bite him madly. This feeling of completely entrusting one's fate to the conscience of another person was too painful and tormenting. After learning about this, the Duke of Luxembourg did not flee back to Luxembourg, Bordeaux, Spain or England as the informant thought. He sat in the room and thought for a while, took out the medal and ribbon awarded to him by Louis XIV and placed them on the table, looking at them over and over again. Before dawn, he left Versailles, went to Paris, and knocked on the door of the Bastille. When Louis heard that the Duke of Luxembourg had set off for Paris long before the Marquis de Louvois came to see him with the documents, and then found a room in the Bastille and stayed there quietly, he also felt a little funny. "It seems we have to go," he said. "You're going in person?" asked the Marquis de Louvois. His expression was a little, maybe jealous. If Louis XIV decided to go with the flow and convict the Duke of Luxembourg, the Marquis de Louvois might feel sad, but now Louis decided to go to the Bastille. Of course, he couldn't go to execute the second François-Henri de Montmorency. He could only pardon the Duke of Luxembourg in person. He started to feel jealous again. The Duke of Orleans had to follow him. He liked to watch the fun even when he was still wearing a little skirt. Now it was even worse. But when he arrived at the Bastille, he stayed outside the room with the Marquis de Louvois and the warden. As mentioned before, the warden of the Bastille had decided to defeat the Tower of London, so he also prepared comfortable rooms for those noble prisoners. The Duke of Luxembourg was in one of the rooms, even a small suite. He sat on a chair and stared at the candlelight in a daze. When he saw Louis XIV, he knew that the Prince of Condé had won. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 A Farce 4. Besides Condé, the other winners in this gamble were the Duke of Luxembourg and the Duchess of Bouillon. It was said that she was so worried that she almost collapsed and died in Bordeaux. However, with the king's clear instructions, the judgments of both the Inquisition and the High Court came very quickly. Father Lesage and his accomplice Lavoisin and the reckless Boinard were not even able to return to Paris, but were executed directly in Bordeaux. For this reason, Elalou went to Bordeaux and passed by his former boss and mentor Barras. After passing through several cities in a row, Barras realized that the preferential treatment he received in Marseilles was not the best, and it could even be said that it did not meet the standards for a papal envoy. Whether he was there or not, they were clean, wealthy and orderly, not a gorgeous cover specially shown to them. He keenly realized that although France was still a Catholic country, the influence of the Pope had been reduced to the lowest point. For example, the mayor of Marseilles would frankly admit that he was not qualified to make the entire city run for him. For example, the Baron of Privet could transfer the difficult cases to him, a papal legate, without any scruples. For example, the Huguenots who trekked across half of France with him, he asked the officials and officers who escorted them half puzzled and half questioned. What he meant was, if these were pagans who did not want to convert, did not want to die, and even wanted to escape, then why didn't they just kill these hateful prisoners? These people's answers were different. Some said that they would obey the king's will, some said that these Huguenots would work for France in Orleans, and some said that their beliefs were protected by the Edict of Nantes, and Louis XIV's latest restriction on migration order did not mean that those who violated it would die. These three answers seem similar, but they are different. The first type is the kind of people Barras sees most often. They are ignorant and blindly follow others, but here they blindly follow the king instead of the church. The second type is for profit. The third type is the kind of people the church hates the most. They can think and have enough reason to avoid falling into unnecessary fanaticism. But no matter which one it is, any Roman Red Prince will see it as more hateful than heresy. There is nothing more sinful than saying that you are the most pious believer of God and the most loyal warrior of the church, But you are always thinking about replacing the church, especially when Barras saw even the poorest peasants can live like a master. He felt a strong jealousy. This idea is not surprising, because when a person sacrifices a lot of precious things just to jump to another high branch, many years later, looking back, he finds that the branch he abandoned has become stronger and more lush, and it will breed malicious juice. After all, no one wants his efforts to be in vain. On the contrary, this is human nature and there is nothing wrong with it. But reality will not change because of Barras's curse. He came all the way and saw what people can see in a thriving new world, as if he had left for not 20 years, but 200 years. Even when he approached Paris, he could not recognize the city where he had wasted many years in vain. It was like a crown surrounded by green velvet, and the white marble doors on each avenue were the crown plaques. Every avenue ran through the city of Paris. Of course, people were most enthusiastic about passing through the Queen's Gate because it connected to the Queen's Boulevard, which connected the Louvre and the Bastille Square. As Barras's carriage moved forward, Barras felt as if he had returned to Rome, because Rome had long ago built 3 to 4-story buildings on the streets. They were unified in form and similar in style. People were busy on the smooth roads, and there were glass windows. Please note that this was not a market yet, but there were already many restaurants, clothing stores, jewelry and antique shops, wig and barber shops, etc. The messenger who came to greet him said proudly that after the king rebuilt Paris, he thought it was not reasonable to open markets in only a few places. With the increasing number of visitors to Paris, the concentration of shops would not only increase the pressure on a certain region in vain, but also cause many negative accidents and incidents. Therefore, he issued a special decree that in Paris, Versailles and several nearby cities, people could choose the place they liked to do business without being restricted by blocks and industries. However, the emergence of such demand can only mean one thing, that is, the purchasing power of the French is growing rapidly. Otherwise, even in Paris, there would not be such a situation where shops are everywhere. Why did Paris have fixed markets in the past? Because 1 or 2 markets can meet the needs of all Parisians. Now, several times, even dozens of similar markets have appeared in front of Paris like mushrooms after rain, and every store has customers coming in and out. The restaurant is overcrowded, and even the street vendors are almost overwhelmed. Even if Paris has no financial talent, he knows that France is entering a virtuous circle. When Louis XIV brazenly launched the war against Flanders and the Netherlands, few people were optimistic about him. War is the most expensive. People believe that even if the young king can win a few victories and occupy a few cities, he will eventually go bankrupt because of the bottomless military expenditure. This situation is not uncommon in history. Many kings need several generations to use minerals and taxes to pay off their debts to bankers. Moreover, Barras heard that Louis XIV had to mortgage Fontainebleau to support the war against the Netherlands, and the only thing missing was to mortgage the Louvre. At that time, Barras and the Roman priests had the same idea. They just had to wait quietly for Louis XIV to hang himself. Who knew that Louis XIV would shoulder such a yoke and move forward all the way, with an incomparable luck and courage, and successively took the 2 dazzling gems of Flanders and the Netherlands. Thinking that even Leopold I was waiting for France to collapse on its own, Barras smiled bitterly. If Leopold I knew that he had fallen into such an embarrassing situation, even if he ignored the threats from the Grand Duke of Transylvania and the Ottoman Turks, he would definitely take the lead and strangle the Sun King in the cradle of the strong. But who in this world can predict the future? Not even him. Barras came to Paris. Since the king had returned to Versailles, he decided to stay here for a few days before asking for an audience with His Majesty the King. He didn't know if it was because he was hesitating, like a criminal unwilling to face the victim, or like a sad loser forced to kneel before someone he once despised. He went to the Church of Saint Justin, which was the seat of the Paris Inquisition. When Barras left, he was its owner, and when he came back, he was a guest. He was surprised to find that there were no longer many familiar faces among the priests and monks coming in and out. Presumably, Ilario had cleaned this place after he left. He walked into the church with mixed feelings, and then walked out with boredom. People noticed a black priest with a purple-red belt, a bishop's special one, walking on the street, and they couldn't help but cast curious eyes on him. However, most of them had their own things to do, so they just looked at him a few more times. But Barras saw more than others. He found that there were more women walking on the streets of Paris than in other places. They were not all prostitutes as people imagined. Prostitutes would not have firm steps and sharp eyes like them. Barras also saw a few witches, really witches. They were not dressed in strange shapes, they were not crazy, they were not unkempt, and they only wore a maid's apron over their beautiful skirts. But what kind of person would let a few witches be servants? Barras endured for a long time before asking a priest who passed by. The priest first glanced at his bishop's robes, saluted, and then said, "Sir," he said respectfully, "the ladies you saw are nurses in the King's Hospital." King's Hospital? Barras asked. King's Hospital? This question made the priest look embarrassed. Of course, in theory, his soul belongs to the church but his body belongs to the king. However, for a bishop who should be non-French, this behavior is close to usurpation. The concept of hospital appeared very early. As early as the ancient Roman period, people knew that they should go to the temple to pray for pharmacies and herbs, but at that time, the temple mostly served elders and soldiers. But since the rise of Christianity, believers often take patients with the same faith as themselves back home for treatment, and most of them have been hunted and tortured because of their faith. At that time, the homes of these believers were called hospitals. In 313, after Christianity was legalized by Constantine the Great, there were more and more such shelters. They had many responsibilities, such as caring for and treating patients, and taking in homeless poor people or pilgrims. Gradually, their names changed from shelters to almshouses, and gradually became mainly for taking in poor people, rather than simply treating them. It was not until the 12th and 13th centuries that the term hospital began to appear in these places. However, in Britain, they were still called House of God. In Germany, they were called House of the Holy Spirit, but in France, how did they become House of the King? Barras was the chief judge of the Inquisition. He had a 30-year law enforcement career. How many people who practiced witchcraft or black masses out of fear of illness and death did he see and judge? He knew too well how fragile people's spirits would be when they were weak and in pain, and how easily they could be controlled by others. When those people recovered in the King's Hospital, would they thank God for giving them a good pope, or thank God for giving them a good king? Louis XIV wanted to completely eliminate the influence of the church in France. He could understand Clement X now. He was over 80 years old. Was he going to watch the Roman Church completely lose its glory in France and watch France gain another Pope King? A carriage passed in front of Barras. Barras's bishop's robe and his weird expression of gritting his teeth caused the people in the carriage to look back frequently. It was not until the carriage turned the corner that the man turned around, stroking the handle of his cane, and said thoughtfully, "The bishop looks a little strange. Maybe he is from the province." The Brandenburg Prussian envoy opposite him replied, but he didn't care who his young master saw. "Your Highness," he said, "I seem to have said that in Versailles, only Louis XIV can hold a long cane. I'll remember to leave it in the carriage." Frederick William von Hohenzollern, the eldest son of the Elector of Brandenburg Prussia, reluctantly put down the cane inlaid with a huge sapphire. Ever since the fame of the Sun King spread from Paris to the whole of Europe, his hobbies and habits were quickly imitated. Just like when Spain was still a powerful maritime giant, the courts everywhere were crowded with people. Now France is like a flourishing flower, so people can't wait to dress up and enjoy it. For a young man like Frederick, he would certainly prefer the new fashions of Paris and Versailles. Who doesn't like brilliant colors, smooth fabrics and sparkling gems? He even spent a lot of money to bribe the royal craftsmen of the Sun King to make this cane in imitation of the one that Louis XIV often held in his hand. Even if there was no such rule, he would not be able to take it to Versailles. "Although I know it's not right," Frederick asked, "but you have seen the princess. The princess. How is her appearance and temperament?" The envoy could understand Frederick's feelings. In any case, the prince was at the most young and passionate age, and he would definitely be curious about his future wife, if everything went well. "She is a very respectable lady," the envoy said cautiously. "As for appearance, Your Highness, you should be able to meet her soon, but as far as I know, the Bourbon family all have enviable good looks." "But her mother was a Tudor and her grandmother was a Habsburg," Frederick gestured, making an expression of a big chin. "I'm really worried. You know, even Habsburg princesses, people say that their faces are kissed by angels. I think the angel must have been too hard to make their faces so concave that you can cook in them." "That's really a bit harsh," the envoy had to say. Chapter 305, Frederick and the Grand Princess. As Frederick spoke, he lifted the curtain with the end of his cane and looked out. The changes in Paris were as rapid as a colorful kaleidoscope. Not to mention Barras, who had been away for 20 years. Even the envoy who was still in Paris a year ago could not help but marvel at it. Wasn't it originally a narrow alley? How did it become a clear canal now? It should have been a used clothing store, but now it has become a beautiful and exquisite small theater? It should have been a private house. His servants once stayed here, and now it is a small square. Pigeons fly up and down, and the flying gray feathers make the envoy raise his nose involuntarily. These pigeons. Frederick gave the envoy a look. Not to mention that this is Paris. Even if it is the Louvre, if there are many more plump delicacies, there will still be brave people to catch and eat them. After all, this is not 300 years of material abundance. Pigeons are not only on the menu of the poor, but also on the table of the king. These are the king's pigeons, the envoy said with a smile. He also asked the people around him on purpose when he came here for the first time. In fact, this is no different from the nobles raising peacocks in the courtyard. It's just that Louis XIV put pigeons all over Paris to show his authority to outsiders and to show that the citizens of Paris were at least not forced to break the law by hunger. In addition to these, there are many regulations that are difficult for people from other provinces to get used to, such as carriages and pedestrians must walk on the right, not dump feces and garbage in the Seine and the streets, not damage trees and public facilities, such as canals and fire hydrants, not make noises in public after 12 o'clock in the evening, and hang a dung bag behind the horse's buttocks. Dogs or other animals with owners must be restrained, etc. It is difficult to make such a huge city so orderly and neat, but Louis XIV did it, although the police who were disrespectfully called crows or black dogs, because they wore black uniforms, contributed a lot. I think I must learn the laws here. Frederick said. I'm afraid not. The envoy ruthlessly broke his fantasy. You can't stay here for a long time. Frederick shrugged helplessly. Of course, his most important task in coming to Paris was to meet the Grand Princess of the Duke of Orleans. Maybe she would be his wife in the near future, but the negotiation of this marriage might not start too early. Frederick's father, the Elector of Brandenburg and the Grand Duke of the Duchy of Prussia, was on the side of the Holy Roman Emperor, Leopold I, because no matter how powerful and rich the King of France was, he could not make Prussia a kingdom. So the price given by the Elector of Brandenburg at the beginning was a princess, not his eldest son Frederick, but Louis XIV's meaning was also very clear. He did not need a dispensable princess. He also knew the ambition of the Elector of Brandenburg. The Elector of Brandenburg was completely possible to abandon his daughter directly, as long as Leopold I was willing to recognize him as the King of Prussia. Therefore, the Elector of Brandenburg also hesitated again and again before sending his eldest son Frederick to Paris. His eldest son Frederick was already 17 years old. He seemed to be suave, frivolous and naive, but his ambition was no less than that of his father. He admired and feared the son King Louis XIV, not only on the real battlefield, but also in his political tactics. No one expected that the King of France could persuade the King of England to set a trap for him and arrest William II, the descendant of Orange, and destroy one of his father's great advantages. His father was William II's uncle, and in England, after Charles II promoted William II, he appointed Viscount Turenne, another descendant of Orange, as the Governor-General of the Netherlands. Even Leopold I might not have been able to show such courage and spirit. William I of Orange became king from a minister of the Holy Roman Empire, although it was only one step away. Viscount Turenne had a foundation built by the prestige of his uncle and teacher Prince Maurice among the Dutch people, and with the power and wealth of the Governor-General, it was not impossible for him to go a step further. Didn't you see that William II only had one Utrecht, and he was also called the King of the Netherlands? However, this king has always been bold in employing people. Although people say that on the battlefield, this king is just a spectator sitting in the special box, he can control his competitive spirit and let the generals fight at their own pace. On the other hand, he can maintain trust and understanding for them, provide sufficient protection for the army and support them. There are not many monarchs. Even the former Viscount Turenne failed because he had to obey the inexplicable orders of the old Princess de Condé, the mother of the great Condé. Louis XIV called himself the Sun King, which may be right. He not only shines himself, but also allows the thousands of stars around him to shine. Frederick knew that Leopold I could not do this. No, it was not that he could not do this, but because from the beginning, he almost did not have the conditions. He was not born an emperor. His throne came after all kinds of planning. How could he believe that others would not or could not share his power? Even the Elector of Brandenburg is the same. Although the Prussian Grand Dukes unanimously interpret the surname Hohenzollern as noble, people will never forget that when the Solons were only counts, they once served the Hohenstaufen family, the founder of the Holy Roman Empire. Even Frederick's name comes from the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. They have only been electors for more than 200 years. But the kings of France have never had such troubles. Charlemagne of the Franks was crowned as the Emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo II in 800 AD, which means that the Western Roman Empire, which had been extinct for more than 3 centuries, was restored. Charlemagne is recognized as the heir of Augustus Caesar. Bloodline, prestige, power. Louis XIV is the only monarch Frederick knows who is flawless. So compared to the great princess who has never met, Frederick's restlessness is better for the son King Louis XIV, but everyone thinks it is the first love of the young man, or he would rather others think so. As he stepped onto the steps leading to the Palace of Versailles, he was constantly imagining the appearance of Louis XIV in his mind. There were many portraits of the Sun King circulating in Prussia. Some people deliberately painted him ugly, while others painted him beautiful. Frederick would have preferred to be ugly. If it was the latter's way of beautification, why would Louis XIV have placed a royal lady beside him? He could have just looked at himself in the mirror. When Louis XIV met the Swedish King Charles I, he stood at the end of the steps, in the rectangular square between the green mazes. But Frederick was only the son of a Grand Duke, so the king received him in the Hall of the Victory. Now there are 2 small halls on both sides of the Grand Gallery, just so that people can take care of themselves a little before meeting the king. The attendants looked at the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Brandenburg calmly. Compared with the panting envoy, the young man's face was just a little ruddy. He did not have an unpleasant smell, and he did not look embarrassed and unable to move. Even if he was not as good as Charles I, he was not much worse. The Duke of Orleans was rewarded immediately. After all, these attendants, especially those assigned to envoys and foreign nobles, were almost all his spies. He now truly felt his brother's mood. Even when the attendants said that Frederick was better than Charles I in appearance, he was somewhat unconvinced, until he saw this young man. The appearance of the Hohenzollern family was different from that of the Bourbon family. The Bourbon family had more beautiful faces. Louis XIV could be said to be handsome, and the Duke of Orleans could be called a beauty. What about Frederick? He had extremely thick hair and eyebrows, a pair of bright big eyes, a high and wide nose, thin and long lips, and a chin as wide and plump as his forehead. It was definitely a completely different style. Frederick was not a commoner. He was qualified to look directly at the king. After the salute, he could almost be said to be eager to see Louis XIV's expression. Unlike the picky Duke of Orleans, Louis XIV's first impression of the son of the Grand Duke was not very bad. For Frederick, his impression of the king was probably only Leopold I, William II and his father. William II, for the time being, only had pity for Frederick, while his father was always cold and serious. As for Leopold I, although this emperor was 2 years younger than Louis XIV, he always had an indescribable, exhausted energy, and was even more gloomy and weird than William II. The Louis XIV that Frederick saw was sitting casually in a velvet armchair, talking to the Duke of Orleans with his head tilted. Frederick didn't know if it was because neither he nor the Duke of Orleans had a beard. He looked younger than his actual age, and he didn't look like the father of 2 adult children at all. Although the French admire gorgeous clothes and ornaments, the king only wore a gray-blue velvet coat, white tight trousers, and only a row of diamond pins under his shoulders. He did not wear an exaggerated wig, although wigs have long been popular in various courts. Perhaps because there was no hunting activity today, he only wore a pair of light sheepskin shallow-mouth shoes. How to say it? To Frederick's surprise, Louis XIV did not look like a king at all. This was simply a difficult problem for the young son of the Grand Duke. He tossed and turned at night and couldn't sleep. Fortunately, the envoy's room was not far from him, so he went to ask the old minister sincerely. The envoy did hesitate for a long time. After all, he had an archduke who was always looking forward to becoming a king. "I can't tell you this," he said, "but you can think about it yourself." That is a very simple answer. After Frederick went back and thought for a while, an idea struck his head like thunder. Alice, why was he so stupid? Louis XIV didn't need to look like a king at all. Because he no longer needed anyone to acknowledge that he was a king, he could certainly be relaxed and leisurely like an idle scholar, because before that, he had destroyed all his enemies. If Louis XIV heard Frederick's comments, he would definitely jump up and deny it. At least he never felt that he could be worry-free. In France, there were still witches and Huguenots, as well as the remnants of the Fronde. As for outside France, just like the more scholars understand, the more ignorant they will feel. The more territories a king conquers, the more enemies he will have. Although he got the Netherlands and Flanders, he became a mortal enemy with Spain, Denmark and the Holy Roman Empire. Britain also turned from a friend to an enemy, and there was also the covetous Roman Church. The more prosperous and powerful France is, the sharper and stronger their malice will be. Of course, this is what any kingdom or empire that is about to enter a glorious period must face. Unless France suddenly becomes a country of cowards and fools, its neighbors, enemies and friends can feel at ease and show friendship, but forget it, Louis XIV will never allow this to happen. So he has been trying his best to win more allies. Although the Duke of Orleans believes that it is difficult for the Grand Duke of Brandenburg-Prussia to stand on their side, Louis does not need him to stand on his side. It is enough for him to remain neutral. The Elector of Brandenburg did not even want to remain neutral at the beginning. It was Louis who threatened him through Ludwig I of Poland. Part of Prussia is still in the hands of the Poles. Louis certainly would not embarrass Grand Condé Ludwig I, but if the Grand Duke of Brandenburg insisted on his own opinion, he would also support Ludwig I in expanding the territory for Poland, and the Polish Zlachta would certainly be grateful to him. The Grand Duke of Brandenburg-Prussia should have thought of this problem, so he surrendered. He could even use this to fight back against Leopold I's accountability, because according to tradition and law, a person who accepts the loyalty of a subject must be able to protect those who offer their loyalty to him when necessary. Leopold I was now unable to breathe under the oppression of the Ottoman Turks, let alone helping the Grand Duke of Brandenburg-Prussia to regain his territory in Poland. He even had to show his goodwill to the Polish King Ludwig I to ensure that the Ottoman Turks would not directly enter Vienna. Therefore, the Roman Church was divided into two factions, those who opposed Louis XIV of France, namely Clement X, who considered Louis XIV an enemy of Christ and the Church. If possible, they would call him the second Nero. The other faction was the head of the cardinals, who believed that the enemies of the Church were still pagans, Protestants and Ottoman Turks. No matter what Louis XIV was like, as long as he did not openly establish a new church like Henry VIII, he was worth saving. Of course, the main reason was that they believed that there was no Catholic country in Europe that could compare with France. But Louis also knew that the marriage between the Grand Princess and the Grand Princess made the Roman Church worried, because Sweden and Brandenburg-Prussia were both Protestant countries. If he really let the daughter of Brandenburg-Prussia become the Crown Princess, he would probably have more opponents in the church. It seemed that not only the Crown Prince, but even the future son of the Duke of Orleans could only choose a wife in a Catholic country. Speaking of this, Louis thought of Carlos I of Spain. It was said that he not only miraculously recovered his health, but also had a normal mind. Some people were already regretting that they did not insist on letting the princess marry to Spain. Chapter 306, Frederick and the Princess, 2. The eldest princess had also heard about this matter, but she was no longer the little girl who panicked at the slightest disturbance 2 years ago. Even if someone deliberately whispered to her, she would immediately go to find her father or uncle. Even if the king and the Duke of Orleans would not cut off each other's tongues, they would immediately expel them from the Palace of Versailles. Anyone who was allowed to live in the Palace of Versailles would not be an ordinary noble. Some people once said that they were a little king when they were in their own territory. But when they were really invited out of the room, saw the carriage waiting outside, and the luggage was roughly packed and thrown out, some people even cried loudly. If it was 20 years ago, they would be a little regretful but not unacceptable. But 20 years later, the king's regent, the local judges from the high court, the police system and the garrison had already built a steel-like dragnet for His Majesty. No one and nothing could escape their eyes and constraints. When they returned to their territory, they would at most be more decent than ordinary gentry. It was impossible for them to hold power as before. The eldest princess was ruthless and swift, which made the Brandenburg envoy hesitate. He felt that the French princesses were not as gentle and amiable as he had known before. Who gave you such an illusion? Frederick said in surprise. Her father is the Duke of Orleans, the richest man in France, the king's most trusted brother, and a famous general who has never been defeated. Her uncle is Louis XIV, the Sun King with a standing army of 150,000. Before he was 40, he had conquered a new territory for France that was almost equivalent to 1/3 of the original territory. Even the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I did not dare to confront him directly. Why should she be submissive to a group of villains who should have been under his sway? He smiled. I know a little bit about my father's thoughts, the young lord who was a playboy in the court gossip said with his cane, but the problem is, for an empty promise, we have to deal with such? He pointed out the window. Look at those officers and soldiers, sir. When we and Leopold I were still dealing with the leaders of the mercenaries, the French we saw were proud to join the king's army, and women chased them like butterflies chasing flowers. Look at them. What do you think? The envoy was silent for a while. Romans, your highness. It's the Romans. Frederick watched a line of soldiers walking down the street. They were walking out of a furniture store. One of them was carrying a small wooden horse, one was carrying a beautiful chair, and one was carrying a folding ladder. They lined up on the sidewalk and then walked forward in unison. How beautiful, sir. When I read about Lucullus, Scipio Africanus, Pompey, Antony, Caesar, Octavian, and others in books, my blood seemed to boil. How I wish I could go back 1,000 years and fight side by side with those wise and brave generals. Unfortunately, when I walked into the barracks, what did I see? I saw corruption, depravity, shamelessness, and meanness. The so-called generals bought and sold the lives of soldiers like merchants. Soldiers scrambled to avoid fighting, escape, and surrender. If they left the captain's sight, they would rape and massacre them, even those who hired them. In any place where war breaks out, people will be rallied twice, once as enemies and once as friends. In the Holy Roman Empire, in Brandenburg and Prussia, in Italy, in Hungary or Spain, when someone is talking about looking for a job in the army, everyone around him will feel ashamed. But in France, Louis XIV has 150,000 standing troops, which has shocked all the countries. Now please tell me, if Louis XIV issues an edict to recruit more soldiers, how many people will flock to him? He said calmly, and with the victories in the Netherlands and Flanders, all bankers will be eager to agree to loans from this king, even if he has no collateral. Sir, the army is well funded, the number of troops is large, the weapons and tactics are advanced, there are so many famous generals, and he even opened a military academy. What kind of victory can't he get? But other countries will not turn a blind eye, they will not allow a second Roman Empire to appear. The envoy whispered. I also use this reason to convince my father. Frederick grinned. Sir, the world now is destined not to allow a behemoth like the Roman Empire to appear again, so what will Louis XIV rely on to make France forever, even if not forever, to continue its brilliant life as much as possible? In fact, Louis XIV has already done this. If the marriage with Charles I of Sweden is for the Netherlands and Flanders, and the marriage between the French crown prince and the Portuguese princess is for faith in Spain, then what about his plan to make the Prince of Condé the King of Poland? If he is tolerant, wouldn't it be better to keep a general like Condé by his side? He did it for the Polish Bourbon dynasty. Frederick sighed. The Habsburgs did such a thing, and now it's the Bourbons' turn. I think I understand what you mean, the envoy said, but if you decide to marry the Grand Princess, Leopold I will never allow Prussia to be established. Is Leopold I immortal? Frederick said lightly, with the support of Louis XIV and the dowry of the princess, what does a title matter? As long as Brandenburg Prussia can become a great prince equal to Habsburg Austria, someone will always compromise. He stood up. I think the most important thing for us now is to settle this marriage. He sighed. The princess is not the kind of noble lady who will giggle and be infatuated with me as long as I say some sweet words and give some jewelry. Frederick's distress was also the biggest obstacle for all the suitors of the Grand Princess and even the Grand Princess. Because the Grand Princess had long been determined to become the Queen of Charles I of Sweden, in order to ensure that his daughter would not suffer the tortures that her mother and grandmother had encountered, Louis ordered his ministers and generals to open lectures in the palace. This kind of thing was shocking. At this time, let alone the princesses who either married or entered the monastery, even the second son like the Duke of Orleans would not receive a systematic and profound education. Louis XIV not only did this, but also made the Grand Princess a classmate of the Grand Princess. But now it seems that this kind of education is quite effective, although it has a little counter effect on the eldest princess. The eldest princess first exchanged letters with King Charles I of Sweden, and then lived with him in Paris and Versailles for a period of time. It can be seen that Charles I is very satisfied with this future wife, who can communicate with him in literature, art and even politics as if he can easily communicate with him, and can also ride horses, hunt and swim with him. In other words, as long as she is not an incompetent, stupid, narrow-minded idiot. As a husband, he will certainly like a partner who can walk side by side with him. In the past 2 years, the king found that there was still a little lack of education in the eldest princess, so he and the Duke of Orleans took the children to travel across most of France to broaden their horizons and brighten their minds, so that they would not be trapped in a little setback and unable to break free. At least the children saw that compared with the poor civilians, their worries were not only not worth mentioning, but also easy to solve. The Duke of Orleans even joked while drinking with his brother that he was raising the king and the queen. The king replied that he was right. A princess raised like this is like a beautiful castle. Everyone will be shocked by its magnificence and grandeur, but it is not easy to capture it. The number of gentlemen killed by this noble lady is probably no less than the number of soldiers lost by Louis XIV in the Battle of the Netherlands. Especially now that she has almost nothing to lack: jewelry, status, honor, love. Anyone's courtesy can only be said to be icing on the cake. Forget marriage. Most people who just want to impress the princess and let her say a few good words in front of the Duke of Orleans and the king return empty-handed. Some young people who are not shrewd enough can't even hold a minuet under the calm but clear eyes of the princess or the princess. Frederick knew very well that he had few advantages, but they were very important. One of them was that he was the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Brandenburg, Prussia, and was destined to inherit everything from his father. The second one. He stood up, straightened his clothes and put on his hat under the envoy's puzzled gaze. "Please do as you please today, sir," he said. "I have an appointment with the princess." The envoy suddenly opened his mouth. "Wait? Who?" He looked at Frederick with disbelief. Today, Frederick's clothes were not as good as his usual dress in Brandenburg. It could even be said that he was a little shabby. His dark brown coat had only some embroidery on the edge, and the buttons were light yellow amber. Under his tight pants were black combat boots that reached his knees. A musket and a dagger were hung on his calfskin belt. Only the diamond pin on his hat and the white lace collar on his coat barely matched his social class. Frederick said nothing more, walked out the door, mounted his beloved gray horse, and waved his hat to the envoy before leaving. He rode through 2 streets and entered the market. As his horse's hooves clattered past people, he looked at everything on the street curiously, like any young noble who was tired of hunting and playing cards. Some people nodded, saluted, or bowed to him politely, but no one recognized him. He was basking in the sun, smiling. A shopkeeper couldn't help shouting, "Handsome sir." He asked, "God bless you, have you encountered any good thing?" "Yes," Frederick replied, "there is a great thing waiting for me." This is also different from Brandenburg, Vienna and other places. The people of Paris and Versailles do not seem to have much resentment towards the nobles, but this has only happened in the past 20 years, mainly because the most vicious and mean nobles had been cleared out after Richelieu, Mazarin and the 2 Fronde riots. I'm not saying here that these 2 bishops were good people, it's just that the greedy hyenas met the cruel lions. When Louis XIV came to power, the old people headed by Fouquet were cut by the king. When the war against the Netherlands and Flanders was over, a large number of new nobles appeared in the army. They were just like the robed nobles at the beginning. They were promoted by the king to transcend the original class and must have formed their own system. Because they were just craftsmen and farmers before, they did not immediately forget their relatives and friends around them. It is strange that when there were only nobles and commoners, the conflicts in France became more and more intense. But since the emergence of the middle class of military nobility, from officers to suppliers, it seems that there is a buffer between the highest class and the lowest class. Although commoners still mock the incompetence of nobles and tell jokes about them in taverns and churches, there are very few people who really want to take up crude weapons, set fires and rob everywhere, and build fortifications and fortresses with carriages and straw bales. If Louis XIV knew Frederick's thoughts, he would tell him that the nobles and clergy always regarded the common people as ignorant animals, but as an Oriental philosopher said, if you treat a person as a prisoner and abuse him, he will hurt you like a dangerous sinner, but if you are willing to treat him like a friend, he will repay you with his life. The French people don't want much. Now they can feed each family, have a house to shelter from the wind and rain, and change their class by joining the army and school. They can see hope while ensuring survival, and they are willing to die for the king and France. Looking at the scene on the street, people, horses, and carriages come and go bustlingly. There are lords, judges, officers, and civilians. Who would have thought that 20 years ago, If people who were slightly more luxurious walked on the street without attendants and servants, they would be honored to be bathed by the feces, dead cats and dogs thrown by the poor. Several vendors came over and raised their baskets to Frederick, selling him biscuits, nuts or candied fruits, embroidered handkerchiefs, small toys and other odds and ends. Frederick exchanged a large crown for a bunch of red and white hibiscus flowers, which he prepared to give to the princess. Like Frederick, the princess today was also described as quite simple, of course, only compared with her clothes at the banquets and dances at the Palace of Versailles. But Frederick said that the princess, who was only wearing a milky white dress and sitting quietly by the fountain like the hibiscus flowers in his hand, made his heart beat. Chapter 307, Frederick and the Princess, 3. Apart from 2 or 3 rings and brooches, the only jewels the princess wore today were a string of pearls around her neck. But even this string of expensive pearls made people consciously stay away from her. Before the emergence of cultured pearls, all pearls were naturally generated. Since they were naturally generated, they were bound to have flaws, distortions or deformities. For example, the Baroque style that has been rising in architecture and decoration recently originally meant deformed pearls, because it did not meet the aesthetic requirements of absolute symmetry and unity advocated by classicists. The pearl necklace that the princess was wearing was as big as her little finger and had a similar diameter. It was smooth and flawless. However, compared to pearls, the girl's skin was thinner and more delicate, and one could even see the blue veins under her skin. Frederick stood for a while and then walked forward. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, Your Highness. I'm a little early," the princess said nonchalantly. "I felt very comfortable walking all the way from the Louvre to here this morning." She put away the book on her knees, and Frederick quickly took it for her. He glanced at the cover and found that it was the Latin version of 10 books on architecture written by the ancient Roman architect Vitruvius. When he held it in his hand, he could feel that there were hard bookmarks in the book, and there were more than one. He was moved. If it was any other noble lady, he would definitely ask her when she became interested in such boring things. But in front of the princess, he had to be much more cautious. "By the way," the eldest princess said, "Your Highness, wait, can you call me Ms. Mary?" Of course, Frederick immediately understood what the eldest princess meant. "Then you can also call me Mr. William." The eldest princess smiled and said, "Of course." Although the king entrusted the task of building 4 art academies to his and his brother's 4 children, not many people in the outside world knew about this matter, and those who knew about it knew how to keep silent, and would not take this opportunity to flock to flatter them. The king intended to use this matter to let the princes and princesses put what they learned from books into practice, not to ask you to take over. Therefore, not only the eldest princess, the crown prince, and the Duke of Colonna, all addressed him as Mr. and Ms. on the construction side and in the office. People who were not aware of the situation only knew that they were of prominent origins, but they did not know how prominent they were. They also suffered a small loss because of this, but they soon recovered it, and there was interest. After all, the king and the Duke of Orleans stood behind them. From then on, at least no one dared to perfunctorily deceive them in public. As for secretly, even my uncle couldn't avoid this situation. The princess said. Frederick swore that he was really surprised. "But your uncle? It was the Sun King. Except God, no one can control people's hearts." The princess said, "Everyone has his own ideas, even the lowest level workers. A big crown can make some people feel terrified, some people feel grateful, and some people feel resentful." This is what she realized after she walked out of the palace. So in many cases, we can only guarantee that most of the time, most people benefit. Then what about those who can never feel satisfied? Then it depends on God's will. The princess said. Frederick smiled. He saw that there were always people in black coats around them. I guess God must have many servants who are willing to do things for him. There is no doubt about it. The eldest princess said with a smile. The drama academy was not far from the square where they agreed. They only walked for more than 10 minutes before Frederick saw a huge building standing beside a small square, but that was not the drama academy, it was the Paris Opera House. It used to be a smelly fish market and tanning workshop. Later, because of the rectification of Paris, all of these were moved downstream, leaving a large area here. When Louis XIV ordered this place to be retained, people thought that the king intended to build a new palace. Unexpectedly, a magnificent building was indeed built on the spot, but it did not belong only to the king, it belonged to the entire Paris and even the people of France. In fact, The drama of this era can be said to be a combination of all artistic expressions such as sculpture, music, painting and ballet. When Louis XIV handed over the Drama Academy to the Grand Duchess, it could be said that he was quite partial, but it was exactly what the Grand Duchess needed at the time. The Drama Academy required the most coordination and negotiation work, and involved the most people and things. The Grand Duchess was able to take such decisive measures when dealing with rumors about Carlos II and her, which was not unrelated to her training during this period. The Drama Academy was on one side of the Opera House. It once belonged to the Duke of Bouillon, but because the Duke of Bouillon stood on the opposite side of the king during the Fronde riots, until today, the Duchess of Bouillon has not been allowed to return to Paris or Versailles, so Colbert bought it at an extremely favorable price. This building is an authentic classical building. There is an exquisite light pavilion in the middle of the completely symmetrical building. The light pavilion runs through the top and bottom. The sunlight can be projected from the top glass to the center of the bottom hall, illuminating the marble statues of the sun god and the 9 muses. The halls on the left and right sides have glass windows on one side and niches on the other. The strange thing is that there is only one statue inside. Although he looks like a Roman in his attire. Is this Mr. Molière? Frederick asked in surprise. The eldest princess smiled. Yes, it is a special permission from my uncle. There are a total of 24 niches here. Anyone who has made outstanding contributions to French drama can have a statue. Frederick noticed the 3 words France. That's not surprising, he exclaimed. They will go completely crazy. When he saw the Dutch painter Rembrandt in the French court, he was still surprised how a Dutchman could willingly serve Louis XIV. Now it seems that this is such a wise choice. Until now, painters, sculptors and musicians are still just lowly craftsmen in the eyes of dignitaries. The most glorious among them is to enter the court and work for the king. If they knew that as long as you have talent and ability, you can not only get a lot of Louis d'Or in Paris, but also be appreciated by nobles, and show your talent to your heart's content, you can even pass on your name and statue 200 years later. Looking at the row of golden letters under the statue of Molière, Frederick could see a pair of red eyes that were jealous. Mr. Molière still insists on hiding his ashes in the statue after his death. The princess said helplessly, but this is absolutely not allowed. This is not a cemetery or a church, so Mr. Molière changed his mind and decided to use his skull as a prop, the one held by the prince in Hamlet. This reminds me of Florence. Frederick said. Uncle does intend to recreate the glory of the Renaissance in Paris. The princess said as a matter of course. If others, even the current Grand Duke of Tuscany, said this, people would think he was dreaming, but for Louis XIV, it was a goal that could be achieved step by step. Frederick felt that Leopold would be happy to hear this. Although he would be very uncomfortable, it was better for the Sun King to be devoted to art than to the military. Even Frederick had to admit that he felt a little relieved. At this time, Molière, Racine and Corneille all came out to welcome the arrival of the Grand Princess. Corneille was already over 70 years old. He had changed from a lawyer to a drama writer. People thought he was crazy. Only he knew that he lived a dream life every day. He had no worries about food and clothing. He wrote plays, watched plays, communicated with his colleagues, and even secretly fought against each other. It became an interesting thing. It might also be because the king strictly prohibited them from using 2 despicable means. His most important thing now was to complete a long and epic work that no longer used the Trinity system, that is, the story of the famous 5 good emperors of Rome. He hoped to use this to allow himself to occupy a place in the temple, what they called those niches. Molière, needless to say, although there was already a statue of him in the niche, he was still working tirelessly on a new play about a libertine. In fact, he wanted to write an opera praising his merits. However, since Louis XIV had seen a short play of the same form and content, he was strictly prohibited from continuing to create similar works. Excessive flattery would only embarrass him, extremely embarrassed. As for Racine, he was born in 39, so he was not so anxious. He was recently creating a tragedy based on ancient Greek mythology, hoping to perform it for the king in the theater of the Palace of Versailles. But today the 3 of them came together, not for any of their works, but for La Fontaine. La Fontaine was also an interesting person. Like Corneille, he was once a lawyer of the High Court, but he loved writing and was not passionate about the legal profession. He returned to the countryside during the first Fronde riot, hoping to live a quiet life. Unfortunately, he lacked talent in investment and business, and soon went bankrupt and had to return to Paris to look for opportunities. Well, he found Fouquet. Fouquet was quite good to La Fontaine, but the problem was that before he could repay his benefactor, Fouquet became a prisoner of the king. So Mr. La Fontaine, with a chivalrous spirit, resolutely wrote a heartfelt letter of appeal and sent it to the Louvre. He didn't know that his letter of appeal was not even sent to the king, but was classified as a useless document by Bonhomme and thrown into the blazing furnace with those scattered letters of appeal. La Fontaine didn't know about this, but he was scared after sending the letter. He dreamed that he was beheaded by the king, so he fled all the way back to the countryside. When the king took power, he had no food or clothing, so he returned to Paris. This time he was smart and only hung out in art salons and theaters. He was talented, and soon he was noticed by Molière, and then Racine became his friend. The final turning point came when the eldest princess was 5 or 6 years old. The king wanted some stories for children to read. They had to be simple, appealing, and easy to understand. La Fontaine had written several fables in the countryside before, because even priests and gentry in the countryside could not master many words. If they were too difficult to understand, he would lose his only market. Hearing about this opportunity, La Fontaine did not hesitate to present the 3 volumes of fables he had written, and after getting the king's approval, he vowed that he would continue to write until his death. La Fontaine came to the Drama Academy today because the Drama Academy needed his fables to practice what students learned in the course and for exams. After all, it was too unreasonable to ask students to use 4 or 5 hours of performances to complete homework or exams again and again. This kind of scene usually only appears at the end of year exams. The princess had a very good impression of La Fontaine. His fables were her bedtime stories every night. When she saw him, she thought of her powerful father, who would sing lullabies and tell stories to her every night, and quietly leave the bedroom after she fell asleep. She couldn't help but feel tender in her heart. She kindly asked them to get up and watched a few short performances with everyone. The Drama Academy was established not long ago, but these students were already very good at it. Even the princess and Frederick beside her were very interested in watching it. But don't do the narration at the end, the princess pointed out after watching it. It's better to let people think for themselves than to stuff heavy truths into their heads. La Fontaine leaned over and said yes. He originally added what he wanted to express after each story, and after the performance, a narrator would read it out. Perform the last story again, as I said, without the narration at the end. The princess said, and then the people wearing animal masks walked onto the stage again. Although Frederick's eyes were focused on the stage, his mind was on the princess. At first, he thought that the king's appointment of the princess and others as the director of the Academy of Arts was just a nominal title, just a game, and that someone else was really doing the work. He didn't expect that the princess could really make suggestions, and others were willing to follow them. Moreover, this suggestion was not aimless. After the narration was cancelled, the whole play became complete and just right. It did feel superfluous. The audience were all experienced playwrights, and of course they would not miss this subtle but obvious change. There was a burst of compliments. La Fontaine also said that he would delete all these reasons when he returned. The princess hurriedly stopped him, because publications are different from dramas, and some people with insufficient imagination may not be able to fully understand the author's intentions. She was busy discussing with these playwrights and even forgot that she had a guest with her. Frederick didn't mind at all. He just felt that he had opened a jewelry box. He thought that this jeweled box was enough for him to cherish, but who knew that there were many treasures hidden in it that needed to be explored to see. Chapter 308 Frederick and the Princess, 4. It was not surprising that Frederick had such a strong curiosity and a feeling that was infinitely close to affection for the princess. The princess was beautiful, but as the son of the Grand Duke of Brandenburg Prussia, Frederick had seen many beauties, and there were also several who were more beautiful than the princess. But the princess had something that most women of this era did not have, that is, confidence and love for herself, which we often see in men, but it is rare in women. In the era of Louis XIV, women were regarded as pseudo-adults with mature bodies but incomplete minds. They had to make sacrifices at all times and become a wife or a mother to be regarded as complete, or they had to devote themselves to God, but this could also be understood as a marriage. The nuns were the brides of Christ, and they served God like a wife serving her husband, and they had to ensure their piety, chastity and willingness to live in poverty. Of course, we know that women's ambition and desire are not inferior to any gentleman. Not to mention the Mancinis, The Queen Mothers and the Queens. Let's talk about the Duchess of Longueville. She constantly instigated her brother to compete with Louis XIV for the throne, and even sacrificed her husband and lover. Was it just because she was tired of embroidery and childbirth? At first, Frederick also thought that Louis XIV's princesses and princesses were also such people. The Sun King educated and guided them. Like some cunning monarchs, they married off not a daughter, but a spy. Sometimes they did the same to their sons. By manipulating their husbands and wives, their families could get rich benefits and even annex another country. This was not uncommon in European history. But as he gradually got to know the princess, Frederick realized that Louis XIV's expectations for his daughter and niece might be more than that. In a world where men still hold almost all the power and say, he actually intended to let them occupy a place in the Palace of Victory. Frederick could imagine that once he married the princess, she would undoubtedly take over part of the power of the Grand Duke, or the King of Prussia. She would not obediently stay in the inner palace and make a living by giving birth in love. Are you afraid? Perhaps, not only Frederick, but also the Brandenburg envoys, went through 3 painful stages: disapproval, approval, disapproval. At first, he disapproved of the marriage, just like the Elector of Brandenburg. They could not anger the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I. Later, he chose to approve it because he saw how the King of France doted on his niece and learned about the dowry of the Grand Princess. The dowry of the Grand Princess might be 800,000 to 1,000,000 livres, which was much better than that of a princess. Moreover, the Duke of Orleans intended to give her a piece of foreign territory, outside France. She might also have an army. These were a timely help for Brandenburg Prussia, which was bound to expand outward. In addition, as Frederick said, sometimes, if others don't give you something, you can ask for it yourself. But why did he disapprove in the end? It was still the same problem. The Grand Princess was not the kind of queen that the people of Brandenburg Prussia expected. To see how much a country would reject and hate a queen from a foreign country, one only needs to look at Louis XIV's mother and wife. They did not even allow the king and queen to have a sincere relationship. If the king was unwilling to accept a royal lady and had an illegitimate child with her, they could spread rumors that the king had fertility problems, and thus doubt whether the legitimate child of the queen and the king was of pure blood. Don't laugh. Louis XIV was not the kind of king who was keen on women. He preferred hunting and playing cards with gentlemen. So the rumors that the king might prefer same-sex partners spread like wildfire, and Louis XIV had to find a royal lady first, and then he had sex with the queen, and had Louis XIV and the Duke of Orleans. Even so, before and after Louis ascended the throne, there were still rumors that Louis XIV had his own biological father. This was still based on the premise that the Queen Mother and the Queen rarely interfered in government affairs. Once the Grand Princess married to Brandenburg Prussia, she would definitely become the king's think tank, or minister in skirts. The nobles could tolerate a royal lady of their country signing the king's documents, but they would not tolerate the queen's meddling in their affairs. Even God could not predict what terrible conflicts would arise at that time, especially since the Grand Princess was deeply favored by the King of France and the Duke of Orleans. This was a double-edged sword. When Brandenburg Prussia needed support, everyone would cheer for her, but if the Grand Princess was insulted or even hurt in Brandenburg, then this might become the best excuse for the King of France to go to war with Brandenburg. You know, the envoy reminded worriedly, if your marriage is concluded, you have such a strong wife, you may not be so happy in many ways. Frederick had been in Paris for several months. In addition to going out with the Grand Princess from time to time, he and the Grand Princess would sometimes go to each other as Mr. William. They exchanged letters in the name of Ms. Mary, discussing some things they encountered or their impressions of certain books. Unlike the dates he had had before, Frederick felt like he was studying in another open university, busy, trivial and heavy, but with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Compared with the balls, dinners, shopping or gambling that Frederick was accustomed to, being with the princess was certainly much more difficult, especially after he realized that if he and the princess became husband and wife, this situation would become the norm. Frederick would not like it, or it would be unbearable, but as the future Grand Duke of Brandenburg Prussia, more likely to be the king, he was happy with it. He admitted that there was a cowardly and hedonistic part in his nature, and it was precisely because he knew that he had such weaknesses that he needed a wife like the princess. In addition, he added, "Sir, I think we have all overlooked one thing." The young son of the Grand Duke stroked his chin. He grew a little beard when he was in Prussia, but shaved it all off after arriving in Paris. After all, The French all look up to their king and don't grow beards. My marriage with a grand princess has not been finalized yet. Besides you, is there any other suitable candidate? The envoy said disapprovingly. Yes, Frederick remembered some rumors he had heard, for example, Carlos II. How is it possible? Shouted the Archbishop of Toledo. It's really impossible, Juan Patino said. Due to external pressure, Don Juan José, the illegitimate son of the late King Philip IV, had to perform a love drama with Carlos II's mother, Queen Mother Maria, who had been expelled by him. Although Juan Patino was a subordinate of Duke Don Juan, no one could deny his loyalty to Spain and Carlos II. So after a period of tug-of-war, he was promoted to Minister of the Navy after returning from Paris. Needless to say, how important this position is in the Spanish court. At the same time, he is also responsible for diplomatic affairs and can be said to be half a prime minister. Now this half prime minister is almost overwhelmed, perhaps because he sees that France seems to be satisfied after swallowing Flanders and the Netherlands, or because the Holy Roman Empire is also busy dealing with the Ottoman Turks, and the British are also busy dealing with the Roman Church and Louis XIV, who has once again turned from an ally to an enemy. There have been waves of trouble between Duke Don Juan and Queen Mother Maria. There have been several times when their musketeers and guards directly fought in the streets, causing panic. If this is just a relapse, then Juan is also exhausted by their King Carlos II. As we all know, the evil consequences brought by the excessive concentration of Habsburg blood all fell on Carlos II. He is not even as good as Alfonso VI of Portugal. Alfonso VI is only physically disabled, but his mind is still clear, while Carlos II is just a beast who can only shout and roar. Juan Patino succumbed to an illegitimate child because he had tasted the bitterness of failure from this king again and again. He seemed to be always immersed in another world, perhaps hell, unable to understand others' meanings, and unable to be understood by others. Juan knew very early that Carlos II could not fulfill his obligations and use his power. But this situation suddenly changed. One day, of course, this involved the darkest and most evil things in the world. Before Juan and those who would inevitably oppose knew it, Carlos II was drunk with a potion made by the devil's servants. Duke Don Juan and Queen Mother Maria did not think they were wrong. It is said that this potion can prolong the life of a terminally ill person and make him like a strong young man. Considering the marriage contract that Carlos II had made not long ago, they may have planned that as soon as the Habsburg princess turned 12, they would ask her to have sex with Carlos II. Maybe they would have a healthy son? Juan did not deny that he had such thoughts. After all, they had been increasingly worried in the past few years. Carlos II was the last of the Spanish Habsburgs. If he died without his own children, then the son born to his sister would be eligible to inherit the Spanish throne. Given that both sons born to Leopold I of Spain by Margaret had died, the most likely candidate would be Louis the Younger, born to King Louis XIV of France by her sister. The thought of a Bourbon becoming the co-lord of France and Spain would terrify all countries. In this way, Louis XIV would be able to obtain a territory larger than Flanders and the Netherlands combined, and a longer coastline without a single soldier. His crown prince also married the daughter of the King of Portugal, although the princess would swear to give up her right to inherit Portugal before the marriage. But didn't Queen Teresa of Louis XIV swear? No? With such threats, even the Archbishop of Toledo had to swallow his anger under the orders of Duke Don Juan and Queen Mother Maria, not to mention others. Fortunately, God bless, their king is indeed recovering, and the doctor said after the examination that the king's 4 body fluids have been balanced, especially the precious yellow bile, which means that the king's masculinity is increasing. The king's personal attendant also said that the testicles that have been empty since the king was born have become heavier. This is good news for all Spaniards. In view of the fact that Carlos II is already 13 years old, some people also suggested that several suitable ladies should be arranged to accompany the king. Queen Mother Maria and Duke Don Juan rarely maintained a consensus. They refused such a request, even if it aroused people's suspicion. Only Juan Patino and the Archbishop of Toledo knew why they did this, because Carlos II recovered not only his body, his consciousness finally returned to this body after 13 years. Although Carlos II recovered his consciousness, he spent the previous 13 years in a daze, so he was like a newborn baby. He was interested in everything, would try enthusiastically, and would imitate people's words and actions. He might be ignored at the beginning, But soon there were loyal servants who reported to the Archbishop of Toledo and the Minister of the Navy Patino. One of them was a supporter of the Queen Mother, and the other was a supporter of the Duke of Don Juan, but the strange thing was that they were more loyal to the king. They certainly hoped that the king could make up for the missing 13 years as soon as possible, but both Queen Mother Maria and Duke of Don Juan maintained an indifferent and ambiguous attitude. They didn't want Carlos II to have his own ideas at all, because then the power in their hands would be taken away by the king. Although the Archbishop of Toledo and Juan Patino tried to persuade him again and again, the two not-so-smart superiors were quite determined because of their own interests. The Archbishop of Toledo and Patino had to do some things secretly, such as one sent his niece to be the king's maid. His niece was a smart and knowledgeable girl, and the Archbishop sent his 10-year-old disciple. He was of humble origins, the son of a church gardener, and it was for this reason that he was kept by the king. However, the fact that he could become the Archbishop's disciple meant that he was destined to be gifted. With his company, Carlos II was infinitely close to a normal person. But even if Carlos II could become a healthy person, it would be impossible to deny the previous engagement with the Habsburg princess and renegotiate with France. Moreover, if Carlos had no problems, the Duke of Orleans' daughter would not be so qualified. Chapter 309, Bishop Barras's audience with King Louis XIV of France. Barras did not wait too long. After all, he was still the Pope's envoy. On the surface, Louis XIV of France was still a very devout believer. Didn't you see that he only paraded in Rome but did not invite the Pope at that time to live in Paris or Alvernon? However, unlike the King Frederick had seen, Barras met the king in the splendid and solemn Jupiter Hall. In this hall, almost everyone who is qualified to have a room in Versailles was there. Even Madame de Montespan, who had just given birth to the king's third son, insisted on coming to the scene. She was dressed extravagantly and had heavy makeup. She leaned against the king's throne. From time to time, she gently opened the fan in her hand, and then quickly closed it, sometimes against her chin, and sometimes against her chest. She tried her best to show that she was safe and sound, but the more she did so, the more strange it was to those who knew her. The person who is closer to the king than Madame Montespan is the Duke of Orleans. Today, he is wearing a crimson gold-woven jacquard coat, decorated with ribbons and gems. However, he is not as dazzling as his royal brother today. Louis XIV is wearing a quilted royal blue velvet robe. The quilting lines on the robe are all silver lines, and each intersection is adorned with a round pearl that any lady cannot refuse. Before the new diamond cutting method came out, in the hearts of European nobles, pearls were the champion of the jewelry rankings. After all, it is too difficult to get a perfect round pearl. When Columbus went to sea to find the New World, the Queen of Castile at that time specifically asked him to bring back pearls. But after Louis ordered jewelry craftsmen to develop a new diamond cutting method that allowed diamonds to emit a brilliance comparable to that of the stars, diamonds also became the target of people's pursuit. Then around each pearl, there is a circle of tiny diamonds. The fire of the diamonds and the soft light of the pearls complement each other, making the king look like a mortal god. Louis XIV did not wear more jewelry, but only a brooch on his scarf, but this brooch was inlaid with a diamond as big as an apricot. Barras had to admit that he was full of jealousy and regret. He did not hesitate to abandon his duties and obligations, because Louis XIV at that time was just a poor guy who would be driven out of the Louvre and even Paris by a mob wielding pitchforks and sticks. People first thought that Gaston, Duke of Orleans at that time, would become the King of France, and later that it would be the Grand Condé who had made great military achievements. No one thought, except the Queen Mother and Bishop Mazarin, that this underage boy would step up step by step, not only trampled on Gaston and the Grand Condé who were once enemies, but also defeated the Spaniards, Austrians and Dutch, and marched to Rome, making the whole church tremble. Not to mention that the power of the surface world cannot affect the inner world, no matter how arrogant the wizards and monks are, as long as they still rely on and communicate with the outside world, they cannot ignore such a powerful ruler, although they have magic and talents that mortals cannot reach. If wizards, vampires and werewolves can fight against humans, it would not be them who retreated to the inner world, but mortals. Barras did not expect that he would still kneel to the King of France. What he did not expect was that he would salute Louis XIV, a fatherless child whom he had abandoned and despised. When he bent down deeply, even though his face was expressionless and he muttered beautiful words, Louis could still guess what he was thinking. Just like any gambler who lost the bet, Barras would not repent for his greed and viciousness. but would only hate Louis and Philip for not dying. Of course, if it was Gaston sitting here today, Paris would be treated better. After all, it was this ambitious guy who colluded with the Roman Church. Just a few days ago, Madame de Montespan wanted to ask the papal legate to baptize her newborn son, but this request was rejected. The person who baptizes a newborn will have an inseparable bond with the newborn, which Louis had reminded the king of long ago, so each of Louis' children was baptized by Cardinal Mazarin. Louis could guarantee that he could keep a firm hold on this timid cardinal who loved food and Louis d'Or, but Paris? Even if Louis was the one to baptize him, Louis would not let him get close to his children. "You know, madam," Louis said to his royal wife in a friendly manner, "I am not completely ignorant of your origins. You have shown me your power, and I will naturally trace it back to the source." He paused, because Madame de Montespan had immediately thrown herself at his feet. "Please forgive me, please protect me," she shouted with disheveled hair and pale face, although Louis knew very well that no one could compare with Madame de Montespan in terms of selfishness and cruelty. When she was only 7 years old, she was determined to stab her biological father in the heart. But in the same way, when Madame de Montespan wanted to ask for someone's love and forgiveness, she was also sincere to the extreme. This act of exposing the belly like a beautiful and ferocious beast in submission can melt the hardest stone. Louis once wondered how his royal physician Varro Vesalius could be willing to forgive his eldest daughter, and how the Duke of Mortimer could consider her like a real father. Now he finally understood, because he was also hesitating. "Stand up, madam," he said, "since I didn't let a judge try you, and your room is in Versailles, not in the Bastille," he said meaningfully, "you should understand that I will not punish you for your previous deception." "A plant sprouts roots in the wrong place," said Madame Montespan, "but it will certainly face the sun. Your Majesty, I have blossomed and borne fruit for you. So I can tolerate you, accept you," Louis said. "In fact, this is very unfair to another person. She is being punished, while you are still at large." Madame de Montespan held the hem of her skirt tightly. She knew who the king was referring to, and she had to do it. Marie Mancini held a special position in the king's heart. Unless she made a big mistake that could not be forgiven, even if it was just a little bit, she would not be able to get the king's attention. Although she was regretting it now, she should not be so impatient. No, it should be said that she was wrong about her husband, because he was working for the Marquis of Louvois, and his death was likely to be investigated in depth. Others did not know that her father, Varro Vesalius, only needed to take a look to know that he was poisoned by the wizard. What she could not have imagined was that her mastermind, Clement X, had actually lost control of Rome, and the head of the cardinals not only disapproved of his actions, but even opposed them, so he sent Madame d'Arbine, which immediately revealed her last fig leaf. She did not have much to rely on now, except for her children, her 2 fathers, and the power that belonged to Clement X. "Then please tell me, what role did Paris play in this conspiracy?" Louis asked. Him. Madame Montespan could hardly hide her contempt. "You know the Isle of Giu?" Louis nodded. The Isle of Giu and the Isle of Gala were separated by Italy and faced each other from afar. She continued, "The monks of the Roman Church are not all from the other world." Louis also knew this, because Paris took his people with him when he left, so Eulalius was able to take over the power of the Paris Inquisition quickly and easily. Later, he brought many of his clansmen from the Isle of Gala to fill the gap left by Paris. He sold the Isle of Giu to Clement X, the whole one. Said Madame Montespan. "Sold to Clement X." Louis pondered, "Is that what I thought it meant?" "Obviously, Clement X has the same idea as you. If it was Charles I or Leopold I, although they knew the existence of the other world, they would not allow wizards to appear outside the veil. Wizards have been silent in the shadows for hundreds of years since Merlin. It can be said that if it weren't for Louis XIV, who had no faith and no scruples, this situation might have continued until mortal science could defeat wizards' magic. But Louis XIV's indulgence and use of wizards not only stimulated the kings, but also stimulated the Roman priests. When it comes to the use of wizards, Louis XIV is not as skilled as them. With the help of the Mancini family, Louis XIV had already obtained Gala, and other monarchs might follow suit. The Roman Church certainly would not give up. This power might be the last thing that belonged to them. Paris had been unhappy in Rome, and when he was in Lorraine, he was defeated by his former student Eulalius. In order to get what the church had promised him, he would certainly do anything. However, Louis learned from Madame Montespan that Barras was even crazier than the Mancini family, and even Mary Mancini. He gave the key of the other world of the Isle of Gironde to Clement X just for a bishop without a parish. To be honest, if all wizards were like this, it was no wonder that there was no second Merlin. No, Louis thought, even the ending of Merlin being imprisoned in the boulder by his own disciples and lovers was questionable. In any case, it was too difficult to make him believe that a man who had made a bastard into a holy king would be fooled by a woman like an alcoholic butcher. There are Judas everywhere. Louis shook his head. Tell me how much you know about Barras. Mrs. Montespan certainly didn't have much contact with Barras, but a large part of her wizards and monks came from the Isle of Isle. Since they heard about what Barras did, except for some wizards who couldn't give up their families and clans, almost all of them turned against Mrs. Montespan. It was understandable that they made this decision. It was not just the courtiers who thought that a beauty as impeccable as Mrs. Montespan would be favored by the king. Montespan didn't know Barras, but they did. Several of them followed Barras all the way from Paris to Rome. After learning about what kind of person Barras was in detail, there was today's extravagant, spectacular, dazzling and stressful audience ceremony. Barras was intimidated and treated coldly, so the subsequent negotiations would be much simpler. Barras brought the Edict of Clement X, which could be regarded as a joke. Those trials, against those who Clement X believed were guilty of blasphemy and witchcraft, such as the Duke of Luxembourg, the restoration of the old canon law, that is, refusing to pay the poll tax, requiring the king to allow the outflow of gold and silver coins, various fees paid by priests to the church, etc., and the tithes collected by the church from the common people, because this tax has never been found, anyway, the church has not received it for hundreds of years, and Louis clearly stated that he would not give up the right to appoint and dismiss bishops to the church. Louis XIV took the so-called handwritten letter from the Pope and threw it casually on the table. Barras moved his lips, but in the end he could not speak. Perhaps I should speak to the real head of the church, Louis said. Barras, your master. Barras's face suddenly flushed red. He raised his head and glared at the king, but the two monks beside the king forced him to lower his head again with even colder eyes. Regarding the expectations of the church, Louis said slowly, I will fulfill the duties that a pious monarch should fulfill, the reasonable part. As he spoke, he stretched his shoulders. After a few years of silence, he was going to war again. Compared to the madman's ravings of Clement X, the head of the cardinals was much clearer. In the letter, he talked to Louis about several things in a negotiating tone, the first of which was the threat of the Ottoman Turks to Austria. Although Poland had the Grand Conde Ludwig I and Sobieski, the Ottoman Turks canonized Am Louis XIV, a Hungarian noble who lost his father and many relatives because of his resistance to the rule of the Habsburgs, as the Grand Duke of Transylvania, so that they could attack Austria through Transylvania when necessary. Hungary was divided into three parts by the Habsburgs, Transylvania and the Ottomans, Upper, Middle and Lower. Am Louis XIV went all the way to Upper Hungary, which was equivalent to opening a road to heaven. Although Ludwig I and Sobieski were also trying their best to stop the Ottoman Turks, it was obvious that they could not pass through the territory of the Grand Duke of Transylvania. In this way, whether France was willing to lend a hand became an extremely critical point. Although Louis was willing to watch Leopold I die, as a member of the Catholic League, he could not sit idly by, so he had to send troops. This time the emperor had to lead the army in person, otherwise if Leopold I became the commander-in-chief of the coalition, which was almost inevitable, his generals would be very passive. This time Louis would not even use Schomberg, although Marshal Schomberg took the initiative to ask for it. But he must take Barras with him. Chapter 310, The King's Second Personal Expedition. There are few people who doubt Louis XIV's decision now, but there are still many people who are worried about France. Even with a large-scale use of muskets and artillery on the battlefield, the king in the rear is rarely affected by the war. But this time Louis XIV's enemy is the Ottoman Turks. For most Europeans, they are a group of devils who can spit fire from their mouths and emit black smoke from their ears. Although the expansion momentum of the Ottoman Turks has gradually slowed down with the death of Suleiman I, it is still a huge empire. A tiger is certainly frightening, and a giant elephant can make people retreat. Some people even suggested that even if the king sent reinforcements, he did not need to lead the army in person, but just send a few capable generals to perform the duties on his behalf. But here in Habsburg, Leopold I must lead the army in person. If I don't show up, then he will be the commander of the coalition. I don't think he will blaspheme God or to make a deal with the devil, but he will definitely favor the Austrians and his allies. Louis said this to the Duke of Orleans, and this time he wanted to take away the crown Prince Louis, so the Duke of Orleans and his son had to stay in Versailles or Paris. This was the same reason as the last time he attacked the Netherlands and Flanders. He took away the Duke of Orleans and left Louis behind. The Duke of Colonna has been to the battlefield in person, and Louis is about to come of age. Louis paused. Before the eldest daughter of Leopold I marries King Carlos II of Spain, he probably won't have the strength and mind to form an alliance to fight me, so the biggest battle in the past few years may be this time, and it will be different from my battles against the Netherlands and Flanders, he said calmly. This war will be more cruel. You are too demanding of little Louis, the Duke of Orleans said angrily. He is normal, my brother, you are not. Such rude words would surely shock others. Even if the king immediately ordered the guards to expel the speaker, or even imprison him in the Bastille, it was not impossible. But when the Duke of Orleans said this, Louis fully understood what he meant. No, 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 he said, I don't mean to blame him. On the contrary, I am very happy, Louis said. You know, I almost had a love. Until now, I don't know whether I should regret or be fortunate. I stopped before I fell completely. I would like to see little Louis get the gift I lost. He thought for a moment. He is different from me. He has a strong and loving father and a loyal and generous uncle. He has the power to indulge and fail. After Louis finished speaking, the room fell silent for a long time. Louis lost his father when he was 5 years old. Although he avenged his enemies for Louis XIV, whether it was the wizard who cursed him or the mastermind behind the scenes, or even the Roman Church, it was an indisputable fact that the impression of Louis XIV in his heart became increasingly indifferent. He was still lucky. The Duke of Orleans could hardly even remember his father's face now. I'm sorry, brother, the Duke of Orleans whispered. During the Fronde Rebellion, the Queen Mother and Bishop Mazarin still resolutely excluded him from government affairs. So how bad the situation was at that time, he would have to reorganize his memory a few years later, and try and ask from the Duchess of Montpensier, the Grand Condé, the Viscount of Turin and even Marshal Schomberg to understand. But it was impossible to empathize with Louis. If I had to give an example, if the Duke of Gaston or the Prince of Condé took his place, their ending would not be much better than Edward V and the Duke of York in the Tower of London. Note 1. It would be a lie to say that the Duke of Orleans had never complained about the partiality of Bishop Mazarin and the Queen Mother. Although he had stood firmly on the side of his brother, no matter what temptations and turmoil he encountered after he became an adult, his unintentional criticism just now showed that those dark things had left a little mark in his heart. Nothing, Louis said frankly, and even if I did have some faults, are you perfect? He tugged at his brother's light blue scarf tied into a bow. Philip, we all have flaws, but it's good enough that we didn't let things change to the worst point. The Duke of Orleans wanted to smile, but failed. He might still be the boy trapped in the little skirt, and his brother could never completely give his heart to another person. This was a good thing for the country, but for Louis himself, he was now beginning to envy the little Prince Louis. He had a good father and didn't lose him, so the child could have such lovely distress. Now I agree with your idea, said the Duke of Orleans, take him to the battlefield. Once he sees those terrible Ottoman Turks, his troubles will surely disappear. Louis laughed undisguisedly. Then it's settled, Philippe, you will guard Versailles, Paris and France for me. By the way, he touched his cane, if possible, in the next 2 or 3 years, you'd better have a few more children with Henrietta. I don't want my little son to be too lonely. Haven't you named him yet? Asked the Duke of Orleans. I'll give him a name when I come back, Louis said expressionlessly. He now looked like a king again. During the time I'm away from France, the Duke of Colonna will return to Siena with his wife, where he will compete for and accept the loyalty of the Angevin survivors. So here in the other world, there is only Madame Milady. She is a shrewd spy leader, but she is still incapable of dealing with bigger things, so I will transfer some of the affairs to Madame Montespan. Let's see how much she can earn for her son. The Duke of Orleans wisely did not ask further. Do you still intend to let the Duke of Colonna participate in the affairs of Siena? But as far as I know, Cosimo II has 2 sons. Unfortunately, of the 2 children, one is about the same age as the Duke of Colonna, but has nothing to praise, and he doesn't even have the sharpness and prudence of his father. As for the younger son, he was born weak and sickly, and some doctors said he might be infertile. If the wizards can cure Carlos II, said the Duke of Orleans, then they can make the child heal. I have to tell you about this, too. Because the leaders of the spies regarding the other world were Lady Milady and Ilalou, who were directly responsible to the king, the Duke of Orleans didn't know about this yet. Those black wizards, the so-called treatment is likely to be a temporary solution. Louis recalled the secret scroll Ilalou brought him. In the wizard's magic, any transaction related to vitality is unequal. But if it is feasible, there will still be people who will continue to do it. The Duke of Orleans said. Maybe it was possible when the wizards still controlled this world. In ancient Greece, ancient Rome and ancient Egypt, large numbers of slaves often died at the same time or one after another without interruption. When wizards were still priests and shamans, they could do whatever they wanted, but now, it is impossible, and this kind of magic will bring huge backlash. Even Ilalou didn't know what it was, but the current situation in Spain was like a pyramid built on a small ball, which could collapse completely at any time. That small ball was Carlos II, who was cast in black magic. So the Roman Church stood by and watched? And is here investigating whether the Duke of Luxembourg instructed the priests to sell arsenic for a few hundred livres. The Roman Church knows very well who their enemies will be. Louis said, and even if Carlos II died, or the Duke of Don Juan or the Queen Mother of Habsburg died, no matter who ruled Spain, France, or Austria, would they still convert to Protestantism? If only ministers and civilians died, then they would have nothing to worry about. He shook his head. Both of them. The Duke of Orleans was asking about the grandfather of Clement X and Madame d'Aubagne. Why not? They are quite consistent in this regard. Louis picked up the two letters and gave them to Philip. The former is crazy, and the latter is ambitious, but they are more worried about my marrying the Grand Princess and the Grand Duchess to the Protestant King and the Grand Duke. Sweden had converted to Protestantism as early as the time of Christina's father, Gustav II. Now most Swedish citizens are Protestants from birth, which is why when Queen Christina wanted to convert to Catholicism, the Protestant church in the country stood on the side of her cousin without hesitation. After the Grand Princess Elizabeth married to Sweden, the Roman Catholic Church certainly hoped that she would maintain her Catholic faith, but Louis XIV, who loved his daughter, believed that it would be best for Elizabeth to maintain the same faith as her husband and subjects. Louis was a religious pragmatist, but that didn't mean that others were also. There were also many couples who were unhappy because of religious conflicts. As for the Grand Duchess, Louis would not force her. What a joke. Brandenburg Prussia is a Protestant country, let's call it that, but the new defender of Catholicism, the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I, did not hesitate when he used him. If the Grand Duchess is to remain a Catholic, ask Leopold I first, in what name he accepted the allegiance of a Protestant. In France, and any place where Christianity is believed, people often say that if you mention the devil will come. As soon as the King and the Duke of Orleans mentioned the marriage of the Grand Duchess, the son of the Grand Duke of Brandenburg Prussia came to see Louis XIV. The reason why he wanted to see Louis XIV was also very simple. His father, the Elector of Brandenburg, had to obey the will of Leopold I and lead the army to rescue Vienna, so he had to return to Prussia as soon as possible to fulfill the duties of an heir. After explaining his purpose, Frederick looked at Louis XIV expectantly. Although the Brandenburg envoys repeatedly said that the King of France would most likely refuse to send troops, or just let his generals do it, he didn't think so. His guess was correct. The King of France nodded. Perhaps I will meet your father in Hungary. The eyes of the young Mr. William immediately shone, but soon dimmed, because he remembered that he had to stick to Prussia, and it was impossible for him to fight against the pagans with his father, Louis XIV. If Louis heard what Frederick was thinking, he would definitely tell him that even if he went to the battlefield, he would only wait in a castle at a certain distance from the battlefield for his general to present victory. A king, unless he was Alexander or Caesar, had better not go to the battlefield to cause trouble for his soldiers and generals. Frederick left with a secret regret. Next, Louis still had a lot of work to do. Although it had been decided to let the Duke of Orleans stay, it was also a problem to choose which general and marshal to go to Hungary with the king. Viscount Turenne was in the Netherlands, and the Grand Condé was already Louis I. The king had only General Vauban available. Louis planned to recall Viscount Turenne, and the Grand Condé also let his eldest son return to the king and let him use him. Marshal Schomberg was an Austrian, and it was not Louis' style to make him embarrassed between Leopold I and himself. However, as soon as the king expressed this intention, Marshal Schomberg immediately ran to the king, The flash on his chest immediately attracted the king's attention. Wasn't that the first reward given to him by the king, the big diamond brooch? It is said that at that time, Viscount Tyrone was going to duel with this foreigner. Schomberg had not yet obtained French citizenship, to decide the ownership of the brooch, not for the value of the brooch, but for the meaning it contained. He came to the king to ask for the opportunity, and it was reasonable for him to do so. As early as 20 years ago, Louis XIV granted him French nationality, making him a Frenchman. Besides, he said bluntly, "Your Majesty, if you don't use me this time, how will others see me? They will definitely say that there must be some unknown flaws in my loyalty, so your Majesty is unwilling to use me." He raised his eyebrows slightly. "In addition, you didn't let me go this time because Leopold I might be the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces. In the near future, he might be the enemy of France. By then, must I be excluded?" Note 1. Edward V was the eldest son of Edward IV. He ascended the throne as King of England after his father's death, but less than a year later, he and his only brother, Richard, Duke of York, mysteriously disappeared in the Tower of London. Their uncle, the regent, Richard III, Duke of Gloucester, ascended the throne. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, The King's Second Personal Expedition, 2. If possible, Louis did not intend to go to war at this time. He arranged several marriages for his children in succession, just to allow France to recuperate after conquering the Netherlands and Flanders. The glory created by St. Louis had long been away from France during the time of Francis I later, due to several civil wars between Catholics and Huguenots, and between cardinals and their opponents, Richelieu and Mazarin. This strong warrior repeatedly hurt himself. When Louis XIV came to the throne, France at that time was like a tall beggar in ragged cloth. Although it was not like the Grand Duke of Tuscany, who followed the Holy Roman Emperor to beg for a little mercy. As a philosopher said, when a person constantly recalls the glory of his ancestors, it means that he himself has nothing to admire. If Louis XIV had died in the attack of the Fronde or the werewolf, France might have also ushered in a tragic ending like ancient Rome. A fragmented political power, sinister officials and nobles, and a confused people. When Louis XIV conquered the Netherlands, some people advised him, not sure whether it was because of bribes or his original intention, that the victory in the previous war to seize Flanders had exceeded people's expectations, and the king could just stop while he was ahead, instead of mortgaging the royal property and palaces in order to conquer the Netherlands. But at that time, Louis XIV saw it very clearly. First of all, because of Flanders' special geographical location, if he stopped in Brussels, then even if he conquered the whole of Flanders, he would give up Flanders bit by bit under the pressure of the Netherlands, Spain and the Holy Roman Empire, because Flanders alone could not support his current 150,000 standing army. Without an army of this size, it would be a daydream for him to consolidate his rule in such a vast new territory. But if he got the Netherlands, not only could he get a huge amount of assets from the Dutch treasury that was enough to offset the cost of 2 wars, but he could also take this fat dairy cow into his pocket. Although it might not be able to get used to the bridle that the king put on its head for a while, it has already begun to transfuse blood to France in the past 2 years. That's right. After all, the tiered taxation implemented by Louis XIV was not higher than the highest tax during the Spanish rule, and the lowest tier of taxation for Dutch merchants and bankers was even lower than the original price set by the Grand Council. In addition, the wartime law policy strictly implemented by Viscount Tyrone after becoming the governor of the 3 provinces of the Netherlands. The most unbearable of this policy were those members of the parliament who were not the king but also the king. But let alone the Netherlands, even the 3-level parliament of France was in name only after Louis took power, and the high court was also dispatched by the king. These guys, tracing back to their origins, were just pirates and merchants. In terms of bloodline and surname, they could not be compared with Viscount Tyrone, who was also a descendant of Orange. Speaking of the army, how can those mercenaries who are always ready to betray and the reckless people in the family compare with the professional soldiers under the Viscount Tyrone? The latter are almost looking forward to encountering rebellion or villains day and night, so as to add a star or a sword on their shoulders. Those who are unwilling to give up have also tried to provoke the people's dissatisfaction with the French. Of course, the Dutch people have no good feelings towards the French. But not everyone born in this world will sincerely accept that freedom is more important than life. After spending a few months under the strict constraints of the law, they were surprised to find that there were fewer fools wandering around the streets and making trouble. The poll tax and wartime tax on them were not heavier than when they were ruled by the Parliament. It was not that Louis XIV became a saint, but that the Netherlands no longer had a fleet. Yes, no one would think that the big businessmen or the Parliament would take money out of their own pockets to maintain the operation of the fleet. These were still extorted from the lowest level of the people, but at that time, this reason was also irrefutable. No matter where the people are, they can live their lives in peace and quiet. It doesn't matter whether they can go out after 9 o'clock in the evening. As Viscount Tyrone said, as long as a city can guarantee that there will be no riots within 5 years, some stricter measures can be banned. With hope, people are willing to endure. If there is anything that the king's leniency can't save, it may be the issue of faith. Because he has no faith, Louis XIV has always been a hard hand with religious issues. He has a bad impression of Huguenots. Therefore, in order to maintain the country's technological, educational and economic development, the only thing he can do is to gather Huguenots in one place, so that they will not be entangled in a force in places where he can't see. These Huguenots were forcibly relocated from Nîmes, Montauban and La Rochelle, and some other places to Orleans. It is impossible to say that there is no loss at all. Louis XIV did not sympathize with this. Perhaps seeing the king's ruthlessness and determination, the Huguenots actually split into several forces. The moderates decided to obey the king's order and migrate to the Orleans district. They believed that they could gather the Huguenots together to form a larger force, which was better than them being scattered everywhere and defeated by the Catholics one by one. There were neutrals who tried every way to escape. There were also radicals, but they did not make any waves in front of the king's army. There was another force, and they asked the king's royal physician chambelans to plead for them. They wanted to follow the Grand Princess to Schwerin, or follow the Grand Princess to Brandenburg, Prussia. The former was fine, but the latter Louis XIV would sigh that they had a keen sense of smell. Perhaps until now, Leopold I did not know that the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Brandenburg was in Paris. You can go back and tell them this, Louis said kindly to Chamborance. Even though he was a Huguenot, the king was willing to show kindness to this man who contributed forceps and delivery techniques without hesitation, added an important course to the Royal Medical College of France, and might save the lives of tens of thousands of babies and mothers for France. I will indeed let the Grand Princess and the Grand Duchess bring enough servants and ministers. He looked into Chamborance's eyes. But I have 2 requirements, sir. First, they must be French, and then they must have enough capital to make me believe that he is worthy of becoming the dowry of my daughter and niece. After speaking, Louis tapped Chamborance's chest again, such as your son and students. Chamborance was startled at first, and then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was not a radical Huguenot. He was chosen as the leader because he had great popularity. His son and students, since entering the medical school, have been even more dismissive of some of the previous practices of the Huguenots. They think that when they are forced to convert and oppressed, resistance and escape are excusable, but when the king is so tolerant, doing so again is tantamount to treason. We are French first, his son said. The king's meaning was clear. Compared to a Catholic, he could even allow a Huguenot to follow the Grand Princess or the Grand Duchess, but the premise was that it was a Frenchman, not a Dutchman or a Swede. He thought of the teaching books supervised and printed by the Duke of Orleans himself, the ubiquitous school supervisors, and the vivid saints and heroes, all French without exception, described. The king was persistently instilling the concept of nation and country into everyone. No matter who he was or what he believed in, even if he was a devil, he had to deeply imprint the concept of being a Frenchman in his soul, better than any other definition. So even if Louis XIV had not died abnormally, Louis XIV would not tolerate the Huguenots. He was not intolerant of their beliefs, but he could not tolerate them dividing the country into 2 because of their beliefs. But that was the country and the nation. As a monarch, shouldn't Louis XIV want people to be completely loyal to himself and his descendants? Such behavior is too dangerous for a king, because when people put the country and the nation before the king, they may abandon the king for both. So, what about you? Where do you think you will be? Chamberlain heard his own question and realized that he had said it unconsciously. After a short dizziness, he suddenly calmed down. The king received him in the morning. Now the sun was very bright. Through the huge glass windows, it left a burning mark on the walnut floor. Even looking at it, your eyes will feel stinging, but when you bathe in the sun, the heat brought by the sun to your body will make you feel comfortable. Sun King, what a fitting title. Louis thought about it. He really didn't think that since he was born, he has been closely related to this country, as if you were one. If I must say it, Chamberlains heard His Majesty the King say softly, "Sir, I am the state. I am the state." If it weren't for Mr. Chamberlain's question, Louis XIV might not have thought of this sentence, but "I am the state" does not mean endless enjoyment and luxury as some people think. On the scale of fate, when a person's weight can be on par with the entire country, it also means that he is carrying a weight that ordinary people cannot bear at all. Of course, he can give up and refuse, but from that time on, "I am the state" has lost its meaning to him. Regardless of how Mr. Chamberlain was shocked, Louis XIV gently threw this sentence behind him a few minutes later. Any bold words without facts are just a less polite airflow. Because it has been decided to rescue Vienna, some important policies implemented by Louis XIV before must be revised accordingly. If he was still in Paris or Versailles, the executors could request an audience with the king at any time and ask for his opinion. But if the king was far away in Hungary, the trip would take a lot of time, even with the help of a wizard's raven. So the king had to delegate power to the Duke of Orleans, the eldest princess, and even little Eugene, who was studying at the military academy. In addition to the old queen mother, who only liked to chat and play cards surrounded by ladies in waiting, even the always cautious and silent queen was pulled out, not to mention the Duchess of Orleans, who was originally in charge of women's education in Paris and Versailles. Louis XIV said that during the 1, 2, or 3 years that he was away from Paris, his series of policies would be implemented uninterruptedly, no matter what setbacks they encountered or what gratifying results they saw. He also specifically mentioned that although the eldest princess, the eldest daughter and little Eugene all had work to do, they still had to study every day. Even the king had arranged courses and teachers for the little Duke of Enghien. Ludwig I, the eldest son of the Grand Condé, was naturally very grateful for this. After all, the little Duke of Enghien was a hostage in Versailles. Without the support of France, it would be difficult for them and their father to gain a foothold in Poland, let alone establish their authority. His arrival this time was Ludwig I's return of favor, but Louis XIV had no intention of turning the little Duke of Enghien into a useless person from the beginning. Perhaps some people would do so, but Louis XIV knew very well that an incompetent waste could cause more trouble than a smart and ambitious person. Moreover, the age of the young Duke of Enghien also allowed the king's primary education to be developed towards younger people. At this time, people's education of young children still mostly relied on women in the family, such as the child's mother, aunt or sister. However, children who grew up in this way often had great defects in character. After all, those who loved him would inevitably indulge him in every way. As a result, their rough and violent character had to be corrected by the teacher's whip and stick, which formed an inevitable corporal punishment system in public schools. Of course, this was also related to the qualifications of the teachers. With the supplement of Huguenots and teacher resources, Louis XIV could quickly open courses and schools for children aged 6 to 10. Although people at this time thought that children would not be half animals until they were 10 years old, it was proved that children's character and thoughts matured much earlier than they thought. The young Duke of Enghien had no idea what a terrible world he was about to face. He still lived a leisurely life. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that the time the eldest princess spent with him was shortened again. He could only stay with her for a while in the morning. His father had come to see him, but he left almost as quickly as he had come, and the young Duke of Enghien hadn't even remembered his face. The people around him also began to get busy. At least before the king left, the young Duke of Enghien had to move out of his previous room and move to a suite close to the queen, so that the queen could take better care of him, and some courses had to start in the suite first. Chapter 312, The King's Second Personal Expedition, 3. This expedition of Louis XIV, excluding the ones against Lorraine and Alsace, should be counted as the third one, was publicized as much as possible by his propaganda mouthpieces, newspapers, picture albums and traveling theater troupes. It was not that Louis became proud, but unlike the expeditions against the Netherlands and Flanders, this time they were going against the enemies of Christ, the devil-worshipping Ottoman Turks. Before the Ottoman Turkish sultans defeated the glory of their ancestors, such an expedition was undoubtedly like another crusade, which was pious and brave. Under such propaganda, every Frenchman puffed out his chest. Although the king did not want them to pay additional military service taxes, they still managed to raise 100,000 livres of military expenses for the king, as well as 500 agile Camargue horses. Camargue means white sea horse, which are local good horses grown in the Rhone Delta in southern France. Each horse here is about 5 feet 5 inches tall at the shoulder and is between 2 and 3 years old. This made Louis XIV's army look even more magnificent and luxurious, because almost every soldier had a mount and 1 or 2 pack horses beside him, needless to say his dragoons, guards and musketeers. In an age without motorcycles and cars, such an army would have made any monarch jealous and any general infatuated. Marshal Schomberg told Louis XIV that fortunately he had tried his best to get the opportunity to go on the expedition, otherwise he would have lost the chance to witness this magnificent sight. The Marquis of Louvois on the side could not help but glare at him when he heard this. The sight was indeed amazing, but what followed was that daily military expenditure soared to a terrifying level. When we leave the Versailles area, Louis XIV said, the army will set out in batches. This way, it will not put too much pressure on the cities and military warehouses along the way. This time, Louis only brought 30,000 troops and 20,000 reserves. Depending on the situation, 50,000 people are almost a permanent population of a small town. When conquering the lowlands, they can certainly levy heavy taxes on the enemy's land, but from here to the gathering place of the coalition forces, that is, the Sava River Basin in Slovenia, most of the territory they pass through is French territory. Louis XIV, who cherishes his people and is even unwilling to raise taxes during wartime, certainly will not harm France's economy and harvest because of the urging of the Roman Church or Leopoldine. It was about 500 leagues from Paris to the Sava River Basin. According to Louis XIV's speed, they should be able to reach the coalition's camp in early June. He also sent a personal letter to King Ludwig I of Poland by Raven, ensuring that they could arrive at about the same time. It would be best if King Ludwig I could arrive later than Louis XIV. The reason was the same as Louis's answer to the ministers. Among all the generals, only he could keep pace with the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire and not fall behind. In fact, as Louis expected, they arrived at Camnacre on June 7. Leopold I agreed to meet with King Louis XIV of France here. Since the King of France had never been inferior to the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, they could not even meet in a building, because a building must have only one main entrance. The order of entry would directly affect the subsequent negotiations. If Leopold I allowed the King of France to walk in front of him, it would mean that the King of France was respected, and vice versa. So the ministers of France and Austria kept arguing until Louis XIV was only 3 days away from Camnacre. Then they reluctantly decided to build a tent in the large square in the center of the city, with a door opening towards Vienna and Paris at the same time, so that the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire and the King of France could enter the tent at the same time, without any order of precedence. When Leopold I and Louis XIV saw this arrangement, they couldn't help but look strange and their mouths twitched, because they seemed to have used this arrangement when welcoming their brides, and because the king and emperor at that time would only marry foreign princesses, so a tent with openings at both ends would be set up on the border between the two countries. The princess and her country's officials and noble ladies would enter from one exit, change all their natal clothes and jewelry into those of their in-laws in the tent, and then go out alone from another exit, where they would be greeted by officials and noble ladies from their husband's family. Louis XIV quickly threw away this absurd idea, and these officials had already considered it very carefully. The opening of the tent was not only decorated with the flags of France and Louis XIV, but also with royal blue ribbons. It was obvious at a glance that it was reserved for the Sun King. He walked in with the help of a cane. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun was shining. The top of the tent was made of thin white silk. People inside would only feel cool but not dark or depressing. This was the first meeting between Louis XIV and Leopold I, the old enemies. It was not a portrait, a sculpture, or someone else's words. However, Louis XIV probably would not think that he regarded Leopold I as an enemy. He said in his heart that if he had to give a definition, he could only say that they were just fighters who fought each other to the last moment in the bloody arena of Europe for their country and family. So no matter what, Louis XIV would not easily entrust the things or people he cherished to the morality and reputation of Leopold I, because if he were Leopold I, he knew very well what he would do. If a director in the future wanted to recreate this scene, the impression of Leopold I, who was 2 years older than Louis XIV, would probably not be surprising. He was younger than Louis, but his swollen bags under his eyes made him look older and more tired than Louis. His eyebrows were barely straight, but the Habsburg inheritance was endless, and the increasingly prominent chin even affected his nose. His nose was ugly and tilted to one side. He had long black curly hair. Of course, it was fake. The dark color did not match his grayish-yellow skin. He wore black armor inlaid with pure gold stripes, a crimson velvet cape on his shoulders, and also leaned on a golden cane. When Louis stopped to look at this enemy, now an ally, Leopold I was also looking at this French king whom he had heard of for a long time but met for the first time. In terms of appearance, the Bourbon family was obviously more favored by God. Starting from Louis, they were impeccable in appearance. At most, some people mocked them for being effeminate because of the French tradition of shaving. But Louis XIV was already over 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a straight back. Even if he was not a king, but just a knight, the ladies in the court would chase him like birds seeking food. If it were just these, it would not be worthy of Leopold I's jealousy. He saw the French Crown Prince Louis, who was dressed exactly like Louis XIV. This 14-year-old boy was as tall as his father's shoulders. Like Louis XIV, he wore half-body silver armor, a creamy white coat that reached his knees, and a peacock blue cape that was half opened, revealing tight pants and boots of the same color as the coat. He looked full of vitality and in good health, and was the heir that every king or emperor dreamed of. Leopold I and Louis XIV have another similarity, that is, the queen was pregnant in the year they got married, and gave birth to a legitimate son the following year. However, Leopold I's eldest son was very weak since birth and died after barely supporting for a year. The eldest princess, on the other hand, is lucky to be alive today. But for Leopold I, there is nothing to be happy about the princess except marriage. He still expects a son. As a result, the queen gave birth to another son for him 4 years ago. He only had time to give him a name, and the poor child went to see God again, born on the same day and died on the same day. As if God still felt that the blow to Leopold I was not big enough, 2 years ago, the queen gave birth to another princess. This time she persisted longer, from February 9th to February 23rd. Leopold I was almost numb, but today, when he saw the French crown prince, he thought of his 2 sons and 1 daughter who died in infancy, and his heart was inevitably sour. But no matter what, the emperor and Louis XIV still had to maintain sufficient outward etiquette and posture. So the ministers who were fortunate enough to follow the monarchs into the tent saw the 2 rulers unison handing their canes to the people around them, taking 2 steps forward, touching their chests with their left hands, taking off their hats with their right hands, bowing slightly, putting on their hats, smiling, and sitting down together in the seats at the top, arm in arm like a pair of half-brothers. There is no need to elaborate on the hypocritical exchanges. The bottom line between Austria and France had been determined in hundreds of meetings in Vienna and Versailles. Even Leopold I and Louis XIV could not make any sudden changes at this time. Louis XIV was willing to assist Leopold I in order to quell some domestic rumors and hearsay that questioned his piety. Although Louis had moved the Virgin Mary before, when the Catholic alliance countries were attacked by pagans, France remained on the sidelines and even took advantage of the fire. Others could not help but doubt whether France was still the most staunch supporter of the Roman Church. Although as the so-called eldest daughter, France's past behavior was probably no different from that of the legendary media. Note 1. Louis XIV did not want to cause trouble. Moreover, it was not a bad thing to take the opportunity to ease the relationship with the Roman Church based on the deal reached between Madame d'Urbine's grandfather and the king. After all, the Roman Church still maintained an unshakable position in the religious world, and also held the power of the inner world far exceeding that of any royal family. Take Clement X for example. His misfortune was that he had a sharp and anxious political enemy, and Madame de Montespan's indifference exceeded his expectation, which led to the current situation. Otherwise, he could have brought some shadows to the Sun King. In addition, there was Louis XIV's arrangement for the Duke of Colonna. He was now the son-in-law of Cosimo III, Grand Duke of Tuscany and the daughter of Gaston, former Duke of Orleans. After the battle, Louis XIV would arrange for him to inherit Naples, but as in all wars of succession, the Roman Church's recognition of the heir was an extremely important bargaining chip. Everyone knew the Duke of Colonna's true origin. If Louis could win a great victory in the battle against the pagans, the Duke of Colonna could also share some honors from him. Leopold I may not be so despicable as to use pagans to defeat France, but the situation faced by Austria is the same as that of most of the Holy Roman Empire's electoral princes, that is, there is no standing army and can only recruit hastily during wartime. If it is a war in preparation, it is fine, but when encountering an enemy surprise attack and the disparity in military strength, this recruitment method will be stretched. Now, in addition to Leopold I's own army, only Spain, Brandenburg Prussia, Saxony, and Bavaria can provide assistance. The three bishops headed by the Archbishop of Cologne just watch coldly, thanks to Louis XIV, when attacking Flanders and the Netherlands. They are allies of France. Today, of course, they can turn a blind eye to Austria's predicament, and they don't need to prove their piety to the Roman Church. In addition to these, there are also some soldiers and troops from Denmark, Switzerland and other countries, which can only be said to be better than nothing. There is another army that Leopold I is waiting for. The problem is that half of this army also belongs to King Louis XIV of France, because the commander of this army from Poland is the former Prince of Condé, now King Ludwig I of Poland. He arrived on the fourth day after Louis XIV met with Leopold I, and went to see the Sun King on the same day. Give this letter to Duke Jan Sobieski. Leopold I said. Duke Jan Sobieski complained that his king went to see King Louis XIV of France as soon as he arrived in Kamnikau. But he also knew that without the King of France, no matter how brave and good at fighting, Condé would not be able to sit firmly on the Polish throne. Moreover, he also had to thank Louis XIV. Without Louis's economic support, Poland's wheat could not be sold at a good price. How could he and Louis I win back some of the rebellious Tatars and Cossacks? As in dramas or legends, the good things that can convince others to surrender to themselves just by relying on wisdom, bravery or courage are impossible in reality. He and Louis I used sugar, salt, flour, dried meat, and enough salary to finally make those barbarians change their minds. Even so, it was only a small part. Some Tatars and Cossacks simply threw themselves into the arms of the Ottoman Turks, and the other part returned to Russia. Note 1, Medea, also translated as Medea. In Greek mythology, she was a princess of Colchis who could cast spells and was a descendant of the sun god Helios. She fell in love at first sight with Prince Jason, who came to the island to look for the Golden Fleece. In order to help Jason obtain the Golden Fleece, Medea used her magic to help Jason complete the impossible task set by his father, on the condition that Jason would marry her. After obtaining the Golden Fleece, Medea and Jason set out on a journey back to Greece together. When Medea's father heard that she had escaped, he sent her brother to chase her back. Medea killed her brother, cut his body into pieces, and threw it all over the mountain, leaving her father and the chasing officers busy collecting the bodies, thereby delaying time and Jason's departure. Chapter 313, The King's Second Personal Expedition, 4. Then Duke Sobieski glanced at his eager nephew and shook his head. We have to wait for the outcome of this battle, child. At the same time, we can also gain a lot from this process. He knew why his nephew was so diligent. The Austrians' bribes had already fed him. He was not disappointed by the ambition of this young man. Who dares to say that he has not fantasized about the day when he sat on the throne of the king, especially those who are not as good as Louis XIV and Leopold I? The crown and scepter were prepared for these two rulers before they were born. And they still had to fight and rob with money, land, war horses under their crotch, and swords in their hands. When he decided to lead his army to Lviv, didn't he have any resentment towards Louis XIV in his heart? His mother was the daughter of the Polish commander instead of his son. His territory and castle were also obtained through marriage. His glory was based on his merits. Louis XIV seemed to leave him a choice, but he knew that there was only one way he could go. At that time, if he insisted on returning to Warsaw, even if he could become the King of Poland, what would be the use of a king without the love and trust of the people and soldiers? Could he reform the king's selection system? Or could he manipulate those bishops and nobles? Or could he ask those zlachta to work for him? He could do nothing. He had no choice but to return to Lviv, so that the Polish people at least had their Duke Sobieski, a hero who fought against the pagans. When he was in Lviv, he was worried about what would happen if the French Prince of Condé was not as upright as people said. After all, he was also a person who had fought for the throne with his relatives. Unexpectedly, within a few days, two messengers arrived in front of him. The first messenger brought the news that the Grand Condé had become the King of Poland, and the second messenger brought the news that the King of Poland, Ludwig I, was about to lead his army to rescue. To be honest, Sobieski was full of gratitude and a little bit unbelieving at that time, but the fact was that the new King of Poland put on his armor as soon as he put on the crown. There was no banquet, no parade, and even the mass was held without the king's presence. He led the French dragoons, who became famous after the battle in the Low Countries, and galloped day and night. It took less than a week to reach Lviv. Don't say that these 5 or 6 days were too long. Now it only takes 13 hours to take a train from Warsaw to Lviv, but at that time there was almost no accessible highway from Warsaw to Lviv. Ludwig I and his army had to pass through many battlefields and battlefields occupied by the Ottoman Turks, as well as the territories of those Polish nobles. Fighting and negotiation have always been the most time-consuming. At least after the messenger left, Sobieski's most optimistic estimate was 2 weeks, or even a month. He had nothing to blame. At that time, even Sobieski's personal guards, and even Sobieski himself, could not help but stand up and shout the name of the great Condé when they saw the blue flag with golden lilies flying. There is also a funny thing, that is, the pronunciation of Condé in Polish is similar to Kant, and some Tatars and Cossacks mistakenly heard it as Konvo. This is a common and convenient vulgar term in Polish, which roughly means greeting your maternal relatives. It is very popular, so they also shouted, Konvo. Konvo. It's not their fault, because in Poland, a noble generally has 2 ways to show their identity. One is the well-known coat of arms, and the other is the slogan they shout in battle. Each family is different, just like their coat of arms, such as hail, blade, devil, and other simple words that make people feel cold all over. After Ludwig I and Sobieski drove the Ottoman Turks out of Lviv, Ludwig I told Sobieski that he intended to set his family's battle slogan as Mouth of the Beast. This also has some origins, because the Condé family is a branch of the Bourbon family. The Bourbon coat of arms is a blue background with a golden lily. The Condé family cannot use the same coat of arms, so they painted a red diagonal stripe on the blue background with a golden lily. Red is the gules in heraldry, and gules usually refers to the mouth of an animal in French. Of course, this is a very fitting and brave slogan. Then as soon as they walked out of the tent, they heard the earth-shaking Konvo. 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 Although Ludwig I tried his best to correct this wrong concept later, it was too impressive. Thinking of this, Sobieski couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. His nephew also thought of it, especially the upcoming war. I just hope those French and Austrians don't understand Polish. After laughing, Duke Sobieski patted his nephew on the shoulder. That's it, he said affectionately. Even the Tatars know that good things are most valuable when they are held in their hands. Letting others see your eagerness will only make the treasures covered in dust. Moreover, this is just the beginning. No one knows what will happen in the future. The French Grand Condé brought his eldest son to Poland, but his eldest grandson stayed in Versailles. He even exchanged his hereditary territory and title with the King of France for his full support. Everyone knew that he was not here to be the King of Poland. Louis XIV and the Grand Condé both intended to let the Bourbon bloodline continue in Poland for a long time. But for those Polish nobles, those Zlatster parliamentarians, would they be willing? No, they would not be willing. Not to mention how much benefit the so-called monarchs of different nationalities could bring to them. They also longed to be the one on the throne one day. It can be said that Poland now is a reduced Holy Roman Empire. You can ask those electors if they are willing to give up the power in their hands. Moreover, once Poland had an orthodox and noble king, he would certainly try his best to reduce the territory and power of the nobles, consolidate and expand the royal power, just like Louis XIV of France. Even if the Polish nobles converted several times, they could be passed down steadily for more than 10 generations, and even expand day by day. Would they be willing to have such a king? Therefore, Sobieski was not interested in the olive branch offered by Leopold I. Louis XIV would at least use gold louis and silver écus to buy his wheat. Did Leopold really regard himself as a Roman emperor? Was he trying to incite his ambition with just a letter? Of course, he had ambition, but it was precisely because of this ambition that he had to rest and consolidate his foundation before going back to consider what would happen next. The great Condé was born in 21, and he was born in 29. He still had time. Duke Sobieski thought so, and ordered his nephew to ask if Ludwig I had returned from King Louis XIV of France. A few minutes later, his nephew told him that Ludwig I had not left Louis XIV's castle yet. Judging from the weather, it was very likely that they would have dinner together or even stay overnight. Duke Sobieski immediately showed a toothache, muttered "these sissy Frenchmen," and shook his head and went back to the tent. Leopold I chose Kamnik as the gathering place for the coalition forces for a reason. This city is a big city in Slovenia. Behind it are the Alps, and on one side is the famous Velika Plani highland, about 2 or 3 leagues away from Kamnik. This highland has been the largest herdsman settlement in Europe for more than 1,000 years. You can imagine how vast it is here, and it can accommodate hundreds of thousands of troops. The lush pasture here can also provide war horses and cattle, and the livestock and dairy products like clouds can also relieve the pressure of military supplies. When Ludwig I got up from his long-lost bed, he felt like he was in a dream. To be fair, the conditions in Warsaw were not only inferior to those in Versailles, but even inferior to those in Paris. When he first stayed in the old royal palace in Warsaw, he even wondered if John II, who had retired to a French monastery, was living in better conditions than he was. After all, when the king's craftsmen invented the flush toilet, no one expected that the priests in the monastery would be more enthusiastic than the ladies in the boudoir. They also liked showers, bathtubs and running water pipes. But think about it, many monasteries can be traced back to the ancient Roman period. The washing facilities at that time, whether it was water supply or drainage, were more complete than those in new buildings later. As soon as he woke up, his personal attendant came forward to serve him. When he saw that he was not holding the basin, Ludwig I was a little bit unresponsive, but he immediately remembered that although Louis XIV had only entered the city 5 days ago, his engineering team had arrived a month ago. They did not do anything extra, just like a group of busy worker bees, surrounding the castle reserved for Louis XIV to renovate it. So there is a bathroom with complete facilities like Versailles. Ludwig I sighed and dipped his toes into the boiling bathwater, while asking his personal attendant if anyone from the King of France had sent a message to arrange today's meeting. The personal attendant replied that Mr. Bontang came to tell them early in the morning that His Majesty hoped to have dinner with Ludwig I. Before that, His Majesty Ludwig I should have a good rest and calm his body and mind. Originally, Ludwig I was going to talk to Louis XIV yesterday. After all, the next things were very urgent, but Louis was shocked when he saw his haggard face and all white hair, and hurriedly asked the doctors and monks around him to check his body. The main reason was that Ludwig I had not rested well in the past few days. He and Duke Sobieski treated the Cossacks and Tatars well, which was a good thing for Poland and other Catholic countries, but it caused dissatisfaction among some nobles. To him, this was purely out of guilt, because it was they who managed to intercept the Tatars' military funds and trigger the Tatars' rebellion. The problem was that Ludwig I could not do anything about them for the time being. He now deeply understood Louis XIV's feelings when he faced himself during the first Fronde riot. Maybe he should really say retribution. I remember there should be a gold necklace inlaid with amber in my luggage, right? He asked. Send it to Mr. Bontang. The attendant hesitated. To Mr. Bontang. Who is Bontang? The first personal attendant of the King of France. Some people joked that he was the person who had been with Louis XIV the longest, surpassing the Queen and the royal wife. He was the first and last checkpoint beside Louis XIV. Countless people groveled and fawned in order to get him to say a word in front of the king. Unfortunately, not many people could make this overly cautious butler speak for him. It was precisely because of this caution that he attracted the jealousy and hatred of many people. At least when Ludwig I was still the Prince of Condé, he heard such a joke. People said that Mr. Bontam would always say to those who asked him to do something, "I will report to the king, I will report to the king." Over time, this sentence became a perfunctory cliché, so that when an abbot asked him what time it was, Mr. Bontam also said, "I will report to the king, I will report to the king." But anyone who has a little understanding of the situation around Louis XIV knows that Mr. Bontam has always maintained the silence and humility that a personal attendant should have. He would never promise anyone that he would report to the king. It would be fine if others questioned him, but it would be bad if they suspected that Louis XIV intended to alienate or punish them and did not respond at all. They said this just to ridicule and attack Bontam. "But your Majesty," asked the attendant of King Ludwig I, "will he accept it?" "Yes," King Ludwig I said kindly, "Bontam is to your Majesty." He naturally called Louis XIV, like a trusted friend and relative. "This is not a bribe, but a gift. Your Majesty will be happy about it." King Ludwig I was right. After receiving the gift, Bontam immediately came to tell Louis. Louis admired the heavy amber necklace. The Polish city of Tansk is rich in amber. The amber on this necklace is polished into a thumb-sized square, showing a translucent golden color, which is indescribably moving. Since it's a gift for you, Louis said, you should accept it well, Bonhomme. But it's too expensive. I have a whole box of similar amber here, Bonhomme. They are all gifts from Ludwig I. But you are the king. But you are the king, Louis said soothingly. Bonhomme, if it was Jan Sobieski, you would have to be careful, but this is Ludwig I, the former Prince of Condé. He is also a member of the Bourbon. He knows that you are worthy of this gift, and he also knows that I will think you are worthy, so don't worry, accept it, and you can decorate anyone's neck with it. As an aside, there were war cries in ancient China, but when Mr. Zhang filmed Hero, the Qin army's shouting of Big Wind was an artistic fiction, but it was not without factual basis. The Tang Dynasty army had a tradition of shouting Big Wind to boost morale before the battle. The wind here has two meanings, one is inspiring, and the other is to describe the proliferation of civilization. Yes, it means what you think. The same is true for Cornwall here, which is actually quite exciting to talk about. Imagine a group of strong cavalrymen riding horses with spears or holding high muskets, facing the enemy in front, shouting aye, and then bravely charging into the battle. Even the spoken language has become noble. Chapter 314, The King's Second Personal Expedition, 5. Therefore, the gold necklace that Ludwig I gave to Bonhomme was not so much to please the first attendant of the king, but to please Louis XIV. Prince Condé knew Louis very well and knew that seeing his beloved benefit was far better than receiving gifts himself. In other words, as the Sun King, he owned the whole of France and its colonies, and now also the Netherlands, Flanders, Lorraine and Alsace, so he naturally did not have much demand for material things. This is why Louis always dressed very simply when meeting with his close friends or relatives. The clothes that Bonhomme prepared for Ludwig I were just like the king. Except for the royal blue color, there was no extravagance that was too conspicuous for the royal family. There was no embroidery with gold and silver threads, no inlaid pearls and gems, no ribbons and lace. The king only pinned an amber pin on his scarf, which was more practical than decorative. After all, silk scarves were easy to loosen even if they were tied. As for why it was amber, of course it was because it was selected from the gifts given to Louis by Ludwig I, in order to thank him. Yesterday afternoon, the sky was gloomy, and Louis was frightened by the pale face of Ludwig I with just a quick glance. Without the Grand Condé's son Henry could not control the Polish nobles and Szlachta, and Louis XIV and the Condé family's investment in Poland would all be in vain. Fortunately, the king always brought Vesalius and several other reliable doctors with him. He drank the potion and had a good sleep. Now he only needs to eat a big meal, and he can recover to a better state at any time. However, this idea only came into being after comparing it with the worst time, because it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the light gray clouds had dissipated a few hours ago, so the sunlight through the narrow window holes still provided enough light for the room. Louis looked carefully at Ludwig I. He was much older than when he was in Paris, perhaps because his cheeks were deeply sunken, highlighting his cheekbones, and because his eyebrows were furrowed for a long time, leaving deep grooves there. The corners of his lips were terribly downturned, like a scimitar that had not yet been unsheathed. However, if an angel or a devil came to him and asked him if he wanted to change his previous idea, for example, to return to Versailles to continue to be his marshal and prince, Condé would definitely not be willing to do so, and there was a strong fire burning in his eyes. A few hundred years ago, it was not difficult for the second son, the youngest son and the illegitimate son to get a crown for themselves. Now, not to mention that there is no vacant land in Europe, even obtaining territory through marriage has become a delusion. The constant marriage between kings has resulted in the number of legal heirs being counted up to 100, or even more. Without a sufficiently pure bloodline, a top ranking, and a military force that can deter others, it is almost impossible to become a king. Although Poland is an elective monarchy, with unruly ministers and generals, and the domestic situation is also very complicated, but the great Condé believes that what the ancestors of the Habsburgs have done, he can certainly do. After the throne has been held by the Condé family for 1 or 2 generations, it is only natural that the inheritance system will be put on the agenda when those big families are weakened. Therefore, Ludwig I was not fighting for himself, but for the glory of the Bourbon Condé family for hundreds or even thousands of years. The Condé family emblem now has a crown, and Ludwig I certainly hopes that this crown can be worn forever on the heads of his descendants. Louis could not say anything about this. After all, he was the promoter and beneficiary of the Polish king election. The Condé family was a big family in France, and the Condé had unparalleled authority in the army. He was also vaguely the leader of those great nobles. His departure made it much easier for Louis to recover the power, titles and territories of this class. Ludwig I had just said that this place was renovated by the king's craftsmen like a new castle. They even inlaid glass in the narrow window holes. However, due to the need for defense, they did not expand or increase the number of windows. However, they laid thick and soft carpets on the floor and hung curtains, oil paintings, and screens on the walls, covering up the cold, hard, bluish-black stones without leaving any trace, even in places like the bathroom that were easily soaked. All the furniture here can be seen at a glance to be from Paris or Versailles. Slovenia was once occupied by the Ottoman Turks for a long time. The artistic style here has a strong Istanbul style, which is very different from the Baroque style that Europeans now admire. As a Frenchman, Ludwig I certainly appreciates the latter more. He stroked the elastic armrests of the chairs with satisfaction. He remembered that when he left Paris, furniture merchants only wrapped the backs and seats of the chairs with textiles. Unexpectedly, not long after he left, the armrests of the chairs became soft. But compared to Louis's chefs, these craftsmen and officials had to be eclipsed. Compared to Britain, Polish food is not too bad. Of course, perhaps food from any place is worthy of praise compared to British food, because wheat cultivation is very developed in Poland. Poles are very keen on pasta. In addition to bread, they will make flour into sour noodle soup or make dumplings. The latter is usually only eaten on Christmas Eve, but as long as you can afford it, you can enjoy this delicacy at any time. Because of the king's request, after all, the Grand Condé was now the king of Poland, so at dinner, the sumptuous dishes on the table included wild boar, duck and ribs that the Poles liked, as well as sour noodle soup, borscht and dumplings. Ludwig I didn't even look at the conspicuous dumplings, and kept attacking cod soup, shrimp pie and sweet and sour fried herring, and oysters and clams stewed in eggs. This was all because the Poles didn't like to eat fish, shrimp, or anything that came out of the water. Ludwig I was always fighting, so he had no time or energy to satisfy his appetite, and Polish cooks were not good at cooking fish. Louis waited for a while, and found that Ludwig I didn't even look at the dumplings, so he picked two and put them on the plate. The Polish dumplings were not cooked cleanly with water like the Orientals, they were fried with onions and butter like beef, and then eaten with sour cream. Louis hesitated, and put the dumplings directly into his mouth without dipping them in sour cream. Ludwig I stopped and looked at him curiously. You should have reminded me. Louis paused for a few seconds, and then forced the food in his mouth to swallow. Ludwig I waved his fork nonchalantly. You have to try it, maybe you will like it. I thought it would be pork. Louis said, why do they put sour cabbage in it? This is their tradition. Maybe your chef thinks that the first try for you should be closer to Polish customs. Ludwig I said, Poles have now begun to use potatoes as dumpling fillings. Your Majesty, that would be more delicious. I don't think it's likely. Louis imagined what potato dumplings would taste like. His chefs occasionally made potatoes with cheese and bacon. Except that it was easy to fit into corsets and tights if you ate too much. It tasted great, but potato dumplings? Still no. Of course, in addition to dumplings, other Polish dishes are worth trying, but Ludwig I insisted that their taste was greatly improved by the large amount of spices. Although he and Louis would focus only on French cuisine from then on, the king's team of chefs brought as much spices as possible, sugar, salt and honey, as well as cheese and wine. In addition to these, there are apples, pears, plums, cherries, hazelnuts, walnuts and sweet chestnuts, parsley, papaya, peaches, mulberries and carambolas. Vegetables are onions, leeks, beans, cabbage, carrots, lettuce, turnips, spinach and beetroot. Some people may ask, how can these fruits and vegetables, some of which are not harvested in this season and some cannot be stored for a long time, come all the way here with the king? Here we have to thank Mr. Pampa. You should remember that he invented the pressure cooker. With a pressure cooker, there is not much steam or to canning. Lorraine is also producing a lot of glass. These fresh and delicious fruits and vegetables are packed in glass cans and brought to Slovenia. Although they have lost a little bit of their original flavor due to the need for steaming, in the poor military life, even Ludwig I had cracked lips and bleeding gums because he could not eat enough vegetables. Of course, There are more embarrassing diseases, which I will not talk about here. How much do these cost? Ludwig I immediately put aside his appetite and looked at the cans that the attendant showed him. If you want to use it in the army, it is not possible for the time being. Louis said, we are still in trial production, not large-scale production. I can only say that you can take a part of it away. A few boxes will be enough. Ludwig I put down the can and showed some regret. Although the Poles are also growing beets, its sweetness is not as good as cane sugar. I did hear that Poland's sugar trade is very considerable. Louis said, who are they trading with now? The Venetians. And the British, said Ludwig I. They are obviously trying to take over the Dutch caravans and shipping routes. Louis shook his head. More than that, they are also trying to compete for our alliance with the Ottoman Turks and the trade in steel and coal. This information was more surprising to Ludwig I than the glass can. Charles II. It should be him. Louis said, after all, after the walls of Westminster Abbey and the monastery were filled with the heads of members of Parliament, he was the real King of England. It is said that the British people think he will be the second Henry VIII. The wonderful thing is that there are not as many people who oppose him as we think. The King of France gently raised his fork and tapped the wine glass, and it made a clear and long wine. Perhaps the British are also looking forward to a king with a tough attitude. Of course, tough on the outside, but gentle and affectionate on the inside. When those members of Parliament saw Charles II toasting and cheering all day long, drums and music were playing, they might still be laughing at their king for being just a happy king, but they didn't know that from that time on, the people had begun to prefer Charles II rather than the former. After all, many of the members of Parliament were Puritans like Oliver Cromwell. Ludwig I paused. If the person in front of him was not a king, he would have said that even the most unbearable and incompetent kings should be treated with extreme vigilance and respect at all times, because they have power and talents given by God, very terrible talents, and can push you into purgatory at any time. But then he remembered that he was now a king, so he just smiled and said, then, should we be careful of the British and the Ottoman Turks? As for this battle, Louis said, the British cannot reach here, but they will be very happy to do some more profitable business with the Grand Vizier of Mehmed IV. You mean artillery and muskets, said Ludwig I. Yes, Louis nodded, while we are advancing, our enemies will not stand still. As far as I know, the Ottoman Turks' Sipachi cavalry began to replace their weapons a few years ago. I don't know how the enemies you met in Lviv are. They do have artillery that is no less than ours in quantity and caliber. Ludwig I said. So this war may not be as simple as we thought. Louis asked, do you know anything about the current Sultan of Ottoman Turkey, Mehmed IV? Actually, he is of the same age as you, and... Ludwig I showed a complicated look. In 48, when he was 6 years old, he replaced his deposed father Ibrahim I and became the ruler of Ottoman Turkey, but until now, he should not have been able to rule the country. Tell me about it. Louis tapped his fingers on the table. Let's compare them and see if there's anything we can use. I think, Your Majesty, we should start with the Grand Vizier of Ottoman Turkey, that is, their Prime Minister. As far as I know, he is a figure like Cardinal Richelieu, said Ludwig I. He did not mention Mazarin because Bishop Mazarin was like a second father in the heart of Louis XIV, arrogant, cruel, and ambitious. This war can be said to be planned and driven by this gentleman. Chapter 315, The King's Second Personal Expedition, 6. Louis XIV listened carefully. French spies were now all over the country and half of Europe, as well as England and Scotland, and part of the colonies. But these spies, whether wizards or not, could not penetrate the Ottoman Empire thoroughly. It was not because they were deliberately lazy, but because the Ottoman Empire was too special. First of all, although the Sultan and Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire allowed different beliefs to exist within the empire, just like Louis XIV imposed different levels of taxation in the newly conquered Flanders and the Netherlands, the Ottoman Empire was a multi-faith empire, but for those Orthodox Christians, Catholics, Protestants, and even some Buddhists of different beliefs, they were always inferior to others. Not only did they have to bear heavier taxes than believers in the one true God, but they also had to pay blood taxes, that is, handing over their sons to become soldiers of the Sultan. These children left their parents and homeland at a very young age, and when they returned, they were thorough Ottoman Turks. In addition to these, they were inferior to believers in the one true God in terms of law, business practices, and marriage. Especially in some big cities that had been ruled by the Ottoman Turks for many years, such as Bosnia, the city that Mr. Molière used as a big theater to shamelessly and boldly deceive the envoys of Leopold I. After Mr. Molière came back, he said that almost all the people walking in that city were Turks. No, it should be said that everyone dressed themselves as much as possible according to their attire. Anyone who stepped out of line would be stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Even so, those people with unfamiliar faces, even if they pretended to convert, would be watched by the Sultan's spies. Most of these people were retired soldiers and officers from the Janissary Corps, the Sultan's personal guard corps. In the Legion, they were not allowed to marry and were educated to be loyal to their beliefs and the monarch all day long. Speaking of this, Mr. Molière looked at Louis XIV meaningfully, which made them not abandon their duties even after they left. Therefore, any foreigner who appeared in an Ottoman Turkish city, everyone he met, from the innkeeper, the spice merchant, the waiter of the coffee shop, and even a person who rented camels and horses, was a noose around their necks. As for wizards and the other world, unfortunately, maybe they existed there, but the Ottoman Turkish cult was much more intense than the Roman Church. Although the process was not very clear, they might have directly robbed a group of witches and killed the mothers after the children were born. When these children grew up, they naturally became the most fanatical believers and executioners of the cult. With this sharp knife, the Sultan and Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Turkey drove the wizards out of their territory little by little, just like a skilled farmer wielding a sickle to harvest wheat. Some people may ask, aren't there wizards who use the other worlds as their homes in the same way? Yes, but as mentioned before, the faith of the Ottoman Turks absolutely does not allow any fallacy or wavering. They are not like the Roman priests, who only care about whether there are gold coins in the indulgence box. They are constantly expanding their religious territory while purging those who are not pious enough. This is quite fatal to wizards. Just like Gala Island and Rili Island, wizards actually still have contact with the outside world. A Catholic, a Protestant, or believer of any religion will hesitate when they see tangible benefits, and will pretend not to see or hear, but believers of the true God will not. The inner world is not an additional space. It really exists in the surface world, but it is very remote and unknown. At the same time, it is brewing strange power, promoting the formation of magical creatures, and is more suitable for wizards to survive. They are often a deep canyon, a lonely island, a dense jungle, a foggy swamp. But if someone has doubts, determination, and enough manpower to explore, they can still find something wrong from the map and calculation. The problem is that if this is the case, it will be difficult for wizards to operate in the territory of the Ottoman Turks. Apart from the problem of faith, they are as conspicuous as ink spilled on white paper. However, what surprised Louis XIV was that Amin told him that although the Ottoman Turks' religious orders could not tolerate wizards, they could tolerate vampires and some magical creatures. Although they were all classified as demons, sometimes there were fallen believers willing to trade with them. There was a clan of vampires wandering in the Arab region. Amin called them Asame. These Asame wandered in the darkness and hot sand, doing business as mercenaries and assassins. He also asked Louis XIV if he was interested in buying this group of vampires, but Louis refused without thinking. It was only after he had contact with Prince Theodoric of Anjou and Prince Amin of Tsimic, and read a lot of wizard books, that he realized that the blood race valued their ancestral land very much. Generally speaking, the ancestral land of the blood race was the place where the second or third generation of vampires were born. They might even have been kings and lords. For a very long time, they carefully managed their territory, trained heirs, established armies, and even held trials and executed those blood races that they thought might harm the clan. Tsimic was a very powerful clan among the 13 clans, but their fate was unfortunate. They were the first blood race to lose their ancestral land due to the power transition and the change of territory of humans. This made Prince Amin, who was already a little crazy, even more reckless. At the same time, the Gangro clan from the Scandinavian peninsula was also embarrassed. This situation was not without a solution for them. That is, one clan completely destroyed the other clan and then ruled the two territories. But Gangro didn't dare to confront Tsimic. Well, let's put these aside for now. The main reason is that Asame has been wandering in the Arab region. When the Ottoman Empire was at its largest, it had 4 core areas: the Nile River Basin, the Mesopotamian Basin, Asia Minor and the Balkan Peninsula. These were the birthplaces of the Persian Empire, the Alexander Empire, the Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire, the Arab Empire and the Ottoman Turkish Empire. So Arabia is only a part of the Ottoman Empire. What price would he have to pay to make this group of blood clan give up their territory? Moreover, the devil couldn't enter the Sultan's palace, and it was even difficult to enter the capital. They couldn't provide any valuable intelligence. Most of the intelligence Louis XIV had about the Ottoman Turks came from merchants. Although the Venetians and the British had been secretly communicating with the Ottoman Turks, they could not yet compare with France in terms of close relations. Moreover, after Louis took power, wine, spices, potatoes, chocolate, coffee, cosmetics, glass, porcelain, colorful fabrics and newly cut gems were still sent to Istanbul in a steady stream. The Sultan's white and black stewards were the biggest buyers. Although everyone knew that these merchants often held two positions, who could blame the French merchants for always being able to come up with fresh and good things? But it is difficult to find out any real secrets. I only know that Mehmed IV has not ruled the country so far, Louis said a little helplessly. His father Ibrahim I is said to be an arrogant madman, so he was forcibly deposed when Mehmed IV was 6 years old. The current Queen Mother is a Venetian woman, and she promoted Capraluli's people to be Grand Vizier. This is why, although the Ottoman Turks seized Crete from the Venetians in 69, the Venetians still held a glimmer of hope. After all, for 300 years before that, the Ottoman Empire was under the control of the Queen Mother. Perhaps they thought that this Venetian woman, the mother of Mehmed IV, would also become a female sultan. Unfortunately, this lady was destined not to become the second Hurrem. Note 1. Although she was promoted by Capralulu, she demanded 4 major privileges from her at the beginning. First, the administrative power should not be interfered with. Second, the power to appoint and dismiss personnel. Third, all memorials should be reviewed by him. Fourth, complete trust should be required, and no doubts should be made about him. These 4 requirements almost completely excluded the Sultan and his mother. If it were Suleiman I or even Hurrem Sultan, he only needed to say the first one, and he would not have to bother with the rest, because the Sultan would immediately order the eunuchs waiting beside him to hang him with a longbow. But what was shocking was that Mehmed IV's mother actually agreed. Of course, not everyone was willing to believe in this Grand Vizier, so he ruled for 5 years and executed 35,000 people, 4,000 of whom were dignitaries. What does this mean? At that time, there were only 300 officials in the Ottoman Turkish court who handled political affairs. His swordsmen made them members of the Parliament Hall of Topkapi Palace, rotate at least 10 times or even more in 5 years. With such cruel means, this Grand Vizier firmly sat on the position of the uncrowned king. He was not a person with only brutal nature and no outstanding talents. During the years when he ruled this huge empire, he reorganized the navy of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, lifted the blockade of Istanbul by the Venetians, and recaptured 2 important islands. He sent troops to eliminate the rebels in Asia Minor, pushed the border of the empire to the Don River and the Volga River, directly facing Russia, and once again conquered Romania and restored his rule there. If the Ottoman Empire under the control of Ibrahim I was like a carriage being dragged by a mad horse and could fall apart at any time, then Capraluli was the one who slowed down the carriage. Of course, he also raised his weapon to let people see that the Ottoman Empire still had fangs and teeth. He died in 61 and handed over the position and power to his son. Do you know what he said to Muhammad IV before he died? Louis said, "It's still the same 4 points. Never listen to women, never let ministers get rich, always ensure that the treasury is full, and never let the army idle." Ludwig I was stunned. It seems that Muhammad IV did it, at least he definitely did the last one. He savored it for a moment. No wonder you say he is a figure like Cardinal Richelieu. And his son, Ahmed, Louis added, also inherited his father's ideas and thoughts. This war is the most conclusive proof of this. How terrible, Ludwig I said, just for the wishes of one person, or 2 people. That's why people pursue power, Louis said, at all costs. Ludwig I was not sure whether Louis meant what he meant. He shook his head. If Louis XIV was such a person, he would still be the Prince of Condé, or even worse, just a puppet, like the previous king of Poland. Then let me tell you, he stood up. Most of my intelligence comes from the military. Your Majesty, this time we may face 250,000 enemies. It sounds terrible, Louis replied. Tell me about it. First is the Janissary Corps you just mentioned, but it includes soldiers and auxiliary soldiers. In this war, the Sultan and the Grand Vizier allowed all Ottomans to join the army, so the total number reached 170,000, including Sipachi cavalry and a large number of Azips, infantry, Their vassals, the Kurds in Asia Minor and Anatolia, the Rumelians in the Balkans, the vassal armies of Transylvania, Moldavia and Wallachia, Romania, and the Crimean Tatars serving the Sultan, as well as Hungarian Protestants. They may also have countless muskets, artillery and ammunition. From Upper Hungary occupied by the Grand Duke of Transylvania to Transylvania, all the way down are their territories, and they can get supplies from them without having to carry too much baggage. Then what about us? You have 30,000 people here, Ludwig I said. I have about 15,000 people here, and there are Austrians, Danes and Norwegians, Spaniards and Portuguese, and Switzerland. Our total number can reach about 150,000, but your majesty, there is a problem here. He stood up and walked to the window. Please look out. Note 1, Roxolana, 1506 April 15, 1558, called Hurrem, Happy One, in Turkish and Karima, Honorable One, in Arabic, was the queen of Ottoman Sultan Suleiman I. Because of her great political power, she was called Hurrem Sultan in the history of the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 316, The King's Second Personal Expedition, 7. We have said before that Leopold I chose Kamenico for a reason. A 150,000-man army had been gathered on the Velikaplani highlands, including 50,000 from Austria, 30,000 from Spain and 30,000 from France. The rest was divided among other Catholic countries. But it was impossible to say that there were only the kings in Kamenico, where several kings had gathered. In addition to ministers, generals and servants, there were also the guards of the kings. They were the king's most trusted soldiers and the most elite troops in a country, ranging from 500 to 3,000. Louis XIV was the king with 3,000 guards, and he was the only one. So although Leopold I was reluctant, he had to give up the largest castle in Kamenico. If he dared to shirk responsibility, Louis XIV promised that he would turn around and leave, and he would not have to bear any moral and religious accusations. After all, providing supplies and camps for reinforcements was originally the responsibility of the Holy Roman Emperor and the Archduke of Austria. Leopold I also thought about letting the Spanish occupy the castle. After all, the Spanish and French reinforcements were equal in number. But even if Carlos II had recovered his health and sanity, it was impossible for him to immediately assume the responsibilities of the king. Therefore, the Spanish commander was their naval administrative minister Juan Patino. Patino and the Archbishop of Toledo were both out-and-out royalists and valued the performance of the Spanish in this battle. Therefore, they would not let Carlos II come all the way here. Patino was in a high position and had a noble family background. The problem was that even if Carlos II was here, he might not be able to walk side by side with the King of France, let alone compete with him for the station. Juan Patino was even more needless to say. So this big castle naturally belonged to Louis XIV, even though he was not the first to arrive at Kamenico. Looking down from the castle tower standing high above, you can overlook most of Kamenico. This location choice is very common. After all, the castle was used for military purposes from the beginning. The first thing Louis saw was his guards. In fact, from the time Louis XIV ascended the throne to the First Fronde riot, the guards left to him by Louis XI had already become a mob due to lax discipline and demoralization. At that time, all those left by Bishop Mazarin in the Louvre to protect His Majesty were the king and his musketeers. When the king left Saint-Germain-en-Laye, he used Schomberg and his mercenaries from Austria. Later, after the Viscount Turenne was defeated by Schomberg and persuaded by him, the king had his first army. So as soon as he returned to Paris, he couldn't wait to settle the refugees who followed him in Versailles. Compared with the Parisians who went back on their words, greedy and short-sighted, he was more willing to choose his soldiers from the people of Versailles who had escaped from hunger and hardship. These soldiers were originally the king's new army. After these new troops experienced the test of gunpowder, death and blood in the battles of Lorraine, Flanders and the Netherlands, the king promoted some of the bravest and smartest people among them to his guards corps. Because of the large base number, even with careful selection, the Sun King's Guards Corps was forced to expand to 3 times the original size. The soldiers who were able to come to Kamenico with the king this time were even more scrutinized. They were all Catholics, tall and handsome, and each of them had at least one silver sun badge on his chest, indicating that he had killed at least 2 enemies or conquered a fortress with others. 1 or 2 people like this would not be surprising, and 100 would not be impossible, but 3,000 would be enough to attract everyone's attention. However, when looking down from the castle tower, The scene was very pleasing to the eye. The squares and corridors were filled with young, handsome and energetic young men, wearing the same style of uniform: royal blue satin coats, white tights, black leather boots above the knees, buttons and trims were silver, and the sword emblems on the epaulets sparkled in the sun. The weather in June was already a bit hot in Slovenia, and some of them did not wear hats, while some did, but rolled up the sides of the wide-brimmed hats and fixed them with pins, giving the hats 4 extra corners. This behavior was once stopped by officers, because the uniforms, hats, and boots were all given by the king to the soldiers of the guards, and this practice was undoubtedly damaging the king's reward. But when Louis XIV found out, he also began to roll up his hat. After that, not only did no officers blame the soldiers, but even they themselves began to imitate the rolling of their hats to keep in line with the king. In a few days, this rolled-up hat became a new fashion in Paris and Versailles. Ludwig I had already prepared appropriate words in his mind, but after seeing these guys, he suddenly thought that Louis XIV not only showed his consideration for the soldiers in such a small matter, but also announced soon that the uniforms, hats, boots, belts and other accessories given by the king to the soldiers, including personal items such as blankets, could be taken home for continued use after they were on leave or retired. At that time, not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even several of his confidants showed a happy look, because he knew that they were not short of clothes and accessories. These would be precious souvenirs that would be passed down like porcelain, jewelry and furniture. Even he and his eldest son had carefully hidden their marshal's uniforms and general's uniforms in their trunks. The sudden emotion made Ludwig I silent, but Louis XIV had already understood what he meant. Looking beyond the castle and beyond the city wall, they saw a colorful crowd, different from the French army that Louis XIV and Ludwig I were familiar with. Other countries, even Austria and Spain, even the Guards Corps, could not achieve complete unity. Not to mention that uniformity has nothing to do with combat effectiveness. An army with chaotic dress and unclear expressions is not only unable to distinguish from ordinary people, but also difficult for them to define themselves. How can soldiers and officers who cannot even determine their own definition have a sense of honor and belonging to the army? And then be willing to make sacrifices? The sacrifice here does not just mean that they have to sacrifice their lives. Obeying discipline and training seriously is also a kind of sacrifice. Sometimes people are fearless because of a momentary impulse, but not everyone can endure long-term boredom and hard work. When the soldiers realized that they were the king's soldiers and should be noble and pious, Louis XIV's goal was achieved. But outside the castle, soldiers and officers wore whatever they liked. Their clothes looked no different from those of ordinary Europeans: shirts, coats and tights. Ordinary soldiers wore soft-soled shoes, officers wore boots, and some officers had colorful feathers on their hats. They also decorated their shoulders with epaulets, but these epaulets were not used to show military rank, but to prevent the halberds and muskets from rubbing the shoulders of clothes. In addition to the feathers on the hats, some officers also decorated their cuffs with decorative metal strips, but some musketeers also did this to prevent the cuffs from being polluted and damaged by the smoke and dust of gunpowder. Some officers used wide belts to show their status. Most of them were Tatars or Cossacks, but as long as they were not soldiers in his team and had the capital, the soldiers could do the same. As for weapons, of course, the French army also allowed them to purchase their own weapons, but the weapons issued by the army were unified and were also the main force. Their personal weapons could be used as reserves, but among these people, their weapons were varied, from bows and arrows and spears that had existed since the birth of Christ, to halberds and crossbows, the most common daggers and bayonets, to the latest long-handled or short-handled muskets, grenades, etc. You can see them on their belts and around them, and sometimes you can even see stone hammers and sheep jaws tied to a wooden stick. When he first saw this weapon, Louis XIV didn't even think it was a weapon. He thought it was some kind of cursed tool or a necessity for religious rituals. But Henry, the eldest son of Ludwig I, told His Majesty that it was indeed a weapon and was very common among the Tatars. Moreover, the best material for this weapon should be deer or horse, because the jawbone of sheep is sharp, but not as long as that of deer. But because deer rarely appear in the Tatars' range of activities, but there are many sheep, so they often use the leftover sheep jaws as spearheads or daggers. Without seeing it with your own eyes, but only understanding it from intelligence, it is indeed impossible to truly grasp the actual situation. Louis thought in his heart that the people holding the sheep jaws were a group of Tatars. Of course, they could not become a member of the Guards Corps. They were probably here to ask for supplies and commissions, but what caught Louis XIV's attention was that in the chaos, these tatars were even more disciplined than those soldiers and officers. But the people around them didn't think so. They all showed disgust and contempt, until one of the mercenaries who wanted to push the tatar leader away suddenly screamed. Although Louis XIV was always watching these tatars, he was not very clear about what was happening there because of the distance and the dense crowd. But after the crowd quickly pushed away, he saw the mercenary kneeling on the ground, holding up his bare and bloody wrist. A tatar calmly stepped forward and stabbed him in the throat. This episode came unexpectedly, and it was visibly about to turn into a terrible group fight, because someone was rushing over and let out a shrill cry after seeing the body. These people might be mercenaries from Italy. Italy is almost the most prosperous and busy place for mercenaries. After all, the lords there are keen on war but don't like fighting. Whether it is a big family in the same city or fighting against foreign enemies, such as the French, they will hire outsiders instead of fighting in person. Such behavior will certainly bring many bad consequences, but it is indeed very beneficial to the development of mercenaries. Italian mercenaries are well equipped. It is said that they are even willing to spend huge sums of money to buy the latest firearms from the French. Louis XIV, who is engaged in arms trade, certainly knows this. It is probably for this reason that these Italians think they can continue to be superior to others even in Camnico, but it is obvious that the tatars are not the people they are familiar with. Perhaps the Italian mercenary leader wanted to say something. Louis XIV picked up the telescope and continued to watch them closely. He found that the mercenary leader had a crim on his shoulders, so he turned around and asked Ludwig, "Has anyone around you hired an Italian?" "No, Your Majesty," Ludwig said, and he also raised the telescope. "No, he should have bought it from a Pole or Hungarian." Crim is a short cloak that is often seen among Hungarian hussars and Polish-winged cavalry. In summer, it is used to replace the wild animal fur originally draped on the body. Generally, half of it is lifted up and draped over the shoulders. It usually has a thick lining and gold and silver thread embroidery, so it looks very magnificent. It is not surprising that Italians who love luxury would buy one for themselves. Ludwig denied it, and was glad that there was no such fool around him. This Italian might have thought that he was hired by the Duke and the Earl, and he was equivalent to half a nobleman. He actually thought that he could reason with the beast. When the tatar leader's axe split his forehead, his mouth was still moving. The gorgeous crim did not help him at all. His companions drew out short-handled muskets. He did not expect that those tatars had the same muskets under their dirty and knotted woolen clothes, which could be fired without striking the flint. The first two Italians fell. The tatars shouted wildly, drew their weapons and rushed forward. The people around them either ran away or climbed up the low wall. The tatars only took a few minutes to end the battle, and then they ran away quickly, like a whirlwind with blood. Anyway, when Leopold's guards came slowly, only the dead could answer their questions. These tatars. Louis XIV couldn't help but say. If he still had the energy to expand eastward, he would definitely try to take these tatars into his pocket. Their combat capability was too strong. His new army was brave and fearless, and their loyalty was commendable, but there was a problem, that is, they lacked the kind of savagery that was necessary on the battlefield, but this was also a common problem in the army after hot weapons replaced cold weapons. Just like those Italian mercenaries, they might not be so useless on the battlefield, but they were used to shooting at long distances, and the outcome was already decided when they faced each other, so there were not many opportunities for close-range fighting. Chapter 317, The King's Second Personal Expedition, 8. Of course, French soldiers also used the bayonets on their guns to continue close-range hand-to-hand combat after running out of bullets in the war between the Netherlands and Flanders, but this close-range combat that was similar to cleaning up the battlefield could not be compared with the battle against the Ottoman Turks. The Ottoman Turks' fighting style was simple but effective. They did not have a military rank system similar to that of France, nor did they have a chain of command of generals, officers, non-commissioned officers, sergeants, soldiers, and they did not pay attention to any strategy or maneuver. There may be thousands of soldiers under one officer. They never issued complicated orders, the soldiers might not understand them either. Usually, they just took down a castle or captured a village, etc. No matter how they did it, they just did it. Anyway, to the Sultan or the Grand Vizier, they were just consumables that could be replenished at any time. The dominance of the Ottoman Empire was completely exchanged for mountains of bones and blood like rivers and lakes. It must be said that when the Azips, the ordinary infantry of the Ottoman Turks, rushed towards you like a swarm of rats or ants, anyone would be afraid. This is what Louis XIV was worried about, so he had to lead the army in person this time, otherwise he could not guarantee that Leopold I or others would not let the French army fight against a most fierce first wave of attacks. "I don't mind transferring some taters to you," said Ludwig I. After all, Louis XIV's assistance was indispensable when they conquered the tatars before, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to play a decisive role in this war. It is of course easy to use beasts to fight beasts, but the problem is that the number of tatars cannot be compared with those Azipu. "Not in this war," said Louis XIV, while planning the preparations for special military forces, and said, "It takes human wisdom to fight against beasts." He put down the telescope. "But first we must determine the position of the French in this war, and you, my dear friend, if you suffer too much loss in this war, your rule in Poland will also be affected." The French king suggested not very piously, "Don't care about those false names like Savior, even if the church is willing to give you the title of saint, don't do it, don't see that saints are dead, let us care about things after death. If you are still a little worried, then wait until this battle is over. If Vienna is still there, we will try to get you a church or monastery from Leopold I." This call made Ludwig I both heartwarming and amused. Apart from other things, could the monastery or church gotten from Leopold I still be counted as his credit? He suspected that if he talked about this during the last sacrament, the priest who was performing the sacrament would spit holy oil on his face. However, after spending a long time with Louis XIV, he would become a little tired, especially to God. Ludwig I made a cross on his chest and said, "You know about tomorrow's meeting, right?" "Yes, I know," said Louis XIV. "Then are you ready?" Ludwig I said that, in theory, the commander of the coalition should be Leopold I, but he would definitely stand on the side of Louis XIV. He didn't know how many people Louis XIV had bribed, but he knew that Louis XIV was a stubborn person, and there were few things he couldn't do that he wanted to do. "If there's any accident," Louis XIV said, "then let Vienna and Leopold I die." The talks on the second day were also called King's Talks by later generations, instead of the Kamnik talks usually named after the location. Because in this meeting, there was a total of 1 emperor and 3 kings present. Leopold I was the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and the 3 kings were Louis XIV of France, Pedro II of Portugal, and Ludwig I of Poland. Given that Pedro II's eldest daughter was already the Dauphin of France, and Ludwig I was originally the Prince of Condé of France, and Louis XIV had spared no effort in his journey to become the King of Poland, they certainly could not become opponents of Louis XIV at this time. But Leopold I also had the full support of the 3 electors of Brandenburg, Prussia, Saxony and Bavaria, and Spain. The place where the king held talks was arranged in the town hall of Kamnik. When Louis XIV and Leopold I met for the first time, their ministers tried their best to make equal arrangements. Later, the 2 monarchs sat side by side on 2 chairs, and Leopold I sat on the chair on the right. This was a small concession by the French, because in the tent Leopold I was the host and Louis XIV was the guest, but in this meeting, Louis XIV could no longer give in. After the door of the council hall was opened, Leopold I hesitated for a moment, and Louis XIV strode in first and sat directly on the only host chair. For a moment, people thought that Leopold I would leave immediately, but he did not have the courage to do so. Or, at least, he still had a sense of responsibility for Austria. He came to the first seat on the right-hand side of Louis XIV and sat down. Then came King Pedro II of Portugal. Opposite Leopold I, below him was King Ludwig I, but then the 3 electors headed by Brandenburg also sat down on the side of Leopold I. In fact, there was no substantial content in the king's talks. Even the front line was still several cities and hundreds of miles away from them. Louis XIV swore to God and the Holy Cross that although he was the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, he would never interfere with the command of any general. He was just a supervisor and a judge. No matter who they were, French, Austrian, Polish, Catholic or Protestant, in this war, as long as they felt that they were wronged or encountered any difficulties, they could appeal to him. He promised that he would absolutely treat everyone fairly. Regardless of what Leopold I, the other 2 kings, and the 3 electors thought, the generals, even the Austrians, would certainly be happy to have such an honorary commander. But then, Louis XIV also swore to them that if someone fled in the face of the ferocious enemy due to cowardice or various despicable reasons in this battle, causing those brave and pious soldiers to die in vain. In the name of the Virgin Mary, even if others did not pursue it, he would pursue it to the end, whether it was a person or a country. He even casually said that there were 30,000 French soldiers here, but there were 10 times more troops in France. The Sun King could certainly fulfill his oath to the end. This was the decision Louis XIV made after he got to know the mercenaries, especially the Italian mercenaries. After all, for mercenaries, no matter how much money they made, it would be useless if they could not enjoy themselves. So when they encountered an unfavorable situation, their first reaction was to escape. Now the King of France threatened them that if they dared to do so on the battlefield, they would be hanged if caught. Some mercenaries actually escaped after hearing such an edict. The generals outside the French army didn't know what to say about this. Only Marshal Schomberg could understand Louis XIV's worries, because he was an Austrian, had been the leader of mercenaries, and had fought against the Ottoman Turks. He knew how the Ottoman Turks used their troops. When they saw the enemy rushing towards them in a black mass, unless they were Samson or David, both were strong men described in the Bible, they would inevitably have the idea of escaping. At this time, loyalty and honor would come into play, but mercenaries did not have this. Once they decided to give up money to save their lives, they would immediately turn around and flee. As you know, once someone took the lead in fleeing, the most tenacious army would collapse like a fortress built of sea sand. Louis XIV had no way to pick out the mercenaries mixed in the Austrian and Spanish armies. Not every king was qualified to establish a standing army that belonged only to him. He could only rely on this kind of intimidation to expel some cowards with ulterior motives in advance, and to make those who stayed behind prepared, so that at least they would not escape so easily. It was just that when Henry, Vauban and Schomberg were about to leave for the meeting between the generals, the king also made 2 suggestions. The first was to strengthen the strength of the war team, including but not limited to providing better horses, weapons and more soldiers, and the second was to build more fortifications on the front line. Cement was used by Louis XIV in Versailles as early as 20 years ago. After continuous development and innovation, the French cement factory not only has amazing production, but also can provide a variety of cements, ranging from strength to setting time. The Marquis of Louvois also stored a lot of quick-drying cement in the armament warehouse, which was being sent to Cambrai with wheat and dried meat. So Vauban's idea was to build fortifications in the Save River basin, low fortresses, tortuous walls and hidden trenches. As soon as the voice fell, there was a lot of discussion at the meeting. Although the generals present had heard of Vauban's name and knew that he had an outstanding talent in defense and attacking fortresses, he was too fanciful. The Ottoman Turks had an army of 250,000. No one knew how long their battle line would be, and who knew where they would attack? So do you mean to emulate the Hungarians in the past? Vauban asked. Here he refers to the Battle of Mohacs, which was the battle between Hungarian King Lajos II and the famous Ottoman Turkish Sultan Suleiman I. In this battle, the Hungarians also had the wishful thinking of leading the Ottomans into the hinterland, and then joining forces with the 2 supporting armies to give full play to the advantages of the Hungarian cavalry on the plains and annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. However, Lajos II at that time probably did not expect that the gradual retreat and luring the enemy deep into the plains has always been a technique that requires the most discipline and courage in all tactics. The Hungarians' retreat turned into a rout after encountering the massive attack of the Azov infantry. When they finally fled to the expected battlefield, a plain dotted with sporadic swamps, everyone wanted to escape. The Ottoman Sipachi cavalry and the Janissary Corps slowly slaughtered 25,000 people on the Hungarian stage, that is, the entire Hungarian army. When the other 2 supporting armies heard about it, they withdrew without looking back. King Lajos II of Hungary died in this battle, and it was not a very glorious death, because he fell into a swamp while fleeing and was drowned because his armor was too heavy. People in Hungary still say today, it's as miserable as Mohacs. Vauban knew what some of these generals were thinking. It was not that they were not brave, but they were used to using castles to resist the attacks of the Ottoman Turks. However, castles alone were not enough. To consume more of the Ottoman Turks' strength, they could only attack instead of waiting. Vauban proposed that they should not only defend the area north of the Save River, but also launch an attack south of the Save River. This did not mean that they would take the initiative to attack the Ottoman Turks. They should destroy the fields of the Ottoman Turks, burn their houses, and destroy their roads, just like the knights did hundreds of years ago. Even if this would only cost them 1 Azov, they might be able to save 1 soldier. Leopold I's general, the equally famous Raimondo Montecuccoli, objected. He was a veteran who had fought in the 30 Years' War and had a deep understanding of the Ottoman Turks. He had to admit that this method of clearing the fields would indeed annoy the Ottoman Turks. 250,000 people would put pressure on the enemy and the commander, and the fodder required for their cavalry mounts was also an astonishing number every day, which was not enough to be transported from the rear. But the Slovenians have always been grateful for the tolerance of our emperor. Since 1500, the Habsburgs have controlled Slovenia and intended to merge it into Austria. If, as Vauban said, the forced expulsion of residents, burning of houses, early harvesting of wheat, and pollution of wells would undoubtedly lead to the Slovenians' hatred of Leopold I, Vauban was almost laughing in anger. There were obviously ways to ensure victory and reduce casualties, but they were rejected because of Leopold I's greed. Are all the French saints? Even the owner of Vienna was unwilling to pay a price for it, but wanted to sacrifice people who had nothing to do with it. But if the Ottoman Turks come, they will not be able to keep their homes, and they may even lose their lives. Schaumburg said, in exchange for Raimondo Montecuccoli's glare, but although Schaumburg was an Austrian before, he is now a Frenchman, and it is not uncommon for knights of different nationalities to serve a king. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, The King's Second Personal Expedition, 9. No, this is crucial, Henry said. He is now the eldest son of King Ludwig I of Poland. If nothing unexpected happens, he will also be the King of Poland. Although in order to avoid suspicion from the great nobles and the Szlachta class, Henry was only a Count of Poland after returning the Dukedom of France, that is, the Szlachta class. According to this level, he is not even qualified to sit on an equal footing with these generals, but Ludwig I is already over 60 years old. If Ludwig I unfortunately goes to see God, then Louis XIV will definitely send Henry to the throne of Poland without hesitation, so even if he suddenly interrupted and no one dared to interrupt him, it should be said, the man who was already a soldier in his teens said with a smile, if the Ottoman Turks came, killed their relatives, burned their houses, and robbed the property, they would curse Muhammad IV, but if it is as Mr. Vauban said, they will curse Leopold I. Let's do this, he suggested happily. We can find a compromise, gentlemen. We can ask His Majesty Leopold I to take out money to compensate those poor people. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was frozen, except for the Portuguese who were allied with France. The Elector of Brandenburg almost laughed out loud, but fortunately he held it back in time. But King Pedro II of Portugal did not have to, because he had had enough of the Spanish Habsburgs, and he did not mind embarrassing the Austrian Habsburgs. Anyway, there was no room for peace talks between him and Leopold I, and he was originally a Bohemian person, so his loud laughter filled the entire conference room. Marshal Montecuccoli had originally agreed with Leopold I that even if Louis XIV was there, he could not push the French to the front line, at least they had to bear some losses. This approach made Montecuccoli, the upright old man, very dissatisfied, but he had no choice. After all, he was Austrian, and he could not watch Vienna being wantonly ravaged by the Ottoman Turks. Moreover, the Habsburgs of Spain and Austria were a double complement. The Habsburgs of Spain fell into decline due to the disability and dementia of Carlos II, so the French king took the opportunity to seize Flanders. And because Carlos II was infertile and destined to have no offspring, France and the Holy Roman Empire would definitely fight a war for the throne of Spain. With such a possibility, even the most upright people would temporarily put aside their conscience and do something that would benefit the country but damage their own honor. But Count Henry said so, and the situation became awkward. Could they still say clearly that they wanted armies other than Austria to fight against the Azov infantry wave of the Ottoman Turks? Please note that they are reinforcements, and they came to Kamnik because they are also Catholic kings, or they are hired by Leopold I and the Roman Church. If they realize that Leopold I has such an intention, even if Jesus Christ comes back to this world, they will never fight for this battle again. Not to mention, Count Henry has already given a solution. Yes, if compensation is given and the Slovens are told that the Ottoman Turkish army is on the way, they may obey Leopold I's will and leave their homes, but can Leopold I, or the Austrian treasury, really afford this expenditure? You know, as King Louis XIV of France continued to improve muskets, artillery, and ships, the craziest one among them was Leopold I. Marshal Montecuccoli vaguely knew something about Leopold I and Louis XIV. To be honest, Leopold I was somewhat contemptuous of Louis XIV when he was a teenager. Compared with Louis XIV, who went to sea gone too early, Leopold I's father, Ferdinand II, worked hard and did not leave until he was sure that his son had secured the throne of the Holy Roman Empire. When he left, Leopold I was 17 years old. He had no powerful ministers around him, and the Queen Mother could not have a say in government affairs. Apart from dealing with those princes, he felt that he was a real emperor. But since Louis XIV took power, the situation between him and Louis XIV seemed to have reversed. Those electors became more and more aggressive. They might have been like this before, but Leopold I could not fully understand the political mysteries at that time, so he could not detect it for a while. But as he grew up, those despicable tricks could no longer escape his eyes. He was full of anger, but he could not deal with them like Louis XIV dealt with ministers, because they were equal in status. Later, because of the 2-year age difference, Louis XIV married the eldest daughter of King Philip IV of Spain first. To be honest, Leopold I cursed every night that the boy who might inherit the thrones of Spain and France at the same time, or become the father of the King of Spain, would die early. Unfortunately, the boy not only did not die, but became stronger and smarter. In contrast, both of Leopold I's sons died, and he did not even meet one of them. If Leopold I had to blame the damn electoral system politically and God for his descendants, then even Marshal Montecuccoli didn't know what to say about the French king taking advantage of his greed and inability to use people to harm Leopold I in the Flanders incident. Anyway, Leopold I hated Louis XIV, who sent a group of actors to trick him. Later, when the French attacked the Netherlands with all their strength, Marshal Montecuccoli fought with Viscount Turenne several times. He did not fail or win. He knew that Leopold I was a little disappointed, but the Austrian military force, not the standing army, could only gather 50,000 people when the Ottoman Turks came out in full force. At that time, Montecuccoli only had 15,000 soldiers. How could he fight against Viscount Turenne's army that was 3 times his size? With such a huge disparity in numbers, even a fledgling general, as long as he knows how to stabilize the war situation, can stop Montecuccoli from the lowlands, not to mention the Viscount of Turenne. The old marshal looked at the people across the conference table. Vauban was over 40 years old, Count Henry was in his 30s, and although Schomberg was over 60, he was energetic, strong, and had a loud voice. It was said that he took the initiative to go on this expedition, and he might be able to serve Louis XIV for another 20 years. Although the Grand Condé was sent by Louis XIV to be the King of Poland, there was still the Duke of Luxembourg in Paris, and Louis XIV's military academy had already started. In just 10 years, no, 6 years, or even 3 years, a group of officers educated and guided by famous generals like Luxembourg or Schomberg would appear on the battlefield. Originally, only their sons, nephews or nieces, or the children of friends and relatives, were qualified. Now, when he thought about what a behemoth France would eventually become, Montecuccoli's wavering heart would immediately become firm. But no matter how determined he was, there were countries other than Austria, and even the 3 electors of Brandenburg would not allow the Austrians to shrink behind them and watch them fight the Ottoman Turks. They were very interested in Vauban's tactics of clearing the countryside and adding defense lines and bunkers. Of course, Leopold I's purse would be empty, but at least he still had his capital Vienna, right? Louis XIV did not think that Leopold I would be embarrassed for money. In order to ensure that Leopold I would not interfere in Flanders, he actually gave Leopold I gold coins worth 500,000 livres according to the secret agreement. Otherwise, he would not have mortgaged Fontainebleau when attacking the Netherlands. He could mortgage Fontainebleau and the royal jewels and territories for France's new territory, so what if Leopold I borrowed money from bankers for Vienna and Austria? Anyway, he heard Marshal Schomberg say that he didn't know what the Swiss general was thinking, but he did suggest that if the Holy Roman Emperor had financial difficulties, he had a few reliable bankers to recommend. He didn't know whether he was trying to be attentive or not, but Louis XIV did have a letter from him requesting an audience. But when Louis XIV mentioned this person, even Bonhomme hesitated because Mr. Rousseau was a Genevan. The Theocratic Republic of Geneva is located between Switzerland and France. How did it come into being? It's very simple. After Lutheranism became a tool for the electors of the Holy Roman Empire to seek personal gain, the flame ignited by Martin Luther was still not extinguished. John Calvin, the son of a nobleman in a northern French city, gradually took over the Protestant thought and made major changes to the Protestant rituals and scriptures after converting to Protestantism, making it closer to ordinary people. These are nothing. The problem is that he believes that since God's country can be democratized and republican, why must a human country be ruled by kings and lords? Of course, he is a cautious person. Such words were eventually shouted out by his believers. However, with such thoughts, he could not continue to gain a foothold in France, so he came to Geneva and deprived the Bishop of Geneva and the Duke of Savoy of their ownership of Geneva under the embrace of believers. From then on, Geneva became a city managed by Protestant priests and believers as he expected. Simply put, he has two titles, one is the Pope of Geneva, and the other is the founder of the Huguenots. Even though John Calvin had been dead for more than 100 years, French Catholics still feared and hated him. And because Genevans continued to accept those Huguenots who were unwilling to convert, the relationship with France was even worse. So when the French mentioned a Genevan, it was like mentioning a devil. In fact, Louis XIV, who had no faith, would not care about this, but even Bartham showed a strange look. He had to consider the people around him, so he rejected the Swiss's request on the surface, but privately asked Marshal Schomberg to meet that person. Schomberg was also a Protestant, and they must have a lot in common. On the day Schomberg was sent away, Louis XIV met another person. He was the Tatar leader who killed half a dozen Italian mercenaries under the watchful eyes of Louis XIV and Ludwig I that day. His clothes were much neater and more gorgeous than when the king first saw him, but it was still obviously not suitable. Like a beautiful deerskin wrapped around a wild wolf, his appearance was not flattering, not ugly, but crude. God must have been absent-minded when creating him and used careless materials, or it could be said that wind, sand and time had polished him into his current appearance, like a hideous tree root. There was only one thing about him that was worthy of admiration, and that was a pair of bright eyes. Although they were hidden behind layers of eyelids, when they passed by you, they were like the light refracted by a knife blade. No one could ignore them. As soon as he entered the door and saw Louis XIV, he shouted loudly, "Hail, Your Majesty, hail to you!" The voice was so loud that it could almost shake the beams of the house. Louis raised his eyes and smiled. He did not forget that day when this Tatar subordinate pulled out the latest short-handled musket from his dirty woolen sheepskin coat that no one would look at twice. The short-handled musket that could be fired directly without a flint was sold at auction at Louis' instruction. The price was high. How did this Tatar get them? At least 3. To get these, you need not only money, but also connections. While the king was still thinking, the Tatar leader had bent one knee and knelt down, with his right hand tightly pressed against his chest. Unlike the French or the British, Hungarians and Poles were used to kneeling before nobles. "Your Majesty," he said, "Your Majesty, the Tatar Bailbash greets you. My master sent me here to serve you." "Who is your master?" Louis asked. The Tatar leader mentioned the name of a Polish nobleman. This time he was summoned to Kamniko by Ludwig I, and he should be considered one of the ministers he conquered. It seems that after Ludwig I returned, he remembered his instructions and sent them here. "That is not entirely true," said the Tatar leader, "because the Italians are trying to kill us, so our master has allowed us to come here for shelter." "You could have said it more plainly," said Louis. "Aren't you afraid I would refuse?" "He sent me here because he knew that the Tatars would never betray those who saved their lives," said the Tatar leader. "Sire, my brothers, my sons and nephews, my mother, my wife and daughters, are all yours." Chapter 319 Before the War. In Poland, in Ottoman Turkey, and in Russia, the roots of slavery still remain. If a Tatar leader says to the people he wants to be loyal to that we are all slaves of God, as if we are equal to him to some extent, then the people who hear this will definitely be unhappy. It can be seen that this Tatar is not just a simple warrior. Louis was interested in this Tatar leader not only because of the courage and danger he showed. He had been a king for so many years and knew that anything that appeared in front of him would not be a coincidence. Where he stayed was known to the entire Kamniker and even Slovenia, including the Ottoman Turks, not to mention such a Tatar under the command of a Polish nobleman. It is even possible that his actions were also hinted by the nobleman. Although the vassal of a vassal is not my vassal, if the king's ministers are magnanimous and intend to show goodwill to the king, they may also send the knights they admire to the king. Even so, The words of the Tatar leader still made Louis speechless. He raised his hand to let the Tatar leader stand up and return to his seat. The Tatar leader stood up, like a black cypress that had been struck by thunder and rain. He had accompanied his master and seen many dignitaries. He had seen silk carpets piled on the wall, silver cups and golden plates on the table, and clothes and crowns inlaid with gems. He had also seen ministers dressed in colorful furs and brocades surrounding the king, and guards holding halberds lined up on both sides of the road like knives and forks on the dining table. He had seen tents big enough to cover the entire sky, and horses, cattle and sheep surging to the horizon like clouds. After they were slaughtered, their blood flowed like a river. The Tatar leader knew that the King of France was a powerful sultan or khan long before he came to Kamnikar. The territory he ruled might not be as vast as that of Mehmed IV of Ottoman Turkey, but it was definitely richer and more unified. People had a wrong impression of Ottoman Turkey, that is, the Sultan always kept his word. In fact, the Ottoman Empire was similar to the Roman Empire in the past. Because of its vast territory, it had to adopt the method of enfeoffment of governors, generals and officials. Since the Sultan was also worried that these once loyal servants would breed undue ambitions because of holding power for a long time, these pashas and viziers were even promoted from the janissaries, that is, the Sultan's slave soldiers. Their power, glory, life, and even their offspring were in the hands of the Sultan. Behind the golden windows of the meeting hall, the Sultan could arbitrarily execute any minister he felt was not loyal enough. But the bad part of human nature can never be eliminated by education, training or threats, just like Leopold's envoys once mistakenly believed that the governor of Bosnia would sell Bosnia to them. If a pasha or vizier could get rid of his servility and ignore the hostages in the hands of the Sultan and go all out, such a thing would not have happened. And what made the Tatar's former masters jealous was that the French King Louis XIV not only owned a huge country, but his power was also concentrated in his hands like that of Suleiman the Magnificent in the past, and his ministers and generals were so loyal and willing to complete any task he entrusted to them. Even the current King of Poland Ludwig I, Prince of Condé, obeys the words of this king who could almost be his son. But when such a man rode the strong horse of France on the battlefield, no matter who it was, they would retreat. Before meeting Ludwig I, the previous owner of the Tatars still had some delusions. When he met Ludwig I, his heart succumbed under the invisible pressure, because he didn't even dare to fight against Ludwig I, so how could he dare to plot against a king of France who could make the latter kneel down? He let the Tatars come to the king, just like presenting a precious gift to flatter the king. He guessed Louis XIV's mind, because France had lost interest in fighting against pagans since the last crusade. Instead, it was very interested in the enemies of the Roman Church. The alliance between France and the Ottoman Turkey can be traced back to the profane alliance of lilies and crescents signed by Francis I and Suleiman I in 1536. Not to mention how much turmoil and scrutiny this alliance caused. Just looking at the name, you can tell how angry and uneasy the church was. However, this alliance was destroyed during the reign of Louis XIV, because the Netherlands, Venice and Britain also began to trade with the Ottoman Turks and gradually became weaker. The steel and coal that the Ottoman Turks urgently needed could be obtained from these three countries, and France was no longer so important. At that time, the First and Second Fronde rebellions broke out in France. Later, Louis XIV's blade was also aimed at the country, Spain and the Holy Roman Empire. It was normal to neglect the Ottoman Turks. So for Louis, the Ottoman Turks were unfamiliar. Although Ludwig I provided the intelligence he knew as much as possible, nothing could be more useful than a Tatar who had followed the Polish nobles to fight the Ottoman Turks for decades. Grand Vizier Kuprulu Ahmed is a strong young man. His father is the founder of the Kuprulu family in Istanbul. However, this arrogant Grand Vizier died in 61. After that, his son, Ahmed, took over his power and position. He is different from his father. He is humble, gentle and polite. Of course, this is an adjective that makes some people feel delicate, because at least the Queen Mother and the Sultan in the palace would never think so. If he was really so gentle, he would have been torn apart by his father's political enemies. But what worries the Grand Vizier is that he is about the same age as him. Sultan Mehmed IV, who was born in 42, was obviously tired of being a mascot and decoration. He told a female slave that he longed to be like his great-grandfather, who only needed a gesture to let the eunuch hold a longbow and strangle the minister who was discussing political affairs outside the golden window with a bowstring. Although he drank a lot of wine at that time, Ahmed knew that wine, a liquid brought by the devil, would only make people speak his true words, but would not make people go against their will. This cannot be blamed on Mehmed. He is a sultan, but he has no power. Of course, he will feel suppressed and betrayed. As for the Queen Mother, of course, she is like any woman in the harem of the Sultan. She is a female slave plundered by pirates or the army. She became a superior person because of the favor of Ibrahim I, but she lacks gratitude like any slave. She did not make a sound when her sultan was deposed and executed, so even if she was the one who promoted Cuperloo would still warn Mehmed not to listen to women at the last moment. Never listen to a woman. This is to prevent the Queen Mother of Venice from using the power of the Ottoman Empire to seek benefits for Christians. Never let ministers have money, because once ministers have money, first, they will no longer go to the battlefield for money, and second, they will have ambitions because of wealth. Always keep the treasury full, that is to deal with the war. Nothing is more expensive than war. Never let the army do nothing. Of course, in order to rule this vast land, the Ottoman Turkish Sultan needs countless troops. These troops are like swords hanging on the wall and dogs tied in cages. If they can't see blood from time to time, they will turn against their masters because of hunger. Ahmed sighed deeply when he thought of this. His tent was stationed at the center and highest point of the entire camp like the Sultan. Of course, it was impossible for all 250,000 people to move together. Even if they wanted to, the roads and supplies would be overwhelmed. Therefore, the camp where Ahmed was located was mainly composed of the Janissary Corps, the Sipachi Corps and the vassal army of the vassal state, that is, the Matfarika Cavalry Corps. The latter was different from the Janissary Corps and the Sipachi Corps. They almost all came from the noble territories conquered by the Ottoman Turks. They were hostages and warriors, with generous salaries and wearing uniforms like the personal guards. The roles of these two corps were similar to those of Louis XIV's dragoons and guards, with horses, entourage and the latest weapons and equipment, such as muskets and artillery. They would never appear on the battlefield at the beginning of the official war. These tasks would be handed over to the lower-level infantry and cavalry. These low-ranking cavalrymen mainly came from Wallachia, Moldavia and the familiar Transylvania. Wallachia was also well known in this era, thanks to the former Grand Duke of Wallachia Vlad II, who ruled the current Romania region from 1456 to 1462. As a devout Christian, he was extremely fond of impaling pagan enemies. At most, 20,000 captives were impaled on spears and died painfully. Their bodies were carried along the road from the battlefield to the gate of his castle. It is said that some enemies who saw this scene were frightened and turned away. However, since the death of the Grand Duke, Wallachia has returned to the hands of the Ottoman Turks. Now it and the other two regions are the most important vassal states of the empire. According to the Sultan's law, in addition to the usual blood tax and the lord's obligations, once there is a war, the men in the local herdsmen's families must also serve in the military. Of course, they cannot compare with the Janissary Corps and the Matfarika Cavalry Regiment. Their horses and weapons are all configured by themselves, and the colors of their clothes are even more mixed and chaotic. They were like a colorful ribbon around the camp, outside of which were the gray and black azips, the humblest infantry. Most of them were farmers or craftsmen, but they were not very averse to conscription, just like the Crimean Tatars, because they wanted to take this opportunity to plunder. As long as they could go home, the loot they got could often make a family live a rich and smooth life for several years. The Tatars seemed to be the same everywhere, the Polish Tatars and the Crimean Tatars. Only a few Tatar leaders could own horses, tents, precious metal utensils and jewelry, and muskets. Most Tatars could not even afford horses, but they were the bravest pioneers on the battlefield. They were good at archery like their ancestors, and their arrows were no milder than musket bullets. These Tatars were scattered around the camp like tassels hanging from the edge of a woman's skirt. Similar to these Tatars but keeping their distance were the Cossacks. These free men had no faith, no family, and no surname, but they knew how to fight in large formations made of horse-drawn carriages, so they were responsible for some small artillery, ordnance and supplies, and they also knew how to fight in rivers and lakes, although this special skill might not be needed in this battle. There were also some Kurds on the plateau, Mamluks in Egypt, and even Venetians, Hungarians, Italians, and Austrians. Since Suleiman I, as long as the knights were willing to fight for the Sultan, they could keep their faith. Therefore, there were quite a few Catholics and Protestants willing to serve the pagans. However, once they died in battle, their families could only get very little reward, So they had to fight bravely, lest their children and wives end up with nothing. In addition to soldiers, vassal states also had to provide materials for the empire: wood, muskets, horses, minerals, metals, asphalt, sulfur, nitrates, etc., and the demand for food that would inevitably pour down like a tide after the army set out. But even if these countries were willing to give everything, they still couldn't afford the weight of 200,000 troops, so Ahmed not only recruited merchants to provide supplies for the army, but also deliberately looted food and money from the villages and cities they passed by to ensure that the soldiers would not mutiny, but would also be full of desire for the upcoming war. They did so. After coming out of the Ottoman Turkish-occupied area, this pagan army started a bloody carnival. Wherever they went, there was a mess. Amid the howling, hungry wolves swarmed in. After leaving, not even a complete bone was left. Only bloodstains showed what kind of tragedy had happened here. So what did the Sultan's Grand Vizier Ahmed, who was considered a kind and good man by the people of Istanbul, think? Of course he was very satisfied. This situation continued until the third city. It was an empty city. Chapter 320 Before the War, 2. The city was called Kasivi, and it could be called a big city. There were people in the city. Even hundreds of years later, when faced with terrible things like volcanic eruptions or floods, there would still be stubborn and overconfident people who were unwilling to leave. Of course, such people would inevitably receive a harsh lesson, now and in the past. When they were sent to Ahmed, these Christians still had some illusions. They were as naive as children and actually believed those nonsense, that the Ottomans would treat all pagans well. But why didn't they think about it? If so, how could the Ottoman Turkish soldiers who had no salary from the 3 major legions and the huge number of cannon fodder willingly work for the Sultan without any reward? This is why Ahmed allowed them to plunder and massacre at will. Raising these Azaps was like raising a group of dogs. Before the war, he would use the flesh and blood of Christians to stimulate their greed and cruelty, so that they would not fear pain or death in battle. When the Grand Vizier heard about this, he immediately became alert and ordered sharp wooden stakes to be erected. It was not only Christians who used piercing punishment. This order was of course welcomed by every Ottoman Turk here. Some Azaps went to chop trees. Of course, spears were also acceptable, but a rough branch could prolong the suffering of the prisoner as much as possible. The guards of the Grand Vizier quickly stripped off the clothes of a Christian. He was exposed naked in the sun, trembling desperately, like a piece of milky white fat. He was younger and stronger than the others, which was why Ahmed chose him. When he realized what the Ottomans were going to do to him, he was so scared that his farts and urine ran, and he couldn't say anything except screaming. Another guy who looked like a mercenary wanted to say something, but was immediately pulled back by another person. He immediately retreated without saying a word. His choice was correct. Ahmed didn't need to show his mercy in front of a group of Ottoman Turkish soldiers at this time and place. He waited until the victim was placed on a saddle by the soldiers and the not-so-sharp-pointed wooden stakes were hammered into his legs little by little. Then he began to ask what happened in the city in a hoarse howl. The Christian who stayed behind was a fool. He was a businessman and a member of the city council. He had done business with many Ottoman Turks. He had also been to Istanbul and even hid the Sultan's flag at home. He was unwilling to give up his property and goods and refused to leave Kasivi as the envoy of the Allied commander asked. He thought that even if the Ottomans came, as long as he swore to convert to their faith, he could still enjoy freedom and power, and even become the master of the city. The few people around him, one of them was his loyal servant, and the others were mercenaries. These mercenaries were not so much to ensure his safety as to ensure his style. He had thought before that he would walk into the Ottoman camp as majestically as a governor. He probably didn't expect Ahmed to be too lazy to say anything to him. If the former hadn't been worried that the intelligence he wanted to know would go wrong during the transmission process due to language problems, he could speak Hungarian, French and some dialects of the Holy Roman Empire, he would not even appear in front of these Christians. When Azip was busy erecting the stake, they accidentally let the prisoner fall off the stake, so they had to start over. It was hard to say whether they did it on purpose. Even the most loyal servant didn't dare to look at him. All the answers Ahmed needed to know were laid out in front of him in a few minutes. Did no one have similar ideas to Sebastian Vauban before? Of course, but any country, principality or county that fought against the Ottoman Empire was bad because there was no unified voice. The king or lord at the highest position was unwilling to give up his own interests, but would our ministers and knights be willing to do so? Not to mention that some regions had not even pledged allegiance to the king or lord, and they were only in alliance with each other. It was too difficult to gather all the forces together to fight against the Sultan's army. Even in this battle, if King Louis XIV of France had not led the army in person, and Spanish Navy Minister Juan Patino, who provided him with an equal force, had agreed to this approach after much deliberation, and other reinforcements had also expressed their approval to varying degrees, the tactic of clearing the countryside would still only remain on paper. Even so, the Catholic coalition could only ensure that some cities in the Sava River basin would obey orders. Extending beyond that, it was not a matter of clearing the countryside, but that they had to fight a battle with the local lords of Slovenia before the Ottoman Turks. The Lord of Kasivi was inclined towards the Habsburgs, and it was he who promised the citizens that if they were willing to leave, Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire would give them some compensation for taxes and labor. The people here left Kasivi with their families partly out of fear of the Ottomans and partly out of trust in the Lord. When they left, they took away almost all the food, harvested wheat in advance, dug potatoes, took away horses, cattle and sheep, and all their savings. Both the elderly, children and women left. They might have gone to other cities to wait for the war to be over, or they might have hidden in the hills and forests. The Ottoman Turks could certainly track them down, but that would be of no use to Ahmed's army. They could not waste time and deviate from their marching route just to find the Christians who had fooled them. After confirming that the empty city was not caused by people fleeing unconsciously, but by the Catholic coalition's intentional obstruction of their progress, Ahmed waved his hand and asked his personal soldiers to deal with the Christians. He did not forget that there were tens of thousands of hounds waiting to be fed. If there was not enough blood and flesh, it was possible that they would be attacked by these hungry beasts. The Crimean Tatars also returned to his tent at this time. They reported that not only was the city like a Madrid, but even the previous road was destroyed, and the way of destruction was different from the past. The road was not dug with traps and felled trees, but piled with many huge stones. Stones? Ahmed asked in surprise. Is there a quarry nearby? That's right, Great Pasha, said the Crimean Tatar. They are as neat as the bricks and stones in castles and palaces. Each brick can hold a giant bear. They are lined up on the road. They are so heavy that only the revered gods can move them. Ahmed thought that the Tatars were exaggerating, but when he saw it in person, he knew that the Tatars were not lying. However, he also recognized that this stone was not a stone. This is cement. He said that cement was also one of the important materials purchased by the Ottoman Empire from France. As a Grand Vizier with real power, he could certainly recognize it, and he reached out and touched the cement block across the road. This cement might be the quick-setting cement that was banned from export. Their scholars have been studying it, but have never developed a similar product. It is very easy to make cement into a roadblock. Before it solidifies, cement powder is not as heavy as after it solidifies. Water is everywhere. As for how big it should be, it depends on how big the mold made of wood and boards is. These cement blocks are lying on the road. They can be dragged away by horses in Azapu, but it will undoubtedly greatly slow down their marching speed. Ahmed looked over and saw that there were at least more than 100 cement bricks here. Even if it was quick-setting cement, it would not be done in a day or two. In addition, the Christians also said that those people may have worked for several nights, so the question is, how did the Catholic coalition know their marching route? Those cavalrymen who were thrown out like nails also ensured that no spies could get close to them. Of course, the general direction cannot be concealed, but this kind of defense and obstruction that is accurate to the city is very confusing. Ahmed thought for a while, then turned back to Kasivi. Although Kasivi was empty, the buildings were still there. He went straight to the cathedral, which was the only church in the city. Ahmed saw a group of priest servants dismantling the stained glass of the cathedral. These were blasphemous to the Ottomans who believed in the true God, but these stained glass could still be sold to other Catholics. Others gradually moved out chairs, crosses, icons, etc. These holy objects that could not be taken away by the Catholic priests were now the spoils of the Ottomans. When Ahmed walked into the nave, there was nothing here except the pillars, walls, ground and dome. The sunlight shone in from the slender windows where the glass had been removed, illuminating the black robes of the priests. When they saw the Grand Vizier, they folded their hands across their chests and saluted him, and Ahmed also made the same gesture in return. After the priests stepped aside, Ahmed met the Imam, the religious commander of the army. He bowed respectfully to the Imam. "I come to seek your help," Ahmed said bluntly, I suspect that those Christians are colluding with the devil. Yes, the Imam said. He was an old man who was very impressive, because most people would become gentle after aging, but he was just the opposite. His white hair and white beard were like sharp and shining iron thorns, his eyes were deeply sunken in the eye sockets, and his nose was like a sharp hook, which was just a little bit away from hooking his upward chin. These priests are the Ottoman Turks, the power in the other world. Although their ancestors were also wizards, their history of breaking away from wizards was even earlier than that of the Roman Church, and more thoroughly. When King Arthur was still using Merlin as his prime minister, they already believed that their power came from the true God. Their hatred of wizards was far greater than that of the Roman Church. In Istanbul, werewolves and vampires can have the chance to breathe, but wizards, who are the only ones who cannot get any tolerance from the priests. Although he had guessed it, Ahmed's face still showed disgust, as if he saw a swamp emitting a rotten stench. There's nothing strange about this, the patriarch said. The reason why we are here, fighting for the true God, is to eliminate these fallen pagans and their devil masters. He nodded to Ahmed and waved to summon the priests around him. Although Ahmed was the Grand Vizier, when he saw this scene, he immediately retreated to the side hall and leaned against a pillar. In the empty nave, a dozen priests once again made the gesture of folding their arms across their chests, their heads bowed deeply and humbly, almost touching their chests. The abbot stood among them, raising his hands like the stamens of a flower. After a pause of a few seconds, the old man looked at the falling sunlight and began to recite the sacred scriptures aloud and make complex gestures. After he finished this prayer, the priest took off his black robe with him, revealing the white coat, long skirt, black belt around the waist, and yellow hat on the head. In their doctrine, taking off the black robe means getting rid of the troubles of the world, and the black belt left behind indicates that they cannot get rid of their worldly bodies for the time being. The white coat and long skirt represent their sacred gods, and the yellow hat standing tall represents the grave. At this time, the drum sounded, and then the flute sounded. The priests walked around the venue 3 times and saluted each other. Then, in the monotonous and steady music, they raised one hand to the sky, praying for the true God to grant them protection, and the other hand down, meaning to distribute this gift to the believers. They rotated with their left foot as the center to symbolize that all things in the world are endless and repetitive. They would continue to rotate for a long time, dozens of minutes or even hours, to get close to the true God and pray for grace. Even as the Grand Vizier, Ahmed could only watch them silently and devoutly, reciting scriptures in his heart. In places he could not see, flocks of ravens, pigeons and falcons fell like hail. Varro Vesalius heard a scream, and he immediately ran to the next room, and saw Hood lying on the ground, his crystal ball shattered into countless sparkling pieces. He pressed his face, blood flowing from his fingers. Chapter 321 Before the War, 3. Hood was one of the first wizards to follow Louis XIV. Although he was only hired at that time, serving a mortal king for the sake of the shiny gold, he and his companions played an indispensable role in Dunkirk becoming the military stronghold and port that the king expected so quickly. Since Louis XIV established the so-called Special Royal Guard, he naturally became the leader of the young wizards, and his status was similar to that of Count d'Artagnan's cousin Pierre in the Musketeers. Such a person who was deeply trusted by Louis and even served as His Majesty's guard from Flanders to the Netherlands. Of course, he could not stay in Paris. After settling down in Kamnik, the king's musketeers were sent out along with the wizards' ravens and other birds. They soared in the sky, looking for traces of the Ottoman Turkish army, so that General Vauban and his supporters knew which paths to choose to set up obstacles and which cities to clear and relocate residents. However, from the beginning, Louis knew that this approach might not last long. This time when he came to Kamniko and met with the kings, he was not surprised to find that there were several unfamiliar faces around these important people. The king was willing to trust few people. Their favorite ministers and wives would also send portraits, and as long as the wizards saw each other, heard each other, or even observed the magic traces left by each other, they would know which family the other party came from. Louis was the initiator, and of course he would not do anything stupid, but Paris looked very ugly. Maybe he regretted that he should not have chosen to abandon the French royal family and come to Rome to become such an awkward bishop. Now, let alone the wizards of Gala or his former student Hilarius, even wizards like Varro Vesalius and Hood were more favored by the king than him. However, what this lord is best at is not caring about empty honors and false reputations. When he was brought to Kamnik by Louis XIV, He keenly realized that His Majesty had no good feelings towards him. Now is not the time for him to feel wronged and hesitate. If he hesitates any longer, he means that when the war starts, they will encounter the power of the Ottoman Turkish world, or other gifted people with ulterior motives. He and his monks will definitely be sent out by Louis XIV without hesitation. The head of the cardinals ordered Barras instead of others to come to Paris, which vaguely meant to deal with Barras, a villain who changed his mind according to the wind. Yes, even if Barras wisely abandoned the crazy Clement X and joined his army, the head of the cardinals, like Clement X, would not trust such a short-sighted guy who forgot his loyalty for the sake of profit. He could use him to show his sincerity and eliminate the hidden dangers around him. It was really a good deal. Barras still had less than 50 monks around him, who were his last resources. But at this time, not to mention these monks, even he had to put on a gesture of doing his best. Varro Vesalius' room was next to Hood's, and Barras' room was at the other end of the corridor, but he was only one step slower than Vesalius. Vesalius had just poured the potion into Hood's throat when Barras rushed in like a black whirlwind. When he rushed in, Vesalius almost broke the defensive potion bottle, but Barras immediately knelt down beside Hood. He put his hands on Hood's face, pressed his eyes that were destroyed by the curse attached to the crystal fragments, and quickly recited the scriptures. They came to a place called Bethsaida, where there was a blind man who prayed to Jesus to touch him. Jesus touched his eyes and said, "What do you see?" The man said, "I see people like trees." So Jesus pressed his eyes again, and he could see again. Vesalius knelt beside Hood, his robes stained with Hood's blood. Eyes are a very important and sensitive organ not only for mortals, but also for wizards. Ottoman Turkish priests, descendants of wizards, rarely appear in Istanbul, making it difficult for other wizards to understand them. Now it seems that they are no less talented than those from any other place, from England, France or the Roman Church, and even more dangerous, because they not only destroyed Hood's crystal ball, but also hurt the caster through the crystal ball. His potion can even make people who have lost their eyeballs grow new organs, but Vesalius expected that the curse on them would not be so easy to deal with even before he had time to check it, but Barras's spell, let's put it that way, is obviously very targeted. Hood's breathing and heartbeat suddenly stabilized, and he leaned back in relaxation, no longer twitching in pain. Vesalius wondered if the Ottoman priests had something in common with the Roman priests. They had successfully combined their innate abilities with their devout beliefs, becoming swords for ordinary people, and then turned them against their own kind. They believed that their power was given by God or the true God, and it was not groundless, because after such a change, their spells were indeed very different from those of wizards. But he still had to thank Barras. After Louis heard about this, he sent his servants to reward Barras with a small box of gold coins, which disappointed Barras. After all, everyone knew that the king would reward those who trusted him with shoulder straps and diamond pins, and it would be even better if the diamond pins were taken from him. Of course, until today, Viscount Tyrone and Marshal Schomberg did not know that they received such rewards purely because the king was short of money at the time. Barras was in dire straits in Rome, but his family's accumulation in the Isle of Girondins and the reward he received in Paris were not enough to make him happy for this unexpected fortune. He sighed and used the reward to bribe the king's first attendant, Bontang, hoping to meet the king as soon as possible. Will he ask to go back to Paris or Rome? Louis said, and Bontang smiled. Do you want to make a bet with me? Louis said intimately to the Marquis of Louvois beside him, Paris or Rome? I bet Kossivi or another city in Slovenia. The Marquis of Louvois bowed slightly and said, You are a cunning man, my good sir, said Louis, nodding to Bontam, who knew that the king had allowed Bishop Barras to see him. He turned and left, and the Marquis de Louvois exchanged a glance with the king. It seems that you agree with me, Louis said a few minutes before Barras arrived. This weathercock, Note 1, like figure was once the Grand Inquisitor of the Paris court. Elleru told me that although he has a despicable heart, his divine arts and combat abilities are not inferior to any monk or knight. Although he is unwilling to follow you here, his hands have been immersed in boiling water, and he must fish something out to avoid losses. Marquis Louvois said, and then he coughed lightly because he found that the words just now were a bit vulgar. Louis laughed. No, sir, I have heard this sentence from Colbert. You have worked with him for so long, it is understandable that you are influenced by him, and this sentence may not be so subtle, but it is very appropriate. And there is another thing, said the Marquis de Louvois. When he was in Rome, he might have heard about some things in Paris and Versailles, but some things cannot be fully felt unless you are there in person. Barras is an arrogant man. He left Paris at that time only because he thought that Bishop Mazarin and you could not give him the rewards that match his status. In Rome, he even intended to get involved in the position of the Cardinal Prince. Now he is back and sees that Hilarius, his former student, has actually put on the bishop's robe and has 3 dioceses. He can't help but feel jealous. You know, Your Majesty, although he is a bishop, he has no cathedral of his own and is not respected by those who know him. This position was just given to him by Clement X. So what do you mean? What I mean is, Your Majesty, he also holds a little hope that if he can show his abilities in front of you, you might let him have a place in your court, or even replace Hilarius. Louis showed an inexplicable look, and the Marquis de Louvois blinked. There are many people in this world who don't know their limits, Your Majesty. Want to bet? A gold Louis. Louis placed the bet. A Louis d'or, said the Marquis de Louvois. Barras strode in. In appearance, Barras was more credible than Hilario. He was tall and broad-shouldered. Although his hair was gray, he had an elegant classical beauty, like a marble statue from Greece or Rome before the Common Era. He was wearing a black robe tied with a purple belt, and a large golden cross hung on his chest. To prevent it from shaking, the chains of the cross were fixed on both shoulders, and the cross was hung on the second button. Unlike ordinary bishops, he also had hooks on his belt for hanging swords and musket holsters, but all those who came to see the king had to unarm outside the room unless the king gave special permission, so Barras only held a box. When he saw the Marquis de Louvois, he was slightly stunned, as if he was surprised that the king had someone else with him when he met him. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. He suppressed his doubts in his heart, stepped forward and bowed deeply, and then kissed the king's ring. Sit down and talk, Louis said. Mr. Bishop, I think you must have something very important to tell me. Yes, Your Majesty, very important. Barras said. He sat down on the chair brought by the servants. Although Louis didn't like this man, he never deliberately humiliated others in these places. Bontang also sent tea and cheese. Slovenian cheese is the only local food recognized by the king's chefs. Kamnik is on the edge of the highlands. The June sunshine has brought a bit of scorching heat, but in this old castle, the windows are small. Even with carpets and curtains, it is impossible to completely cover the coldness of the stone bricks, so the tea brought by Bontang is still boiling hot. There's even a piece of fur on the knees of the Marquis of Louvois. I come from Mr. Varro Vesalius, Your Majesty. Barras said. How is Hood's eyes? There is no big problem, but the Ottomans have noticed the tricks of the wizards, and it may not be possible to continue. Barras said. Are you sure it's the Ottomans? Louis asked. Barras' face flashed a subtle smile. Your Majesty, I am the Grand Inquisitor of the Inquisition after all. Even if it was only once, when I was in Rome, I dealt with those pagan priests more than once. He paused. My monks found a raven. Do you want to see it? Louis's eyes fell on the box. Let me see it. He was a man who had been on the battlefield. Could he still be scared by a dead raven? Barras opened the box, which might have been used to hold spices. The raven was torn into pieces, but there was no bad smell. Barras fiddled with it casually, allowing the king and Marquis de Louvois to see a pair of eyes. Those were the eyes of a raven, which rolled down in the scattered feathers like 2 dyed pebbles. Ravens don't have blue eyes, he said. This is a spell that can make peepers blind. The wizards around you can do it, but only those pagans. Their spells will turn the eyes of people or animals affected by the spell blue. Can their spells affect so many ravens? Louis asked. He brought hundreds of wizards this time, and there must be no fewer from other countries. When Hood and several other wizards drove ravens to spy on the enemy, they had conflicts with other wizards' bird servants. Those pagans, I have to say, Your Majesty, they are colluding with the devil, just short of opening the gate of purgatory and walking in, which can sometimes bring great danger. Barras said, so I came to see you, and I want you to allow me to. Allow me and my companions to meet those abominable devils first, Your Majesty. My subordinates and I can track down any werewolf or vampire, and humans can't escape our eyes. I will bring you good news, so that you can get an undoubted victory before any monarch. Note 1. Some residents often have a shining metal rooster on their roofs, a weather vane, which is a kind of weather vane used to indicate wind direction, and it means the same as the modern arrow-shaped weather vane. The weather vane was considered by residents to be an object to ward off evil spirits in the past. Later, People painted the sides of the chicken with gold and black respectively to distinguish the wind direction. It is also called the wind vane. Chapter 322 Before the War. 4. It was the best thing for Louis XIV that Barras volunteered. He was also a straightforward man. As soon as he got the king's permission, he took his leave immediately. He and his monks set out early the next morning. Hood watched him go away from the window with mixed feelings. The Grand Inquisitor was like a devil to the wizards, especially the French wizards. However, even the wizards of Galia had heard of him. Any foreign wizard who came to France had to be careful of his side, because he was never reasonable. Sometimes making a choice is an important and difficult thing. Hood said this, and then he saw a group of young people, or more accurately, older children running from the castle stables to the inner square. He just took a glance and opened his mouth in surprise. "Vesalius," he shouted, "isn't that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Vinoise?" Vesalius, who was preparing potions on the side, heard him say this and walked to the window and looked down. Sure enough, he recognized the Crown Prince at a glance, that is, our little Louis. As mentioned before, little Louis had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. The Duke of Colonna's coming-of-age ceremony was brought to the battlefield in the Netherlands by Louis XIV, while little Louis was brought here by his father. In terms of scale, little Louis's pomp was much larger than that of the Duke of Colonna, but this pomp undoubtedly attracted unanimous opposition from the ladies of Versailles. Unfortunately, few people can change what the Sun King decides. Just like now, there was nothing surprising about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince appearing here. What surprised Hood and Vesalius was that the group of people around him were not the French attendants and servants they were used to seeing, but a group of toddler children wearing felt hats, robes, and belts. "Your Majesty, do you know?" Vesalius blurted out, and then he realized that he was stupid. Louis XIV had a strong desire for control. He even wanted to make the whole of Europe revolve according to his command stick, let alone in this castle. Louis XIV did know that the Crown Prince had many new playmates. When he took a sip of tea, he couldn't help frowning, because there was sugar in the tea, and he pinched a piece of cake, which turned out to be sweet. He looked at Bontemps standing beside him. "Oh, my dear friend," the king asked with a smile, "did I disappoint you in some way?" Bontemps looked at him reproachfully, but said, "You are always perfect and impeccable." "I don't think so. For example, I never like sweet tea or sweet cakes." Louis said, "I just think you are too tired recently and need some sweet tea to refresh yourself." Bontemps said seriously. From his face and tone, you can't tell what he is thinking. "Ah, I know, you are blaming me for letting little Louis stay with those taters," Louis said. "If the Queen Mother knew that the descendants of St. Louis actually allowed a group of barbarians' children to be their servants, she would faint immediately," Bontemps said. Louis casually placed the cup on the windowsill. Like Vesalius, they were looking out the window at the inner square of the castle. Although the castle was old, it was spacious enough and also had a double square structure, that is, there were two walls, the main tower in the inner square. The church was on the inner side, and the soldiers and servants, the blacksmith shop and the stables were on the outer side. Just now, little Louis had led his men into the courtyard from the stables. Such behavior attracted the attention of many people, especially Louis's musketeers. They seemed to be thinking, talking or resting, but their eyes never left the Crown Prince, and their hands never left their muskets and rapiers. Louis saw that the Marquis of Louvois was frowning and talking to General Vauban beside him. They must have asked to see the king soon and asked the king not to let the Crown Prince hang out with a group of taters, which was really too detrimental to the dignity of the Crown Prince. "If they knock on the door, Bontemps," Louis said quickly, "just say I'm resting." Bontemps glared at the Sun King. There were not many people who could dare to do this now. Bontemps' position seemed humble but was actually important. He was so loyal to Louis XIV, he remained single even until now. It was not that he was not married, but he had never accepted the courtship of any lady, because he said, he really didn't have more energy to deal with another master. This joke circulated in Versailles for a long time, and people couldn't help but feel moved after laughing. Louis XIV also intended to give him a title, but Bontemps said that he would not accept this reward until he could no longer serve the king and had to leave the court to spend his old age, otherwise his identity would become embarrassing. After all, almost all the people around Louis were dignitaries. But even if there was no title, the Duke of Orleans and the king's brother Philip would still call him Mr., and people knew that he was the king's closest friend. As mentioned before, Bonhomme may know more than his brother Philippe, but he rarely, or should be said to have almost never interfered in any affairs. This was the first time he revealed his attitude. Louis knew his concerns. "Help me get rid of those people, and I will explain to you." "You don't need to explain to me," Bonhomme said helplessly, and turned to deal with General Vauban and Marquis de Louvois. When he came back, he brought a large pot of tea without sugar and some salty pastries. Louis happily picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for himself and him. "It doesn't matter," the king said. "You are my friend, Bonhomme. You have watched little Louis grow up. I know that your love for him is no less than that of Philippe and me. Then I will overstep my bounds once." Bonhomme bowed to the king, thanked him for the tea, and then said, "I think Marquis de Louvois and General Vauban, and even Marshal Schomberg, they will definitely come to knock on your door again, and they will never stop until they see you. Because there are traitors around the crown prince." Louis said, "Not only traitors, his servants are still with him." "They are all criminals and pagans," Bonhomme said. "Everyone who sees this will be worried." "I know, but there has always been a big problem with little Louis," Louis said. "I hope to take this opportunity to solve it." Bonhomme paused. It was obvious that he didn't quite understand what was wrong with the Dauphin. The Dauphin was not as smart as the Sun King, there was no doubt about that, but Louis XIV was not an ordinary person. The Dauphin was kind, humble and pious, rich in emotions and simple. If he was not compared with his father, he was the heir to the throne that the monarchs and ministers of Europe and even the whole world wanted. In private conversations, people in Versailles even thought that if there was such a Dauphin to ascend the throne in the future, it might be a good thing. Really, there only needs to be one king like the Sun King. After all, there is only one shining tomorrow in the world. So what else would make Louis XIV dissatisfied with the Dauphin of Vinoise? Thinking of this, Bonhomme was a little worried. He decided not to marry, accept love from anyone, or have any offspring. He was determined to devote his short life to the French royal family. Louis XIV and Queen Teresa only had the eldest princess and the crown prince until today, but Bonhomme also knew that a crown prince who was not loved by the king would suffer and be tortured like an unfavored minister. "Do you remember that it wasn't long after you came to me?" Louis had no idea that Bonhomme was already acting out the prologue of Hamlet in his heart. The reason he wanted to talk to Bonhomme was that in Versailles, Bonhomme was the first chamberlain, and he could be said to be half of the minister of the court. He had the right to speak about the prince's thoughts, so Bonhomme must know his thoughts. It was probably a few months later, the first Fronde rebellion. "I remember, your majesty," Bonhomme said. He was the youngest son of the baron. His father had sent him to Bishop Mazarin, hoping that he would become a priest. He also worked hard to serve Bishop Mazarin. Who knew that Bishop Mazarin thought he had a talent beyond ordinary people in this regard, so he sent him to the king, because after the pants-hanging ceremony, the boy should have his own personal servants instead of ladies-in-waiting and maids. That night, I was stuffed into the servants' convoy, full of worries. I thought I would be sent to other places and would never see you again. Fortunately, we met soon in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, Louis said, and we hardly ever parted again. I trusted you, Bonhomme, and you were like another brother to me. Bonhomme's heart was moved, and he bowed again slightly to thank the king for his praise, which was more precious than all the diamond pins. "Then do you remember how long it took until we returned to Paris, until I took power, and took back my power from the bishop, from the Queen Mother, from the Duke of Gaston, from the ministers and generals?" 10 years, your majesty, a full 10 years. These 10 years were not easy, Louis sighed, and in the following 10 years, I still had to fight many enemies, some of whom were even my friends and my relatives. They are all to blame, your majesty. Your kindness is like the sun that shines on the earth. The sun also hides its light at night, Bonhomme, and I also have evil thoughts. People need light in darkness. It is also a rare gift to be able to obtain eternal peace. But little Louis, Louis said, did you notice? Bonhomme was silent for a while. It was obvious that he had realized the biggest problem that the little Prince Louis had encountered after being reminded by the king. Everyone praised the little Prince Louis for being gentle and polite. So what kind of person could be like this all the time? And this was not a trick played by some people who were good at pretending. The prince's kindness and mercy came from the heart, which made him liked by many people. If he was the son of a lord or a merchant, there would be no big problem. But he was not. Not only that, he was of a noble status, second only to his father and uncle. All of France, as well as France's colonies and vassal states, would be his. Little Louis was undoubtedly lucky. His mother was a Spanish princess and his father was the King of France. When he was born, the country had been initially settled without much disturbance. Although his mother and father had a political marriage, Louis XIV, who was always rational but not emotional, would never embarrass the Queen because of ministers or royal wives. He grew up in the love of his father and mother, the King's favorite woman, Mrs. Marie Mancini, and their first son. His elder brother Luciano, who already had the title of Duke of Colonna and the strict inheritance law, could never threaten him. Louis XIV would not allow it. The two younger brothers who followed, one was far away in Flanders, and the other would probably be granted a title outside the homeland. They could not shake his throne like the Duke of Gaston or the Prince of Condé did to Louis XIV, but would become one of his arms. His wife had also been determined to be the eldest princess of Portugal. She would be his biggest and most powerful ally, and the same was true for the marriages of his sister and cousins. According to the current situation, Louis XIV will give him an extremely rich and prosperous France. French woolen cloth has surpassed Britain, glass and mirrors have surpassed Venice, dyes have surpassed Italians, and there are trade routes and financial systems seized from the Dutch. He can sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. He can be said to be a child who grew up in a riot of flowers. Gentleness and tolerance are inevitable, because he has almost nothing to fight for. Well, it seems that you have realized it. Louis XIV said, which he discovered after coming to Camnic. Little Louis is not bad, but too good. Think about it, such a good man, will he be respected and loved? No, no, not only enemies outside France, but also enemies. Once people find out that he is a really good person, even his most trusted relatives and closest friends will betray him without hesitation. Who let him have such a large industry? If you get him, you will get half of Europe. But your majesty, what will these traitors teach him? Bonhomme asked doubtfully. They will not betray him, because of you. Of course they will not betray little Louis. Louis said, I am what I am now because I know what a terrible ending I will face if I continue to be ignorant and incompetent, perhaps even worse than the two princes in the Tower of London. Bonhomme. That night, when I was leaving Paris, if it weren't for Marie, I would have become werewolf feces 30 years ago. Even later, as long as I took a wrong step, death or even a worse ending would be waiting for me. Because I have seen those mobs and refugees, Louis said, so I can always be vigilant and cautious. But little Louis has not seen it. The lowest level of people he has come into contact with before were just servants in the palace or construction workers in the academy. He doesn't know how bad humans can do. Quotation mark. Chapter 323 Before the War, 5. Little Dauphin Louis had indeed never seen such a person. As Louis said, the worst person he had ever seen was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was not that those attendants or servants had titles. They worked in Versailles or the Louvre and could touch important figures that ordinary people could not approach, such as the Marquis de Louvois, Minister Colbert, and Prince de Conti. Sometimes they just said a few words, or even just smiled, or looked unhappy. Such information could be sold for a large sum of money. The lowest level fireplace servant in the palace, that is, the person responsible for lighting the fireplace in each room, could also get hundreds of livres from outside every month. Don't think that such people are not worth buying. When the fireplaces in the rooms of the Louvre and Versailles were lit, how many fireplaces were allowed to be lit in a suite, and what kind of charcoal was used, could well reflect whether the king valued and loved the guests in this room. An income of hundreds of livres a month, converted into real money, is an income of 1,000 francs a year. Perhaps some people still cannot have a specific understanding of this. Let's put it this way. In England, the basis for the division of noble classes is that the annual income must reach £1,500, while a wealthy farmer's annual income is no more than £20. These taters, even if the visitor is a touter leader, cunning and clever, his most valuable property may still be his horses and those short-handled muskets. As for other enjoyments, the taters don't care much, and they don't even have to compare with Louis officers. He can't even compare with a servant in the army. He and his brothers, children and clansmen are primarily seeking survival, and horses and guns have always been put first. So when the touter leader, in accordance with tradition, promised to place himself, his wife and children at the king's knees, just like a slave swearing loyalty to his master, Louis XIV asked him for his children. He thought the king wanted some hostages, who knew that the king was willing to let them be servants of his heir. He and his brother stood in the shadows, watching the two completely different people leave in front of them, and his brother couldn't help but smack his lips. "You saw it." "I saw it." The Tatar leader said that the prince and his followers were dressed in silk and silk, no matter how simple they were. The collars turned out from their coats were as beautiful as layers of flowers. The children of the Tatars, even the children of the leader, they only wore a sheepskin robe. As for what was inside, God knows. Their nobility was reflected in the fact that they wore boots, and some wore belts with daggers and muskets hanging on them. "That's not what I'm talking about," his brother said. "That child is so beautiful. If we take him to Istanbul, the Sultan's black eunuchs will exchange him for a whole box of pearls or gems." The Tatar leader slapped his brother on the back of the head without thinking. "You're a fool," he whispered, but not because his brother had such an idea. Although they worked for the Polish nobles, when no one was watching, they would also rob white women and children, sometimes selling them directly to merchants, and sometimes going to Istanbul in person. The price of a child would probably be higher than that of a woman. But, don't be silly, he licked his lips and said, "Think about it, even if it's a slave, if you can become the king's slave. He's not the king yet. One day he will be," said the Tatar leader. "The French tradition is different from ours. They value the eldest son very much. I mean, the first son born to the wife they married under the witness of God. Even if he is an idiot, he must give him his property. Do you want Anwo to be the prince's attendant?" "And Midor," said the Tatar leader, "they cannot have many wives, but they can have many women, and the most favored woman among them will become the king's closest person. Their children will also become dukes or princes. I heard that our king has 2 sons who were not born to his wives, and now both are dukes, and have a large territory. The eldest son is also engaged to the daughter of a Grand Duke." "Oh my God, oh my God, God, Jesus Christ." His brother's eyes suddenly lit up. He stretched out his fingers and gestured on his body twice. "Is this true?" "Absolutely true," said the Tatar leader, "so don't say such stupid things. The child is much more valuable than you think." "But I always feel a little strange," his brother said. "This king has so many brave soldiers, excellent weapons, and loyal servants. Why did he keep us?" "I don't know very well," said the Tatar leader, "but he must have his intentions. Don't think that these noble and wealthy people will be generous for no reason. They are very meticulous." Prince Louis was just curious. It was the first time he had seen such people. How should I put it? The most criticized thing about these Tatar children was their roughness. This roughness was not only reflected in their rough reddish-brown skin, shiny and knotted sheepskin clothes, or boots inlaid with copper heads, and flat top hats that were not taken off even in the scorching sun, but also in their agile posture, light steps, and the bright black eyes that were obviously hunters. Both men and women braided their long hair and wore earrings. The Tatars, like the Ottomans and Poles, believed that a big beard could show masculinity, so some young people were eager to grow beards early. However, the children sent by the Tatar leader, his youngest son Anwo and daughter Miro, were about the same age as the prince. Anwo had not had time to grow a beard, but he had the momentum of an adult when he spoke and acted. The reason why they ran from the stable to the inner square was because the prince promised them that they could get the musket and rapier he gave them. A group of older children ran to the storeroom. The crown prince had Louis's warrant. Anwo glanced at his companions who were happily trying out weapons, pointed to the boxes that were being opened for inspection, and asked, "Can we have clothes like that?" Little Louis saw that it was the uniform of the guards. He immediately shook his head and said, "No," he said, "that's the uniform only for soldiers and officers who obey and are loyal to my father and the king." "But aren't we your father's soldiers now?" Anwo asked. "It's different," little Louis said patiently. "They are all people who have fought 1 or 2 battles with my father." He simply explained the epaulets and logos on the uniforms, etc. After listening, Anwo nodded. "I understand." He pulled out the short axe on his waist and swung it in the air. "If I also cut off the enemy's heads on the battlefield, 1 or 2, I should be qualified to wear such clothes." "Yes," little Louis said, "the musket and rapier are my personal property, so I can give them to you, but the uniforms are public property. Even my father cannot allow people with no merit to wear military uniforms for no reason. In addition," he said seriously, "even if you go to the battlefield, you must remember to find your superiors, so that your military exploits can be recorded in the book." "Supervisor? We are Tatars and should be formed into a separate army," Anwo said, and exchanged glances with Meadow calmly. It seems that their father's original plan did not work. The French crown prince is indeed simple, but the French army already has extremely strict rules and regulations. They can't rely on the crown prince's likes to move beyond the original class overnight. I heard that the Tatars have always been a brave nation, said Louis. You will surely achieve great feats. This is exactly what we desire and expect, for you and your father and the king, our most merciful and generous master, said Anwo, while patting his chest and bowing. Prince Louis found that the more he understood these Tatars, the more difficult it was for him to understand their enthusiasm for war. He didn't know how to describe it. His father had the bravest soldiers in the world, but they were also afraid of death and pain. These Tatars, no matter how young they were, men or women, welcomed the war as if they were welcoming a feast. They immersed themselves in it and said that they were fighting, but more like enjoying themselves. Louis did not answer his question immediately. He only said that he would let Louis continue to watch, listen, and think. Maybe the answer will be in front of you tomorrow. This father, who was sometimes quite irresponsible, said. The next day, Marquis Louvois saw the prince and the Tatars running out of Kemnico and hunting in the nearby hills and woodlands. Speaking of safety, it should be absolutely safe here. Not to mention that there are more than 100,000 troops stationed on the highlands. The area around this city with an emperor and 3 kings has long been carefully guarded. Little Louis is not only surrounded by Tatars, he also has his own musketeers and guards, but the Marquis de Louvois still insisted on reminding His Majesty the King that such a thing can only be done once, not twice. Do you think? Your Majesty, the Marquis de Louvois tactfully advised, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has become a little straightforward recently. You mean to say that he has become rude? Louis also answered frankly. What bothers you is that he is no longer the Crown Prince who is willing to follow the old customs. He leaned back and showed a strange expression. But my child, the future King of France, when will you abide by the rules and laws set by others? It was not until I returned to my room that the Marquis de Louvois realized that his shirt was sticking to his back. This is also the reason why Bonhomme stopped trying to persuade Louis. Ever since the prince was with the Tatars, Bonhomme realized that compared with Louis XIV, the little Prince Louis was like a rose raised in the palace. Although it bloomed beautifully, it was difficult to break away from the various rules and barriers set for him by people. The traditions of the Louvre and the Palace of Versailles, some of which were harmless, but others would become a hindrance to the king. Little Louis, who had been doing well since he was a cradle, could not tell the difference. When he grew up and inherited the position of Louis XIV, the royal power that had been consolidated and centralized by several generations of French kings might fail because of this small flaw. France would return to the state of chaos caused by the uprising of princes. The army established by Louis XIV, the territory seized, and the new education, military and political system would also quietly collapse like a castle in the air. Little Louis should have noticed it himself, otherwise he would not have deliberately alienated some of his very close attendants. You know, if Louis hadn't brought the prince with him, those people might have dared to tell him what to do. Although the Tatars were barbaric, they knew their identities and knew how to serve their little master. The attitude they showed was different from that of other servants. Even if the Prince Louis knew that they were different in origin, as Louis XIV said, who is not a loyal servant in front of the king? But this also made Louis feel frustrated, because his tolerance did not get the same gratitude. He didn't even want to see them again. So that day, when the Marquis of Louvois was sweating profusely because of the king's question, he had already taken the Tatars and some musketeers out hunting. Kemnik is just below the Alps, with highlands on one side and the Save River in the south. There are countless red deer, goats, wolves, foxes and ermines. The last small creature is one of the prey that the crown prince wants to get the most. As everyone knows, the inner layer of the king's crown robe is almost all made of the best ermine skin. The crown prince is ambitious and wants to hunt enough ermines for his father to make a new crown robe. From morning to afternoon, everyone's saddlebag was filled with several prey, and there was also a fat red deer. It should have been enough, but the crown prince still had a little regret that they didn't hunt even an ermine today. At this moment, Anwo, the son of the Tatar leader beside him, suddenly whistled, like a bird flapping its wings. The French could not understand, but the Tatars understood immediately. They rode forward quickly, and after the longbows and short crossbows rang briefly, a stoat jumped out from under the horse's hooves like lightning. Little Louis shouted and immediately chased after it. The hounds barked, and everyone followed the prince closely. The panicked stoat led them all the way. The forest changed from sparse to dense. Several times, Little Louis was almost knocked off his horse by the bouncing branches. He bent down and chased the white shadow. It ran very fast, taking the people who wanted to hunt it around at least a dozen turns, crossing a stream, and stepping over several fallen trees. It seemed that in an instant, it suddenly appeared in an empty circular field. This should be a clearing formed by the trees falling down due to lightning or decay. Several people were sitting on the ground around a small fire. One person reached out and grabbed its tail and lifted it up. The stoat let out a sharp scream. That person and several people around the fire were stunned. They didn't expect that a group of tatars and French knights would suddenly appear here. Chapter 324 Before the War, 6. Seeing the stoat being grabbed, the leading musketeer heaved a sigh of relief. He only took a quick look and guessed that these people might be some herdsmen, forest rangers or woodcutters. When he reached into his pocket to grab a small silver coin, he heard a shout behind him that was more rapid and sharp than that of the stoat. A short axe flew past his cheek and directly hit the face of the man who stood up. It happened so suddenly that the musketeer could not react for a while, but he immediately drew his musket. He saw the tatars quickly coming out from behind them. Like hunting wild animals, they did not hesitate to attack those people near the fire. The musketeers protected the crown prince while retreating, and sent some people to fight with the people rushing out of the forest. These savages were even shabbier than the tatars they had seen. Many of them did not even have fur coats, only cumbersome strips of cloth piled up together. Their heads and limbs protruded from the dirty strips, like fierce mops. They were armed with spears, crude swords, sticks and stones, and they came out in groups like startled owls. The battle came inexplicably and was extremely cruel. Although the little Prince Louis had never been to the battlefield, he had a half-brother, Luciano, the Duke of Colonna. Although they had been secretly competing for their father's love, there was also some true affection between the brothers. The Duke of Colonna was Louis's first son and had the demeanor of an elder brother. Whether in Versailles, Paris, Calais, or Nantes, he always took good care of his younger brothers and sisters. As the first child taken to the battlefield by Louis XIV, the Duke of Colonna had described the scenes of the battlefield to little Louis, little Eugen, and even the eldest princess and the eldest daughter more than once. Of course, when he was alone with the boys, his words were much more direct. In the era when muskets and artillery were prevalent, the casualties caused by war were already very terrible. Even if the bullets of muskets were not as powerful as those of later generations, they would still cause many bloody wounds. When the artillery was still using stone bullets, it could already break bones and tendons. After changing to iron bullets and buckshot, it would plow a bloody road in the battle team like a plow of death. There were also those gunpowder cans thrown into the fortress by the grenadiers. If they were really unfortunate, the enemies in the fortress might not even have a complete body left. Such scenes, even through the dry retelling of the Duke of Colonna, were enough to terrify the prince. He even had nightmares several times, but considering that his grandmother and mother were afraid of the Duke of Colonna, he did not let anyone know the source of the nightmare. Little Louis felt that he should be ready, and he would bravely face any pain and death, even if it was directed at himself. But he never thought that the real battle would be like this, just like what the Duke of Colonna said, in the dense smoke, under the towering fortress, in the drums, in front of the orderly queues, the soldiers wore neat uniforms, stepped on the beat with serious expressions, and walked towards the enemy. Their enemies were the same, even if some people were injured and some died, they were solemn and orderly. It might be like a masterpiece displayed by Mr. Lebrun in the Grand Gallery of Versailles, or a grand tragedy created by Mr. Corneille. But what he saw was human beings like beasts. The king's musketeers instinctively wanted to distance themselves, which was a good move. This encounter was beyond their expectations, but their weapons and horses had a great advantage against these thugs who were not even as good as the tatars. However, just like on a real battlefield, fighting a group of barbarians in such a dense forest was definitely not a correct countermeasure. But as soon as they retreated, the tatars behind them rushed forward. Once the tatars got entangled with these people, the situation became even more chaotic. They were like a group of well-trained hounds encountering a group of hungry wolves. Yes, at the beginning, the tatars' sudden attack chopped down all the thugs who were at the fire, but as more and more enemies emerged from the forest, their spears and long-handled axes were erected like trees, and their horses became a burden. A musketeer pulled the reins of the prince. He was Pierre, the cousin of Count d'Artagnan. This taciturn good gentleman had served the king for even longer than Count d'Artagnan. He was also an old man over 50 years old. However, after the king asked him whether he wanted to be granted a small territory and spend the rest of his life peacefully and happily in his hometown, he, like Count d'Artagnan, refused without hesitation. He even said that he would rather be hit in the chest by a cannonball on the battlefield than lie on the bed and return to God's feet amid the cries of women. It was also because of such loyalty, courage and experience that the king sent him to the side of the prince in this battle. This was an important and glorious mission. Mr. Pierre must of course be extremely cautious, but the prince immediately put his hand on his forearm. "Who are those people?" "I don't know," Mr. Pierre said. "But they are attacking my father's subordinates." The prince said, "I order you to help them. I must first ensure your safety." Pierre looked at the situation at the moment. "Let's go to the hill just now, Your Highness, you can watch the battle from there." He waved his hand to call a musketeer, and passed on the prince's order, and then together with other servants, escorted the prince to ride up the hill. When the prince stood still, he saw another musketeer riding towards the garrison. This was also to be on the safe side. Of course, the safest thing to do was to send the prince back to the castle, but Mr. Pierre roughly estimated the number of enemies. If there were only tatars here, the situation might still change, but there were also the prince's servants and musketeers here. Instead of rashly returning to Cagnac when the situation was unclear, it was better to wait for reinforcements here. The garrison was closer to here than the castle. As soon as the Crown Prince Louis climbed the hill, he could see the entire battlefield more clearly. The musketeers and French attendants were exiting the dense forest in an orderly manner. The tatars were entangled with the thugs, but they were also slowly retreating. He couldn't see Anneau's face here, and he didn't quite understand why Anneau suddenly launched an attack, but the Crown Prince felt that he was probably regretting it now. Is Anneau regretting it? Not really. The Crown Prince of France could not understand the tatars' thoughts. They were not good at grazing, growing wheat, or doing business. They had no land or houses. The tatars from tribe to tribe were like tumbleweeds blown by the wind, and could only make a living by selling their own weapons. They were used to fighting at any time. While the Crown Prince's musketeers were still considering whether to give the man who caught the ermine a small silver coin or a large silver coin, Anwar had already recognized at a glance that these people were also tatars, Crimean tatars, and the lowest level slave soldiers, which could be said to be consumables. It was not known how they sneaked in here, but these people were simple-minded but had a keen sense of smell. Just like you must not turn around when you encounter a wild beast, Anwar threw the battle axe in his hand without thinking. There were actually more people hiding in the dense forest than Anwar had expected. Although their weapons were crude, they had the advantage in numbers. Looking down from the horse, he could see arms stretched out one after another. The horses could not speed up in the dense forest, and the pressure put on Anwar by the enemy was increasing with their numbers. At this moment, a dry hand holding a torch suddenly hit the hind hip of Anwar's mount. The horse felt pain and suddenly jumped forward, rushing directly towards several upright spears. Seeing that the situation was not good, Anwar immediately slid his boots out of the stirrups and jumped off the horse to the ground. As soon as he landed, at least 3 weapons stabbed at him. Anwar focused on a short spear made of a sheep's jawbone and let it hit him. Just as all the tatars had complained, the short and narrow mandible of the sheep only tore Anwar's leather coat and left a rolled wound on his shoulder. It looked terrible, but not serious. Anwar reached out and grabbed the tip of the short spear. He was between a teenager and a young man, but as the son of a chief, the abundant meat ensured that he had the strength to rival an adult. Especially since the enemy he chose was fierce but very weak. Anwar pulled him into his arms, ended his life with a short knife, and then lifted him up with his shoulders as if he was holding a shield, and rushed straight towards the other 2 enemies. His enemies were howling. One of them was wielding a stone hammer, which directly caused his shield to slip off his shoulder, and the other enemy was wielding a wooden stick and hitting him on the head. But by this time Anwar had already grabbed the battle axe. He didn't know whether it was his or one left by the enemy, but he was good at using the battle axe like an Italian is good at using a knife and fork. He ducked to avoid the menacing stick and chopped the stone hammer's leg with a backhand. He didn't make another hit, but jumped over the fallen stone hammer and brought the distance between himself and stick to only an arm's length. Then he waved his arm as a matter of course, and Stick's expression finally solidified in panic. But at this moment, a Crimean tatar who climbed up the tree shot an arrow at him, and he fell to the ground, surrounded by messy horse hooves and boots. In this case, the chance of being discovered and rescued by his companions was pitifully low. Anwo gritted his teeth and was about to jump up when a hammer hit his back. He didn't know if it was another stone hammer, but it seemed to drain all his strength. As a horse hoof stepped on his body, the young Totter's ears, mouth, nose and eyes all bled. He was unwilling to accept this. His father told him that he would serve the eldest son of the French Sultan and that he would most likely become a nobleman, a lord, just like their former lords. If he were not of the same age as the crown prince, this good thing would not have been his turn. His brother was stronger and braver. Although the crown prince asked them to rescue the Tatars, Pierre still watched grimly as the Tatars were almost half dead. The thugs and refugees in strange costumes had almost all left the dense forest before he let the servants and musketeers line up to shoot. These unfamiliar Tatars did not seem to know much about the new muskets. They kept rushing forward, thinking that they could offset the threat of hard weapons with speed and numbers. This was of course a ridiculous delusion. Just when the thugs began to hesitate, the French army arrived. General Vauban led the army and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the prince. The next thing was much simpler. The thugs didn't even have the chance to escape. Vauban had already surrounded the entire forest. The prince was immediately escorted back to the castle. It was not until the next day that he learned that although Anwo survived, his sister Mito and other young Tatars were dead. The intelligence about this matter was also sent to Louis XIV. Of course, a group of Crimean Tatars, Ottoman Turkish pioneers and spies suddenly crossed the Sava River and sneaked so close to Kamnik. It was really unexpected and worrying. "May I know how they got here?" Louis asked. "They were helped by the herdsmen of the Villakaplani highlands." Marquis Louvois replied, "These herdsmen often use sheepskin airbags to cross the Sava River. This time, they may have used hundreds of sheepskin airbags at once to bring a group of Crimean Tatars into the Kamnik area." "Wait?" Little Louis on the side asked in surprise. "Who are you talking about? Aren't those herdsmen Slovenians?" "Yes," Marquis Louvois said, "they can be said to be Slovenians." "Then how can they?" The crown prince thought for a long time and didn't know how to express it. "How can they help our enemies?" "That's right," Louis said, "our enemies are not their enemies. Slovenia is only controlled by the Habsburg of the Holy Roman Empire, but it does not belong to the Habsburgs. For those herdsmen, we are no different from the Ottoman Turks. They have to pay taxes and serve in the same way. No, it should be said that they hate us more because we have taken away their property and homes." Crown Prince Louis opened his mouth wide. He thought they were righteous, and those herdsmen, those Slovenians should support them from the bottom of their hearts just like the people of Jerusalem, Tripoli and Damascus during the Crusades. Chapter 325 Before the War, 7. Little Prince Louis would feel frustrated and worried, but Louis and the others would not. There were monks and wizards around little Louis who could guarantee the absolute personal safety of the prince. There were not many Crimean Tatars who sneaked in. In this era, it was almost impossible to completely separate the battlefield from the rear. A commander had to face many things. For example, the endless procrastination, defection and betrayal were never new things, not to mention that they were not even fighting on French soil. With the explanation of the Marquis of Louvois, the prince was surprised to know that as the coalition army came to Kamniko, half of Slovenia that spread out from Kamniko first suffered a disaster from the monarchy of the Holy Roman Empire and its allies. According to tradition and agreement, Leopold I had to provide a large part of the supply for the horses that came to help him, and the Duchy of Austria alone could not afford it. Then Slovenia, as a vassal and servant of the Habsburgs, had to bear this heavy responsibility. Kamni is a big city, but how many of its original residents are still here? There are also the herdsmen on the Villakaplani highlands, who graze here. Tens of millions of cattle and sheep have now been replaced by densely packed soldiers. They did not leave their tents and houses voluntarily, and many of them were empty-handed and full of despair. Under the advice of Louis XIV, the Marquis of Louvois could only ensure that the French would not rob the herdsmen's cattle and sheep like bandits, or the residents' property, and their wives and children would be preserved, but neither Louis XIV nor Louvois could intervene in the armies of the Spanish, Austrians or other princes of the Holy Roman Empire. As I have described before, in addition to the salary paid by the employer, the mercenaries also have two main gains. One is the assets of the civilians in the battlefield and the cities and villages near the battlefield, and the other is the legacy stripped from the dead. Because the Habsburgs had not yet completely taken over Slovenia, they still wore a mask of friendliness when facing the Slovenian lords, but the ordinary people treated them like bleeding lambs. They would not consider how much damage these mercenaries would cause to Kamnik. Even if all the citizens and herdsmen who were driven away and plundered died, as long as the city still existed, people would continue to migrate in and reproduce. They, the lords and nobles here, and even the wealthy businessmen would not suffer any serious losses. But for the residents of Kamnik and the herdsmen on the highlands, what they suffered was a catastrophe. Imagine, on a quiet and warm night, children looking forward to berries in the woods, husbands estimating the harvest in the wheat fields or the newborn lambs, wives thinking about the newly made cheese, young men and women missing their lovers. The elderly kneeled in front of the icons or the cross, praying in a low voice. They may have heard that the pagan army was approaching the Sava River and the war was imminent, but like everyone who had a little bit of luck, because of poverty and the torture of displacement, they stayed. Then they were driven away. If they were lucky enough to meet the French, they could get some compensation, but if it was someone else. The herdsmen on the highlands were more barbaric and fierce than the citizens of Kamnik, and it was not surprising that they immediately decided to surrender to the Ottoman Turks after being expelled and plundered. The Tatars they brought in were only more than 100 people, so they did not attract the attention of the garrison. After realizing that apart from the French, the real army might not be as fair and upright as he thought, the Crown Prince fell into silence. After he recovered from the shock, Louis asked him to register the dead and wounded soldiers with the subordinates of the Marquis de Louvois. Mr. Pierre's ruthlessness prevented the French around the Crown Prince from suffering too much loss, but some people were still dead or injured. When Pierre said the number of 3 dead and 11 injured, it didn't sound surprising at all, but after he named them one by one, the vague image immediately became clear in the Crown Prince's mind, and his eyes were filled with tears. Really? Antoine, Barry and Gabriel. He choked. They. I'm sorry, Pierre said, Your Highness, but they died for you. This is an honorable and respectable thing. The Dauphin shook his head sadly. Like his father, Louis XIV, he knew that death was never glorious. Louis had always tried to reduce the casualties of soldiers and officers as much as possible, but as long as there was a war, death was inevitable. The Dauphin remembered that when he left Versailles, his father was ordering Liviu to design a cathedral. It was said that the names of all the heroes who died for him, the Bourbon family, and France would be engraved on the walls of the cathedral so that every future generation could learn about their heroic deeds. Speaking of which, there was something that people today might not believe. When the Sun King decided to erect a statue of the playwright in the Grand Theatre, the people of Paris thought it was a beautiful thing worthy of praise. But when the king intended to build a cathedral for ordinary soldiers and officers, people began to talk about it, and they didn't understand why the king did this. Before, marshals and generals who were favored by the king were allowed to hang portraits on the walls of the palace or be buried in designated cathedrals, but those soldiers of humble origins? Even Cardinal Riviere, who never cared about anything, had tried to inquire about the Dauphin's opinion on this matter. The Dauphin did not realize his father's intention until now. He remembered those 3 people. Antoine was a playboy, the second son of a baron, and was better at dressing up than any noblewoman the Dauphin had ever met. Barry was a dark-skinned Marseilles man who was supposed to serve in the Navy fleet, but because his father had a relationship with the Marquis of Louvois, he came to him. Gabriel. He was not much older than the Dauphin, shy by nature, but very good at taking care of horses. A monk performed the last sacraments on the 3 people. They lay side by side on a bed made of 2 tables. The first thing the prince saw was Gabriel, the young musketeer. Judging from his body exposed outside the sheets, he was not hurt much, as if he was asleep, but his face was pale, his lips were purple, and he had a silk scarf tied around his neck to cover the cut on his throat. It was said that his horse unfortunately fell while retreating, and he fell off the horse. He was unable to pull his feet out from under the horse for a while, and a Tatar pounced on him and cut his neck cleanly. Barry had more wounds than him. The fatal wound was a hole in his chest. Compared to Gabriel's pale face, his dark skin reminded the prince of silk that had faded due to repeated washing and drying. It was wrinkled and gray. Antoine's face was covered with his favorite hat. The ostrich feathers on it were dyed bright red. They had broken and hung on the edge of the hat. When the prince stepped forward and wanted to take off the hat, the monk stopped him. No, Your Highness, he said. His face was trampled. The prince withdrew his hand silently. He knew what the monk was talking about. The real battle was completely different from what he imagined, and from what playwrights and painters described. People were like wild beasts biting each other fiercely. Although they did not have sharp teeth and fangs, They had swords and muskets and horseshoes with iron soles. Once you fell off your horse in the melee, no one would see you. Do you want to go and see the injured soldiers? Pierre asked. How are they? Thank God, Pierre said. 2 of them had to have their arms amputated, 3 had their feet chopped off, but they can all survive. He said vaguely that before His Majesty the King boldly introduced wizards into the army, these 5 people would have had to die, but now even if they lost 2 hands and 2 feet, they could return to Paris or Versailles. Anyone who is wounded in battle for the king, no matter what his background, could obtain a small fiefdom in the Paris basin and a considerable annuity to ensure that he and his family could live the rest of their lives in wealth and without worries. His children would be eligible to go to school and join the army, and if they wanted to enter the church or embark on a career in politics, they would also receive special treatment. Therefore, in the French army, even in the camp for the wounded or in the dormitory, there was no dead air. When the prince walked into the room, those unfortunate people were still asleep because of the wizard's anesthetic. They would have a hard time, but they would always calm down. As for the other injured people, they only had fractures or flesh wounds, so when the prince came, they were actually sitting together playing cards. There were some shiny little things on the card table. The prince deliberately moved his eyes away to give them time to sweep the coins on the table into their pockets. Unlike these active musketeers, the Polish tatars, Am Louis was placed in a room alone. He was lucky. Although several ribs were broken by the horses hoof and his internal organs were injured, these injuries were not a big deal for the wizard. In this battle, even Louis didn't know whether he should blame this young man. He wanted to show his agility and force in front of the prince, but he didn't expect that a small test would attract so many enemies. When he saw the crown prince, he was silent for a moment, then jumped off the bed, knelt in front of him, and touched the crown prince's feet with his forehead. Little Louis subconsciously took a step back. Don't do this, Am Louis, he said. I don't blame you. So you still want me? Am Louis said sadly. I still want you, but you can't be so reckless in the future. The crown prince said that the Tatar leader did mention that he had several sons, but they were all fighting outside now. For people like this, neither Louis nor Louis I would let them serve the crown prince. First, this practice was a waste. To be honest, no one expected that the first battle would happen to the crown prince of France. Second, compared to Am Louis, the sons of the older Tatar leaders would only be more cunning and changeable. Before the crown prince's mind is mature, he should not have such strangers around him. The answer of the crown prince made Am Louis show some surprise, but only a little. Meadow was his half-sister and had a deep relationship with him. Even though the Tatars valued daughters far less than sons, Meadow's death would still make them sad. At this time, a mournful howl came from a distance. Who is that? The crown prince asked. Those Highland herdsmen, Pierre said calmly. Are they going to be executed? Not just execution, we are now in Slovenia, Pierre said. We have to act according to the traditions and laws here. Yes, in Paris and Versailles, various tortures still exist, especially for those who dare to hurt and assassinate the king and royal family members, but the most cruel ones, such as sawing, rat punishment and Iron Maiden, have basically been abolished, but assassins will still have their hands chopped off or their fingers clamped with pliers, and then beheaded or hanged. These people are destined to die when they attack the crown prince, but the way the Crimean Tatars die is different from the way those herdsmen die. Those Tatars were torn alive by horses. Before this, the Tatar leader who bowed down to Louis XIV had deliberately cut open their limbs, otherwise it would be difficult for horses to really tear off human limbs. Unlike the 5 horses, limbs, of France's mercy, the Tatar leader who was grieving over the death of his daughter and nephew only used 4 horses, and when those Crimean Tatars fell to the ground, he stood them on sharpened wooden poles, the same thing Amma did to those Christians. This is because the Crimean Tatars are strong cavalrymen. As for the herdsmen, they were whipped, crying while peeling bark, sharpening wooden poles, and preparing torture instruments for themselves. When they saw the bloody bodies around them, how could they bear their grief? These wooden poles would form a bloody road extending from the French garrison to the king's castle, just as Vlad II did to the Ottoman Turks. Neither Louis XIV nor his generals would be happy to see such a sight. If they did not do so, they would be looked down upon by the Tatars or Slovenes. The Highland herdsmen would not be grateful but would only think that the French were weak and could be bullied. By the way, did these herdsmen hide the Crimean Tatars in the woods closest to the French garrison with this in mind? No matter what they thought, when the 200 people were impaled on the poles, the whole city of Kamnik became much quieter. and even the occasional small conflict suddenly disappeared. The French had been provoked a lot before, and those mercenaries who were used to doing things wrong would not feel ashamed of the French tolerance and generosity. They just thought that the French were really stupid and cowardly. Some people even said that the victory of the French was not because of their bravery, but because their weapons were new enough and the ammunition was sufficient. Now they know that the French will never mind treating you like a lamb to be roasted, and you have to deal with the torture device used to penetrate you yourself, although they must be polite and gentle throughout the process. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.